Welcome, everyone. This is your friend, the DN What If, here with another exciting fanfiction. Today, we're diving into the story of What If Deku was a founding member of the Condiment Crew? If you enjoy this video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more fanfiction content just like this. Now, let's get started with the fanfic. Stepping up to UA was nerve-wracking, to be sure. Izuku swallowed around the lump in his throat as he looked up at the shining building, his dream school. He was actually here. He took a deep breath, stepped forward to chase his dreams, and started falling face first into the pavement. This is it, he thought, this is how my life ends. He felt his arm getting yanked a bit, startling him out of his existential crisis, and he looked up as he stumbled to see a big grin full of pointy teeth. Whoa there, man. Wouldn't want you falling before the exam. That feels like bad luck, and that's super unmanly. Izuku blinked as the boy helped him back to his feet, still smiling. I'm Kirishima Ijiro, he continued. Nice to meet you, bro. Oh, he startled. I'm, Midoriya Izuku. You too. Thanks for catching me. The redhead laughed. No problem, man. It wouldn't be very manly of me to let you fall, and I'm aiming to be a hero after all. Izuku blinked again before stuttering, Oh, and me too. Maybe I'll see you in the hero course. Kirishima's grin got even wider, allowing full view of the shark teeth. Izuku's eyes zoomed in on them, already wondering if they had something to do with his quirk. Perhaps it was a mutation? Maybe they came with enhanced jaw strength, or they were harder than regular teeth. Yeah, that would be totally awesome. Best of luck, Midobro. He was snapped out of his musings by the nickname as the boy began walking again, before calling out, You too, Kirishima. Demon, he thought, he gave me a nickname and I couldn't even think of one to call him back. Is this what having friends feels like? He hurried to the testing room for his written exam, feeling strangely light. If the rest of the examinees were as nice as Kirishima, then maybe this wouldn't be so bad. Deku, what the hell are you doing here? And he spoke too soon. He hurried to his seat, sparing Bakugo a glance before glancing back at the pro hero who was proctoring their exam. Kaken, I'm here to take the exam? The blonde boy sneered. I can see that, shitface, but what is a useless fucker like you think he's doing trying for UA? I thought I warned you. Izuku pursed his lips. The exam is starting, Kaken. Whatever. You won't be getting in anyway. Izuku breathed a sigh of relief while he stood with the other examinees waiting for the practical exam. The written portion had gone fairly smoothly, with a few essay questions about quirks and quirk laws. Even if he didn't feel confident on the rest of the exam, he was certain he had those sections down pat, and now all that was left was the practical portion of the exam. Not that that was any less nerve-wracking. If anything, this was going to be worse. Despite his 10 months of hell training, and the fact that he had gotten All Might's quirk, he hadn't had the opportunity to use it yet. As much as he loved All Might, his explanation on how to use it was sketchy at best. Suffice to say, Izuku was not keen to mess up in what would arguably be one of the most important tests in his life, and the warning that if he wasn't prepared that his limbs could blow off wasn't doing him any favors in the nerves department. Ectoplasm finished explaining about the exam and asked if there were any questions when Izuku heard a mutter beside him that broke him out of his spiraling thoughts. Ah man, I was zoned out. He looked over to see the boy who had spoken, a blonde boy with a streak of black in his hair, looking sheepish. Izuku glanced around before leaning over. How much did you miss? The boy looked surprised for a moment before yellow eyes met green and he smiled softly. All of it? Izuku blinked. Oh. Yeah, the boy chuckled. I was so nervous I forgot my ADHD meds this morning and I really shouldn't have. There are robots, for types, worth 1, 2, 3, and 0 points. I think they're all marked. We're supposed to destroy them. The boy stared for a moment before breaking out into a grin. That makes a lot of sense. Thanks, man. Izuku smiled softly and looked away right as the doors opened and Ectoplasm called for the start of the exam. He gave a wave to the yellow-haired boy before running off with the crowd. He mentally signed his will. His All Might collection should be auctioned off to help support his mother, and his notebooks should be burned so that no one could get their hands on them. Honestly, no one needed to see how much he nerded out over heroes. He wished Kirishima, at least, luck in getting into the hero course, because if a nice boy like him couldn't make it, then the state of society would deteriorate significantly. He ran some more, ducking around corners, desperately trying to find a single robot. There were so many cool quirks that he had seen. No, don't get distracted, Izuku. It's already been 3 minutes according to your watch and you haven't even gotten a single point. He spun around another corner only to collide with a body also going at breakneck speeds. The two recoiled off of each other, and the other kid got their bearings first. Sorry about, oh hey, it's you. Izuku shook his head to clear the pain to see that he had collided with the yellow-haired boy from before looking past him to see a three-pointer preparing to attack. He yelped and grabbed onto the boy, pulling him back around the corner just as the laser cannon went off. Holy shit, thanks. That was kind of terrifying. I'm Kaminari Denki. Izuku took a shuddering breath before looking at him in confusion. I'm Midoriya Izuku? No, this isn't the time. What's your quirk so we can take that three-pointer down before it catches up? Oh yeah, my bad. I call it electricity. Izuku's eyes lit up. Wow, that's pretty perfect for this, since we're fighting robots. He scratched his head. Not really, it takes a lot of charge to take them out and if I go over my limit I get that kind of. Stupid. What? He crinkled his brow, momentarily ignoring the thundering that was steadily approaching. I don't know a lot about robotics, but it can't take more than, what, 400? 500 watts to short-circuit them. Well, yeah, but my electricity loses power the farther the distance it has to go. Then just not touch it? Or use metal as a conductor? He blinked rapidly, quickly waving his hands. I don't mean to tell you how to use your quirk. After all, you've had it since you were 4 or 5 and I've just met you. I didn't mean to assume. I'm sorry, I'll dash. Wait, I didn't even think of that. He looked around and chewed his lip worriedly, peeking around the corner at the three-pointer. I don't think I can get close enough to touch it without getting blasted though, and I don't see anything metal around. Izuku peeked around the corner himself. I think I can distract it if you try and get close. Plus, I see a down pole just past it if we can survive this. He glanced shyly at the other boy. Do you not want to try it? Kaminari grinned. Hell yeah, man, sounds like a plan. Are you sure you're okay with being bait? Do you have, like, a speed quirk or something? He smiled nervously. Let's just say I have a lot of practice running. Without another word, he darted out of the alley, waving his arms at the three-pointer. It immediately locked on and shifted its gaze to him, laser powering up. His eyes widened and he took off, running around it in a circle so it wouldn't move as much. He saw a flash of yellow out of the corner of his eye as the first laser fired and he picked up a bit more speed, feeling the all-too-familiar explosion just behind him. Just as he heard the laser powering up again, he heard a zap and it sputtered out. He slid to a stop, catching a dazed-looking Kaminari grinning at the smoking husk of the robot. He jogged over, worried that the boy wasn't moving, but as he approached, he was met with a beaming smile. Mito, that was so cool. I didn't even consider touching things, I just assumed I would have to hit M with lightning. He scratched the back of his head sheepishly and eyed the smoking heap. I think I went a little overboard though, I'm not used to dealing with small amounts of electricity. Izuku giggled a bit. How much did you end up using? Like, 1,000. Okay, yeah, you might want to cut that in half. He grinned at the green boy again. Just like you said, huh? Thanks for your help. I would have been a goner if you hadn't pulled me around that corner, and now I have a new strat for raining hell on these machines. Izuku smiled before startling, glancing down at his watch again. Oh no, there are only 5 minutes left. I haven't even gotten a single robot. Kaminari's smile fell. Sheet, dude, sorry I took up your time. You've got this. Don't give up and go get him. Izuku smiled and nodded before taking off again. It felt good to help out the boy from before, and now he had a name, plus he knew his quirk, and it was really cool, but the test was halfway over and he hadn't managed to get a single point. He thought back to what he had told Kaminari earlier, eyeing a destroyed two-pointer, and pursed his lips, a plan forming. The 2 pointers looked almost like scorpions, but with 4 legs and 2 tails. One ended in a rather sharp and sturdy protrusion, not enough to cut people, but if enough force was applied it could probably puncture the hull of the other robots around. And, even luckier, this 2-pointer had that tail separated from its body. It was heavy, sure, but he had lifted refrigerators before. A few minutes of lifting and swinging this would be nothing. He found that it bent in one direction and not the other, so he could level it like a lance and it would be straightened out by its own weight, or he could use the bending side to flick it like a whip. He didn't have any practice with a whip though, so it might be better if he just used it like a lance. Still, as a bludgeoning weapon it wasn't too bad. He heard a yelp from another street over and whirled around to find 3 1-pointers converging on nothing? Wait, no, he could see shoes moving around. Maybe some sort of invisibility? He was getting distracted. Izuku shook his head and ran forward, lining up the improvised lance with the closest robot. With a crunch, it rammed its way through the hull and the robot sputtered to a stop. He quickly ripped out the lance just as the other 2 turned towards him and he swung, knowing he wouldn't be able to get both if he just wanted to stab them. The first robot's torso was shredded by the pointed end, but the other was too far away and merely got nicked, punching it back slightly. Izuku's arms ached. He had underestimated how heavy this thing was, and the quick changes in direction he was putting on were straining his arms, but at least it was still a nice burn and not a dangerous one. He tried to get out of the momentum of the swing as the 1-pointer swung its guns on him, but he stumbled. His eyes widened and he tried to leap out of the way, but then the robot suddenly powered down. He blinked, surprised, before he remembered the invisible person. "Are you okay?" A girl's voice bubbled from behind the robot as he saw the shoes come back into view. "Am I okay? Are you okay? That was so cool. You were swinging that around like boom. Pow. Like it was nobody's business. Just how strong are you?" "Oh, I'm not. It's really not. Oh geez." She laughed lightly and he felt a hand on his shoulder. "It's all good. But yeah, thanks. And good luck on the rest of your test, Mr. Hero." Izuku jumped as the hand left him and the shoes went down the street. "Oh, yeah. You too." He took a deep breath and adjusted his grip on the tail, setting his jaw. 3 minutes left. This couldn't be real. How much money did UA have? The 0-pointer was taller than most of the buildings, meaning it was at least 20 stories tall. Izuku was not keen on getting close to that monstrosity of a robot, and it looked like the other examinees had the same idea. There was only a minute or 2 left before the exam ended, and the giant robot wasn't worth any points either. He swung his weapon at a 2-pointer at the same time that Kirishima drove a sharp-looking fist into it. A hardening quirk of some kind? That's really cool, Izuku thought to himself as Kirishima shot him a grin before they both kept running. Suddenly, from the direction of the 0-pointer, he heard a scream and a sharp zap. The smell of ozone filled the air and Izuku glanced back to see Kaminari standing in front of the 0-pointer, thumbs up and blank expression on his face, the corpses of a 2-pointer and a 3-pointer nearby. Why wasn't he moving? Izuku thought, torn between running and grabbing his maybe friend. Suddenly, their previous conversation flashed through his mind. If I go over my limit I get kind of stupid. Taking another glance at his empty face, Izuku's heart sank. He had gone over his limit and was not in the right state of mind to run from the 0-pointer. Sure, UA probably wouldn't let him get crushed, but that thought didn't enter into his mind as he grabbed the tail one more time and ran back. He heard Kirishima give a yell about why he was running back, but he just leveled the lance and planted his feet, feeling the power of one for all coursing through his arm. Plus, he used his momentum and the lance shot forward, piercing the hull of the 0-pointer. Ultra. His arm fell to his side and he looked at it with dizzy eyes. It was turning a purple color and with a wince, the pain caught up to him. Yep, definitely broken. But hey, it didn't explode, and that's always a plus. He bit his lip to stop the tears from overtaking him as he turned to Kaminari and wrapped his left arm around the boy, dragging him away. He spared a glance at the 0-pointer that had reeled back a bit from the impact, tail still lodged in its chest, but it was slowly starting to right itself, despite sparking dangerously at the entry site. He had to get Kaminari away, and fast. Suddenly, there was another person at Kaminari's side, holding him up as well, and Izuku cast a tired smile at Kirishima, who looked worried. "Midobro, your arm." "And that's time." The voice of Present Mike rang out across all of the exam sites, signaling the end of the exam before Kirishima could say anything else, and Izuku just smiled. "It doesn't matter, I got him out." He could tell the redhead was still worried, but they both made it back to where Recovery Girl was looking over people for injuries. They set Kaminari down on a seat, the boy still being out of it, and Kirishima waved at him with a smile before heading out. The boy wasn't injured, after all. Izuku plopped down beside the blonde boy, gingerly settling his arm and trying not to wince. After the adrenaline completely wore off, the pain was excruciating and he had to grit his teeth to stop himself from crying out every time it moved. When Recovery Girl turned to him, her gaze sharpened and narrowed and he gulped and smiled weakly. "Young man, what on earth were you thinking? You broke every bone in your arm, you realize that, right?" "I do, I'm sorry." Kaminari overused his quirk and couldn't escape on his own, though. She pursed her lips before giving him a kiss on the forehead. He winced as the bones realigned themselves and the swelling and purple color went down, but he sighed as the pain went down with it. She produced a sling from her bag and fitted it around the arm. "I don't know what Toshinori was thinking, clench your butt cheeks and yell smash, how ridiculous. I'm glad you didn't get seriously hurt, but you're using too much power and it's breaking you. Don't take your arm out of the sling for 2 days and even then only if you feel no pain at all. Are we clear?" He smiled weakly. "Why, yes, ma'am." She handed him some gummies and raised an eyebrow. "Yes, young man. May I have your autograph?" Izuku looked up at the building in front of him in awe. Sure, he had seen it on the day of the entrance exam, but the stress hadn't let him fully enjoy it. Now, he walked through the gates not as an examinee, but as a student, and a hero student no less. He had only gotten 12 villain points, which normally wouldn't be enough to pass, but apparently there were also rescue points. With his 2 encounters with Kaminari and the one with the invisible girl, he had gotten 40 rescue points, putting his total at 52 points, which had been enough to get him into the hero course. He and his mom had cried for about an hour when they saw the holographic projection, and even now, Izuku couldn't really believe it. "Hey, Midobro." Izuku blinked and turned to see red hair and sharp teeth. "Oh, Kirishima." "Hey man, looks like you got in after all. Where are you headed?" "Oh, C-Class 1A. Kirishima stopped before breaking out into a massive grin. "No way. That's so manly, we're gonna be in the same class." Izuku breathed a sigh of relief. Maybe his luck was finally starting to turn. "How's your arm, by the way? It looked pretty gnarly when I left." Izuku smiled softly. People caring about his well-being? Yeah, he could get used to this. "It's fine. Recovery Girl was there to patch me up, so I just had to be careful not to stress it out too much, but I'm all good now." "Awesome. Holy cow, that's a big door." Izuku stopped beside his friend, could he dare to dream? And looked up. It was a massive door. About 20 feet tall and 6 feet wide, with 1A emblazoned on it, the hole in the A being a window, the bottom just below the top of his head. Why on earth would they need a door this big? Mutant-type quirks? Maybe? It was also incredibly wide though, and he couldn't remember ever seeing a hero, or villain, for that matter, that would need a door this big to get through. No, wait, maybe that brute from 2 years ago, what was his name? Something about, "Hey dude, you good there?" He started. "Oh, I'm muttering A again? Sorry, I know that's A annoying." Kirishima grinned beside him. "Nah, it was kind of cool, I was kind of wondering why the door was so big too. But class is probably going to start soon, so we should probably go in. It's not manly to be late." Izuku blinked. His muttering was, "kind of cool?" No one had ever said that before. He nodded with a soft smile and opened the door. Almost immediately, 2 voices rang out. "Mido! Kiri!" 2 figures bounded up to the pair in the doorway and Izuku flinched instinctively at the sudden noise and movement. The 2 who had rushed up were Kaminari and a pink girl with yellow and black eyes and horns on her head. A mutation quirk of some kind? Or maybe just a secondary quirk based on what she had. The bubblegum-colored girl grinned at him and said, "Who's the green bean, Kiri?" Kirishima grinned and slung an arm around his shoulders. "This is my bro Midoriya. I met him on the day of the entrance exam." "Hey," Kaminari butted in, "me too. Kaminari Denki, by the way. Good to see you made it, Mito. And thanks for the save, both of you." "Oh, it wasn't, that big of a deal." "Yeah, it wouldn't be manly to just leave you there, dude." "Wait," the girl screeched, pointing at Izuku. "Is this the guy who broke his arm fighting the zero-pointer?" Izuku blushed and ducked his head, but Kirishima's arm just tightened. "Yeah. It was super manly." She grinned and moved out her hand. "Ashido Mina. You seem like a cool guy, Mito." A voice cut through their conversation. "If you're just here to make friends, you can leave." The small group of four turned to look at who had spoken only to see that a yellow caterpillar? A zipper slid down. Oh, it was a person in a sleeping bag, and a juice packet slipped into the man's mouth, eyes looking simultaneously bored and attentive, before the figure shuffled to the front of the room to stand behind the podium. The four of them scrambled for their seats with the rest of the class, Izuku not really paying attention to the people around him as the teacher, he assumed, slipped out of the sleeping bag. The tried-looking man folded it and tenderly set it on the desk in the front of the room like it was his most prized possession before turning back to face the class. "It took you 8 seconds to quiet down. That's illogical in this line of work. We'll work on getting that down to a more reasonable time. I am Aizawa, your homeroom teacher." He pulled a gym uniform out of seemingly thin air. "Put these on and meet me in the field in 10 minutes. "But what about orientation?" came from a girl with a bob of brown hair. "You're in the hero course. You don't have time for something as menial as orientation. If you aren't out in 10 minutes, I'm expelling you." He stalked out of the classroom and everyone was silent for a moment before they scrambled to grab a gym uniform. Where had they come from? 1 minute the podium was empty and the next there was a stack of gym uniforms. Whatever, Izuku couldn't afford to dwell on it now. There was a threat of expulsion hanging over his head and he couldn't bear to think that he had gotten into his dream school only to be expelled on the first day. Izuku nervously waited on the field. He wasn't one of the first people out, but he wasn't one of the last, and he saw someone who had gotten out early, Bakugo. He was cursing himself now. Of course Bakugo got into the hero course. Izuku had always known he'd be a hero. Was it wrong he had hoped not to face the exploding boy? It was certainly wishful thinking. He hid behind Kirishima and Kaminari as the other two joined the growing group, knowing a confrontation was going to happen but not wanting it to happen yet. Ashido joined their group as well, chatting amicably with Kirishima, since they had gone to the same middle school as they had explained. "Ah, that's fun. I don't have anyone from my middle school here. What about you, Mito?" Izuku looked at Kaminari with a weak smile. "Yeah, there's someone." Before they could ask him more questions, however, Aizawa-sensei started talking, saving him from having to deal with this for another few minutes. "Bakugo, you scored the most villain points during the entrance exam." The blonde scoffed as if that was a given. Their teacher tossed him a ball as he stepped forward into the circle on the ground. "What was your distance on the ball throw in middle school?" 76 meters. Their teacher nodded. "Throw that but with your quirk." Bakugo grinned and wound back, releasing the ball with a die and an explosion. Izuku flinched, accidentally bumping into Ashido, who gave him a worried glance. 705.2. The class erupted into murmurs of excitement and Izuku heard one girl, she had a familiar voice, but he couldn't remember from where, say, "This will be fun." Aizawa-sensei's eyes flared red. The underground hero Eraserhead? Oh, that's so cool. His homeroom teacher was Eraserhead. And the class instantly quieted down, the atmosphere going from jubilant to threatening in an instant. Fun? You think this is going to be fun? You have 3 years to become a hero. Will you have an attitude like that the whole time? All right. There will be 8 tests. The person who comes last will be judged to have no potential and expelled. Welcome to UA's hero course. That's not fair. Nothing in life is fair. With that somber note, they started the quirk apprehension test. There were sprints, long jumps, side hops, toe touches, grip strength tests, and finally, the ball throw. Izuku was nervous that Bakugo would notice him, but it seemed he didn't have an interest in what his classmates could do, and he was getting distracted by the girl with brown hair from before and a tall boy with dark blue hair and glasses. Izuku tried to recall what the girl's quirk was, something touch-based, but he hadn't really seen her use it. The boy on the other hand was easy. He had engines in his legs that made him pretty fast, crushing pretty much everyone in the running tests. Izuku noticed some of his other classmates as well. The invisible girl from before was indeed in his class. That must have been the voice he recognized before. Ashido had an emitter quirk where she would produce acid that she could slide around on. It was pretty cool. There was also a frog girl, a guy with a lot of arms, a guy that looked like he was made of rock, and he looked awfully shy. Izuku could sympathize with that. There was a guy that had what looked to be a tail, and another with a bird head. The whole class seemed really cool. The one who really caught his eye, however, was a stoic boy. His hair was split down the middle, white on one side and red on the other. He heard the boy's name was Todoroki, meaning he was probably the son of the number 2 hero, Endeavor. He had a burn scar over his left eye, and Izuku was fascinated with his quirk. He'd thought that with Endeavor as his father, the boy would have a fire quirk as well, but all he had seen so far was masterful use of ice, and it was beautiful. Sure, the air got a little colder every time the dual-colored boy used his quirk, but sometimes a few ice crystals would catch the light just right in a way that made it sparkle. Plus, his control was stellar. He never iced more than he needed, and was well out of the way of the other students when he did so. His quirk is so cool, Izuku thought with a sigh. What he wouldn't give to pick his brain about it. Midoriya. He was snapped out of his musings by the voice of his teacher, and he saw a blonde head whip around, red eyes blazing with something unknown, but probably bad. He didn't make it more than a few steps to the circle where the ball throw would take place before the harsh voice of his childhood friend cut through the crowd. "Huh? What the hell are you doing here, shitty Deku? You don't have a quirk, how the hell did you get into UA?" Aizawa's eyes narrowed, but before he could say anything, Kirishima spoke up. "Nah, Midobro totally has a quirk. He's super strong and almost took out the 0-pointer with it." "Yeah," Kaminari jumped in, "he saved my butt. Kukaken, I meant to tell you, honest. So you tricked them. Why else would these shitty extras think you have a quirk when you've been a quirkless Deku your whole life?" He snarled and launched himself forward, palms popping. Izuku flinched back and shut his eyes, bracing for the searing heat he usually felt. After a few seconds of nothing but a few muffled swears, he nervously peeked his eyes open to see Bakugo wrapped in his teacher's gray capture scarf. He blinked in shock and unwound the tension in his body a little bit, glancing at his teacher. His eyes were flared red again, hair lifting away from his head, his whole face set into a scowl. "Do not attack your classmates outside of training, Bakugo, or I will expel you. Midoriya earned his spot in this class just as much as you did, and I can assure you, he has a quirk." The rest of the class looked between the two students and their teacher, not quite sure what to make of this situation, as Aizawa released Bakugo. "Do not make me restrain you again. Midoriya, throw the ball." Izuku gulped. He had to do well in this test or he might get expelled. He didn't think he was last place, but he certainly wasn't first. Still, how to use his quirk in a way that wouldn't hurt him? Like Recovery Girl had said, he used too much power and it broke him, kind of like Kaminari and... Kaminari. His mind raced back to the entrance exam. Kaminari had been using too much power at once and it made him get stupid because it was more than he could handle. One for all was far too much for Izuku to handle at 100%, so maybe if he used less power. He closed his eyes and focused on the well of power within him. If 100% broke his arms so significantly, maybe 20% would be fine? Then again, a fifth of the damage he had sustained was still a lot of damage, so maybe he should go with 10% to be safe. He opened his eyes and wound back, focusing hard on only having 10% of one for all in his arm. He threw the ball and it shot out, much farther than he would have gotten without his quirk. His arm ached a little and looking down, he saw some bruises forming, but a careful prod told him it definitely wasn't broken. Aizawa raised an eyebrow as he looked at the receiver. 706, And you didn't break your arm again. Izuku's eyes bulged. 706.2. That was higher than. He threw a glance back at Bakugo, who looked ready to light the green boy on fire, but he kept glancing at their teacher and settled for gritting his teeth and popping some small explosions in his hands. He walked back to Kaminari, Kirishima, and Ishido, who all grinned and shot him thumbs up. Kirishima poked at his arm, shark teeth in open air. That was super manly. And you didn't break your arm this time. Ha yeah. Izuku breathed a sigh of relief. He had a feeling Recovery Girl wouldn't be too happy to see him at the infirmary on day one, so he was glad he didn't have to bother her. Bruises would fade after all. More than that, however, he was glad he finally had an idea of how to use his quirk. He felt like he had had a major breakthrough and was super excited to test his newfound limits. They turned back to face their teacher as he finished making marks on his clipboard. The whole class waited with bated breath before he glanced up, seemingly forgetting they were waiting for something. Oh right. Last place is Mineta Minoru. But he isn't expelled, it was a logical ruse. The whole class let out sighs that ranged from relieved to exasperated. And the boy in question, he was very short and had purple ball for hair, started crying. One girl, he recalls her name being Yayorizu, with a creation quirk, and that was a cool quirk, mentioned how it was obvious, and how she thought more people had caught on, but she had also gotten first in the tests, so Izuku wasn't sure how to feel about that. They all went back to change out of their gym uniforms, some groups already talking. The guy with the bird head, Tokoyami, his brain-supplied, mutation with an emitter quirk, was talking with the tall masked guy who had multiple arms, Shuji he thought his name was, and the guy with tape elbows, Siro, was talking with Jiro, who had earphone jacks dangling from her ears. Ishido met up with them at the classroom, where they found a syllabus on each of their desks, and she and Kaminari seemed to get along like a house on fire, spouting memes left and right, breaking down into laughter more than once. They walked towards the gates as a group. The first day was only a half day after all, so it was time to go home, but Ishido quickly split off. I gotta run to dance. See you guys tomorrow. Bye Mina. Kaminari and Izuku both gave their own goodbyes as the three of them walked down the street. So Mito, what changed between the entrance exam and now? Izuku blinked at Kaminari then smiled softly, ducking his head. You mean the not breaking my arm thing? Actually, I was inspired by you. Me? The electric boy looked around before pointing back to himself. Why? Remember how you said if you go over your limit, your quirk kind of makes you shut down? Kaminari shrugged. I affectionately call it idiot mode. So how does that relate to you? You're already one of the smartest guys I know. WL, my quirk is like a strength enhancement quirk? Kind of? During the entrance exam, I used the power at 100% and it broke my arm. Oh wait, Kirishima butt in, so you're saying your full power breaks you? Yeah. It's what Recovery Girl said too. So instead of using 100%, I dialed it down to 10%. Then my arm only bruised. Kaminari grinned widely. Awesome. I'm glad I could help, Mito. It's a really cool quirk. But you seem like a super smart guy. Why are you only thinking of this now? Kirishima nodded. You kind of planned that in like 5 seconds? Had you really never thought of it before? Izuku scratched the back of his head, heart sinking. Why hadn't he thought of it earlier? Oh, right, because he didn't know and it was his second time ever using his quirk. Wait, your second time? He blinked at the two dumbfounded boys. Did I say that out loud? He squeaked. Dude, what do you mean it was your second time using your quirk? Haven't you had it for like 11 years? Better to bite the bullet, but he had to think of an excuse and fast. No. At least, not that I know of? Or maybe I already had it but I couldn't use it before. He racked his brain for a way to spin this. He couldn't let any more secrets spill out. If I had tried to use it before it might have killed me, and I only got strong enough for this much recently? So I guess my body didn't let me use it. Yeah, this sounds plausible. Keep going with this idea. Like, the first time I used it, you saw, Kirishima, it completely destroyed my arm, and that was after 10 months of intense training to build up muscle mass. So if I had been able to activate my quirk when I still had noodle arms, my arm might have just exploded off of me. Ah yes, the best way to tell lies, with a sprinkling of truth. He really hadn't meant for something like this to come out, especially not so soon or to people he had pretty much just met, even if he did hope they would be friends. So you were planning on taking the exam quirkless? Yeah. That's so manly. Oh wait, Kaminari spoke up. Is that why Bakugo was calling you quirkless? Izuku flinched away from Kaminari. That why? He's the one I know from middle school. I've been quirkless, or presumed quirkless, for the last 14 years. Kirishima patted his back. He was saying some pretty mean stuff, sorry man. But considering the fact that you had never used your quirk before the entrance exam, that was super manly. Yeah. Kaminari interjected. You're even cooler now. You figured out how to use your quirk after using it twice, and I've had my quirk for years and needed your help to really figure it out. Izuku felt his heart warming and his eyes misting. No, don't cry, not here. Thanks, G-guys. Oh shit Mido bro, are you okay? Damn it. Oh man, you're crying. Was it something I said? I'm so sorry Mido, whatever it was I didn't mean it. No, it's not, he sniffed. It's not you guys. These are happy tears. Just thanks. They looked at each other. What are you thanking us for? He gave them a bright smile, wiping the last of his tears away. Being my friends. Bonus. Aizawa rubbed his eyes in the teacher's lounge, nursing a cup of coffee. Vlad was going on about how wonderful his students already were, but he had tuned him out a long time ago. He was looking down at one of his students' files with a frown. Bakugo's comment had caught his attention. He knew they had attended the same middle school, so it stands to reason that they knew each other before this, but why would Bakugo believe the other boy didn't have a quirk when he so clearly did? A dangerous and reckless quirk, to be sure, what with how it had shattered his arm in the entrance exam, but Aizawa was used to reckless hero wannabes. He had been so distracted by the quirkless comment that he had forgotten to erase Midoriya's quirk during the ball throw like he had planned, fully intending to expel him if he broke his arm, but it turned out to be unnecessary. The boy had figured out how to not break his arm in the month between the exam and the first day. In addition, his throw had been one of the top ones, bar Uraraka's, so perhaps there was potential there after all. He looked to the quirk section of his student's file and his narrowed eyes blew open. Quirkless Strength Enhancement, edited XXXXXX. Aizawa closed the file and grit his teeth. That was the day of the entrance exam. Someone, Nedzu, mostly, had some explaining to do. The second day was not off to a good start. Izuku had met up with Kirishima outside just like the day before, and Ishido had been with him this time, making for an amicable walk to class. Entering the class, however, was another story. The invisible girl, Hagakure, thanked him again for the entrance exam, calling him Mr. Hero, which made Ishido laugh and Kirishima grin, but that drew the attention of a certain blonde. He already looked mad, and he sneered when Izuku flinched back from his gaze, huffing and leaning back in his seat, propping his feet up more. The engine boy, Ida, was quick to reprimand him, chopping a hand through the air, while Uraraka laughed at their antics. Izuku relaxed minimally when Bakugo's attention shifted off of him, but he still subtly shifted to have Kirishima in between the two of them. He hadn't noticed yesterday, but he was sitting right behind Bakugo, and he wanted to put off getting close to the explosive bully as long as possible. Kaminari burst through the door, greeting the other three while out of breath, fitting himself between Kirishima and Izuku with a grin. Haha, did you guys do that on purpose? They looked between each other before Kirishima scratched his head. Do what on purpose, Mina? She pet her head, not sure if they were being serious, before she burst out laughing, clutching her sides. You? Oh wow, you didn't, that's hilarious. You guys, hee, geez, no way am I telling you now. She took out her phone and snapped a picture of the bewildered boys before she rotated her phone and bounded over to Hagakure. Check this out, you see it, right? There was a pause and then a squeal. No way. That's so funny. Izuku blinked, looking at the other two. What? Ida interrupted their laughing with more arm chops, insisting they find their seats as class would start soon. Izuku was reluctant to approach Bakugo, but luckily, not 2 seconds after he sat down, the door opened and their teacher walked in, effectively stalling any murder and destruction that would likely come his way if left alone with Bakugo. The tired-looking man, did he get any sleep last night? His eye bags looked worse than yesterday, swept his gaze over the class, lighting on Izuku for perhaps half a second longer than the rest of the students before he sighed. Only 6 seconds. Better. We're planning a field trip later this week, so get these forms. He tossed a stack of paper onto someone's desk. Aoyama, naval laser, back to me by Thursday at the latest. Or you won't go. Obviously. He slouched behind the podium, zipping up his sleeping bag, had he had it the entire time, and laying against the Do whatever you want for the rest of homeroom, I don't care, as long as it doesn't wake me up. With that, their teacher rolled over, and after a moment of quiet, people started to get up and move around, going back to talking to their friends. Izuku felt someone bound up beside him and looked up to see Hagakure standing beside him. Hey there, Mr. Hero. Your name is Midoriya, right? Oh, he stuttered. Yeah. Midoriya Izuku. Uraraka stopped nearby from where she had bounded over, confused. I thought your name was Deku? Bakugo-ched. Might as well be. No, that's just what Kaken calls me. The brunette blinked before breaking out in a smile, a bit of wickedness in her eyes. Kaken? That's a cute name for someone so violent. Bakugo glared at her and snarled, Watch it, round cheeks. Don't forget I saved your weak butt. Izuku flinched and paled, but the girl just rolled her eyes and grinned. Yeah, and then I saved yours. Don't worry, Explodey, or is it Kaken? She put a finger to her cheek, feigning innocence. Bakugo stood up, palms popping, before Ida came out of nowhere and chopped a hand down onto his head. Cease this at once, Bakugo. This is unbecoming of a UA student. Shut the hell up, glasses. I'll effing kill you. Izuku slid out of his seat silently, not wanting to watch two of his classmates get murdered, silently apologizing to Hagakure for abandoning her. He made a beeline to Kirishima and Kaminari, plopping down in an empty seat. He thinks Azui, the frog girl, usually sat there? Looking around, he noticed her in the back by Jairu, Tokoyami, and Shuji. Jairu seemed to have drawn them in to talk about music, which was fine by Izuku. It just meant he had a place to sit near his friends, and wasn't that an exciting thought? He had friends. That looked rough, Mido. You grew up with Explodo over there? He nodded, hand scratching the back of his head. Our moms are friends and we live near each other. Kirishima glanced at the boy, still exploding at Uraraka. Was he always like this? Izuku's hand dropped to his shoulder, remembering the phantom pains of being burned, muttering, yeah, pretty much. He didn't notice Kaminari and Kirishima exchange glances. Well, Kaminari heaved, he sure is loud. Yeah, he sure is. Say, Midobro, you told us your quirk, but I never told you mine. Izuku glanced over, shaken out of his unconscious staring. Oh, yeah, it's a hardening quirk, right? Kirishima blinked before breaking out into a grin. Man, I forgot you're super smart. Yeah, it's a hardening quirk. Izuku's eyes widened and he rapidly shook his hands. Oh, no, I'm not smart. I just saw it in B both the entrance exam and the test from Y yesterday. It's nothing special, really. Kirishima raised an eyebrow in disbelief and Kaminari butted in. Well, you kind of broke down my quirk when I had just told you the name. Really, it's nothing. Kirishima shrugged. It's not a flashy quirk anyway. It's nowhere near as useful as yours or Kamibro's. Izuku looked back at his friend, eyebrows furrowing. No, he said, it's a great quirk and it's super versatile. You can use it for both offense and defense. Can you harden your whole body, or just your arms? It is a keratin-based hardening, or do you literally turn to stone? I mean, I can imagine your body producing a natural supply of keratin, or maybe calcium, but from what I saw it didn't remind me of bone, but rock might be more durable, depending on the type of rock, plus you have really sharp teeth, which might be a factor. He trailed off, glancing up when he realized both boys were grinning at him. Oh, I'm so sorry, I was rambling again. That was super cool. He blinked at Kirishima in shock. You think that was cool? Isn't it annoying? Or creepy? Kaminari laughed, throwing his head back. Mito, I said the same thing. You break down quirks like it's nobody's business. If you didn't have that strength enhancement quirk, I would assume you had an analysis quirk. Izuku couldn't believe his ears. He thought Kaminari was just being nice on the day of the entrance exam, since it had directly benefited him, but here was a second person who thought it was actually cool. But you might want to slow down the questions. I know you're speedy, but you don't need to go that fast. Before Izuku could respond, Kirishima ran a hand through his hair, thinking back. I can definitely harden my whole body, but not for long, and it feels pretty weird, so I don't do it often. As for what it's made of, I don't really know. But my sharp teeth I inherited from my mom. My granddad's quirk has something to do with his jaw, I can't really remember, but the teeth have been passed down and I've been lucky to get them. I think they look super manly. But yeah, it might be helpful to know how I harden instead of just that I can. He grinned at the green boy as Kaminari jumped up and down in his seat. Me next. Me. Ask me questions about my quirk. Izuku could only blink in confusion. Are you sure? He pet his head with a wry grin, eyebrows furrowing slightly. Yeah, man, I wouldn't have asked otherwise, you know? Izuku chewed on his lip, mind racing back to what he already knew. Well, that it's electricity-based, as you told me before. Based on the trial run we had in the entrance exam, you probably work best as something of a human taser instead of being able to launch lightning like you had assumed, since the electricity loses voltage the more ground or air it has to cover. Do you know any hand-to-hand combat? Your quirk would probably work best if you could get close, after all, and being able to fight up close would give you an advantage, and with electrically charged punches, you could tone it down to a mild shock if you needed to conserve power, just enough to rattle them but maybe not enough to knock them out? How much can you let out at once? And how little? I know you mentioned not being used to dealing with small voltages. Does your body have a constant electric charge? Could you charge electrical devices or batteries? Could you store excess electricity in batteries, and then channel it out later? I'm not quite sure why your brain essentially short-circuits when you use too much power, but I think it could be one of two things. Either you're sending too much electricity into your brain at once and it overloads the action potentials, or you're depleting it of all its power and it has nothing to run on so it shuts down all non-essential functions. If it's the first one, does that mean you have a seizure every time you overload yourself, since every single neuron gets a signal and fires at once when you do a big shock? Do you have a ground when you shock things, or is that amount of electricity just passing through you? If you do have a current, is it direct or alternating? Mito, remember what Kiri said about slowing down? I lost you after question 2. Izuku winced, effectively broken out of his train of thought. I'm sorry. Kaminari laughed as Kirishima patted him on the back with a grin. Nah, it's all good, Mito. I couldn't understand half those words anyway. What's an action potential? He sat up a bit straighter, more than keen to share some of his random trivia. So your nervous system, including your brain, runs on electric signals. When there is a signal in a neuron, it's called an action potential in psychology and neuroscience. The blonde scratched his chin. Well, I remember some of your questions, so I guess I will answer what I can so I can get a Dr. Mito diagnosis. He winked at the boy in question, and so I can be even better. After the entrance exam I worked a bit more on getting out small doses of electricity and now I can do 100 minimum if I focus really hard. My max is 1.3 million volts, but, that makes me stupid like when the zero-pointer freaked me out. Also, he looked really excited, I can totally charge people's phones. I found that one out a few years ago. I can just stick the cord in my mouth and it charges the phone. I guess that means I can charge other devices too. Izuku was immediately back in the zone. That would imply some sort of ambient current or electric charge in you, since most phones charge with 5 volts, as is industry standard. Kaminari grinned again. Yeah, that makes sense. But, yeah, I don't know if I'm grounded or what really happens in my brain. I guess, just like Kiri, we should probably run some tests later. Kirishima pumped his fist in the air. Hell yeah. If it helps with my quirk, I'm totally down. I'm usually free after school if you guys are. Yeah. We will figure this out. Kaminari turned to face Izuku. What about your own? You kind of just got it after all. They didn't notice their teacher stiffen minutely. He wasn't actually sleeping, of course, just curious to see what they would do without him directly supervising. He'd have to talk to this rambunctious before long, but he was curious to see how they would take their classmates' analysis. He could already feel a headache coming on when he thought of those three. They were going to be the death of him one day, he just wasn't sure how yet. Probably something to do with the boy who had only recently gotten a quirk. Nezu told him nothing, merely confirming that yes, the child had recently come into his quirk. He had heard of late bloomers, but this was ridiculous. And why had no one told him? Oh, I'm sure I'll figure it out. I don't have any ideas right now, but maybe after helping you guys I might figure something out. Kaminari shot him a thumbs up. If I can inspire you again, I'll do whatever I can. Yeah man, Kirishima piped up, I'll help in any way I can. Izuku smiled. This was the nicest anyone had ever been to him, and they knew he had been quirkless and didn't seem to mind. And he was so glad he had found friends already. Even with Bakugo in the class, this was already becoming manageable. He glanced over at the blonde in question before his eyes flicked up to the clock on the wall and he blanched. It was almost time for their first class. It seemed Ida, a stickler for rules, had noticed as well, quickly informing the class to find their seats before their teacher came in. Izuku leapt up, waving at his friends. The class sat for but a moment when a loud voice rang out, I am here. The door burst open, revealing none other than All Might, coming through the door like a normal person. There was nothing normal about that entrance, Izuku thought with a grin, but he cheered along with the rest of the class, excited to see his idol, mentor, and predecessor stand in front of them with a beaming smile. He barely noticed as Aizawa slipped out the door with a mutter of, I need caffeine, leaving them alone with the #1 hero. What are we going today, sensei? He grinned and flashed a card at them that read, Battle. Welcome to Foundational Hero Studies, young ones. We will be having a battle simulation battle down in ground beta, and as such, he pressed a button on the side of the wall with a flourish and the wall popped out. You will be using your hero costumes. I will wait for you outside so that I may escort you to the training grounds when we're all ready. Have at it. Students immediately began to clamor for the briefcases lining the wall, each labeled with their seat number, before they dashed to the locker rooms to change. Izuku was really happy with his costume, even if it was just a modified jumpsuit his mom had made him. She had been so proud of it that he couldn't turn her down, but he had managed to get a utility belt and some heavy-duty gloves and boots, red, white, and red, respectively, as well as a face mask added. He opted not to put the hood up, leaving both it and the mouth guard loose as he stepped out to be with the rest of the class who had already changed. Once everyone was changed, All Might turned to the class with a grin and said how they were all hero hopefuls, and something about the costume making the hero, before leading them off to ground beta. They were in the observation room, with the multiple screens showing the cameras facing a particular 5-story building, both the outside and the inside. After they had all gathered, All Might turned back to face them. Like I said, a battle trial. People will randomly be split into teams of 2, and will face off, heroes versus villains. You might think that all fights happen outside, but that is not the case. A smart villain will keep inside buildings to better use the small space to their advantage, since heroes are concerned with civilian lives and property damage. Villains will have to protect a bomb and not get captured. They will have 5 minutes of preparation time before the heroes are released into the building, and then there will be 10 minutes for the heroes to secure the bomb or stop the villains. Are there any questions? Sensei, Ida yelled, a hand in the air, posture rigid in his armor costume. Is random assignment really the best way to split up the teams? Well, in real life, heroes won't always get to pick who they work with. Izuku trailed off as the whole class turned to look at him, curling in on himself. Correct, young Midoriya. It is best to be able to work with whoever is available, and pros won't always get to pick who that is. I see. He bowed stiffly at the waist. Forgive me for doubting. All is well, young Ida. Now then, the teams. Izuku breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Ishido was going to be his partner, even if he didn't notice when she bounded over to where he was. Kirishima and Kaminari, also partners, by some miracle of fate, already there. Geez, Mina, Kaminari groaned, You're so lucky. You got Dr. Mito. Kirishima rolled his eyes. What am I, dog food? Ashido pet her head and looked at the green boy. Dr. Mito? Kaminari lit up. Watch this. Mito, what do you know about Mina's quirk? He was startled out of his plan forming before blinking at the blonde. Oh, well, I'm assuming it's an emitter quirk. She can produce acid from what looks like anywhere on her body, but most common places are her hands and feet. It seems like she can change both the acidity and viscosity of the acid, since when she used it in the quirk test yesterday it didn't really melt the ground that much when she used it to slide, but I can imagine a higher acidity would have eaten through the robots in the entrance exam no problem. I don't know if it's the reason her skin is pink, but the acid doesn't seem to affect her, or if it does so at a much slower rate. Perhaps her body is naturally resistant to it, or she has extra alkali in her skin to combat the acid. Holy sheet. He whirled around to find the girl in question already there. He hadn't noticed her arrive, lost in planning limbo, and he blushed, waving his hands hurriedly. I'm so sorry I dash. She burst out laughing. Mito, that was so cool. You must be hella smart. You saw my quirk for like, what, 30 minutes? That's crazy. Kaminari crossed his arms, looking pleased with himself. What did I tell you? Dr. Mito, with him on your side, you can't lose. He totally has a plan for everything. Ashido I dash. Mina. He blinked at the girl who was still grinning. What? She put a hand on his shoulder solemnly, but her eyes betrayed her mirth. Call me Mina. I mean, you've already broken down my quirk, so you feel pretty familiar already. At his mortified expression, she laughed again, hand turning into a fist to lightly punch him. I'm kidding, Mito. You're Kiri's friend, so that makes you my friend. And I meant it when I said you're really cool. Are you sure you don't have an analysis quirk instead of a strength enhancement quirk? He sighed. That's what Kami said. He paused, eyes going wide when he realized his slip before they shot up to the blonde in question. Kaminari just shot him a thumbs up and a grin. Hell yeah, I did, Mito. I don't know if anyone knows as much about quirks or can break them down like you do. It's just a hobby, really. Kirishima scoffed. A hobby? Dude, some people make careers out of that hobby. Izuku shuffled in place. I'm nowhere near good enough for that. The three of them looked at each other in confusion and concern, but then All Might was announcing the first battle trial. Mineta and Hagakure as the villains and Midoriya and Ashido as heroes. Oh boy, they were first. Alright, Dr. Mito, what's the plan? Please don't let that catch on. Too late. Izuku sighed, looking back at the map they were given. The building had 5 floors, stairs going up on either side, windows around, and 1 door. There were winding hallways and various scattered rooms, but all in all it didn't have any glaring weak points. He chewed his lip in thought. Mina, tell me about your quirk? Why? She laughed. You were totally right about everything you said earlier. He blinked and blushed, ducking his head. So, you can change the acidity and viscosity? She scratched her head sheepishly. Okay, acidity definitely, but, what does viscosity mean? Oh, it's how liquidy it is. Mina beamed. Then totally. What's your idea? He looked up at the building in thought. Well, we don't know what floor they'll be on. Hagakure is invisible, so maybe you could leave a layer of really mild acid everywhere? That way we could see her footprints and she couldn't sneak up behind us to catch us unaware, but it won't destabilize the building. It should have enough viscosity to retain the footsteps, if that's alright. Maybe just on the stairs, if you have a limit. He glanced over and she nodded, contemplating the map. I don't know what Mineta will do. But his quirk lets him take the ball off of his head and stick them to things, which I assume could mean us. If we aren't careful, he could trap us. If I were him, I'd be near the bomb, trapping the ground so no one could get close. I can probably tank most hits, and if he does trap the floor, I could probably throw you at the bomb, honestly. She glanced up, surprised. Really? He nodded and shot her a smile. I've never really thrown someone before, but hopefully it won't come to that. I wonder if your acid could dissolve the purple ball. She grinned and All Might's voice boomed out. The 5 minutes are up. Heroes, you may enter the building. They slipped in through the main door, padding as quietly as they could. Should we stick together or split up? Mina whispered. Izuku bit his lip. It might be better to stick together. We cover less ground, but we're less likely to get ambushed. Still, a bit of distance might not be a bad thing. She nodded. You go first, Dr. Mito. I'll lay acid in our tracks. He shook his head at the name, but went a few steps ahead, putting several feet in between them as they finished checking the first floor and approached the stairs. They kept pretty silent, the only sounds the occasional slick from Mina putting down some acid and the quiet footfalls. The second floor was also clear, but as they rose up the stairs to the third, Izuku heard a voice whisper in his ear. Hey there, Mr. Hero. He yelped and whirled around, trying to figure out where Hagakure was. She must have taken off her gloves and shoes because he didn't see a single indication that she was even there. Mina, try and hit her with some acid. His partner sprinted up the last few stairs, releasing acid in a wide arc in the hallway. The invisible girl yelped as the low acidity hit her costume, perfectly showing where she was, and Izuku ran forward with the capture tape, adrenaline pumping through his veins. He scrambled for a bit, not being able to see where exactly her hands were, but he managed to loop the tape around her enough for her to stop struggling, as Mina came up to try and subdue her as well, holding her down. Hagakure Toru has been captured. Phooey. Izuku patted her awkwardly. You really freaked me out there, to tell you the truth. Well, she said sweetly, it was too good of an opportunity to pass up, Mr. Hero. Plus, I wasn't expecting you two to be together. Mina grinned at him. That's one down, now all that's left is the great baby. Do you still want me to put acid down? He shook his head. No need, that was only for Hagakure anyway. The girl in question cooed, just for me? Mina grinned. Then I'll take the lead this time. I want to see if I can melt his ball. Izuku blinked at the phrasing before following after his partner, again a few feet behind, their positions shifting from what it had been. The third floor was also clear, aside from the girl they had already encountered, but the fourth floor had them both on their guard as the hallway was full of evenly spaced purple ball. It looks like there's enough room to maneuver between them, but be careful where you put your feet. Mina nodded and let some acid drip off of her hand onto the closest orb. It sagged like a deflating balloon, sputtering and completely melting. Izuku watched the acid continue to eat through the floor, sending a few drops below them. Well, that answers that question. She grinned maniacally before dancing forward, stopping to furtively peek into each room for signs of the bomb, but it wasn't until the central room that she held up a hand, stopping Izuku in his careful weaving. He's in there with the bomb, she hissed, and there's even more ball everywhere. This place is trapped to high hell. He stopped beside her, peeking in. Mineta was pacing around anxiously, not affected by his own ball, head bleeding just a bit. Izuku pulled himself back before he turned to check the door, worrying his lip as he did so. The bomb is as far away from the door as possible, in a corner without windows, not that we could really go back outside at this point. How much more acid can you make? She shrugged. I can melt like 20 more ball at this rate. How about a hole in the wall big enough for a person to fit through? She bit her own lip. Yeah, probably, but I won't have much after that, at least, not anything acidic. He nodded. That's fine. The room behind us is pretty close to the bomb, and if we can get through without being detected, I can try throwing you at the bomb. She grinned and started weaving her way back down the hallway, ducking into the previous room. Izuku scanned the wall, doing mental math, before tapping one specific spot. Mina swiped a hand across the wall at head height, and acid began dripping down, pretty liquidy. It ate at the wall until it was less than an inch thick, with holes showing the room with the bomb in it. That's all I have, she muttered, wiping her brow. Sorry, I guess setting the traps took more than I thought. Izuku shook his head. It's my fault, it wasn't a good idea. I think, he fingered the wall at one of the thicker spots, that I can kick this down and then throw you. We won't be able to sneak this one, and we're running out of time already. She nodded and gave him a thumbs up and a grin. I'm ready when you are, Dr. Mito. He sighed before rounding on the wall. Use one for all, but don't break. He looked down to his legs. They were more reinforced than his arms were, and legs usually had more force behind them anyway, so maybe he should try a kick instead of a punch? Nah, he didn't know how to properly kick, and then it might just make a loud noise and alert Mineta that they were there. Better to stick with what he knew. He pulled his arm back, focusing on his quirk. 10%, just like last time, shouldn't be too bad. On second thought, maybe 7 or 8 would do. The bruises were still there from yesterday. With a grand punch, the wall crumbled and exploded into the room, startling Mineta, who screamed loudly at the sudden noise. Not wasting a moment, Izuku grabbed Mina's stomach and legs, hefting her above his head like a lance. She squeaked as she was picked up, but stayed rigid to give him a better grip before he launched her in the direction of the bomb. She floundered for a moment but reached out to grab onto the bomb. A buzzer sounded, Mineta still reeling and Mina still panting a bit from the adrenaline, and All Might's voice rang out once more. The bomb has been secured. Hero team wins. Izuku and Mina both sighed in relief, Mina sliding down the bomb to land on the floor with a huff. That was crazy, Mito. You lifted me like I was nothing. That quirk of yours really is something. He blinked and stammered, no, I didn't use my quirk for that. She paused and slowly turned her head. You what? Before he could scramble for a response, she continued, You mean you just deadlifted me? Off of the ground, no problem? Holy shit. Mineta picked himself off the ground, still shaking. And you broke down a wall. Was that without your quirk too? No, Mina had weakened it and then I punched it with my quirk. Mineta's eyes widened and then he scowled, walking out while muttering something about first names and lucky bastards under his breath. Izuku helped Mina up and they all walked back to the observation room, picking up and releasing a bound Hagakure on their way. So, All Might said upon their return, who was the MVP this round? It was totally Mito. Izuku eeped and hid his face at Kaminari's outburst. He came in like boom. Pow. He knocked down that wall and threw Mina at the bomb. Plus it looked like he came up with some killer plans. Yaoyorozu nodded solemnly. His planning was excellent. I'm assuming Ishido laying down the acid on the stairs was a way of detecting Hagakure? And speaking of, they were both quick to react when she appeared. All Might smiled brighter if that was possible. Very good. I would also agree that young Midoriya is the MVP of this round, though everyone performed admirably. Next, we have Yaoyorozu and Tokoyami as the villains, versus Bakugo and Aoyama as the heroes. Izuku turned his attention to the screens, eager to see his classmates in action. His hands itched for a notebook, but he settled for fiddling with his costume. Yaoyorozu set to work putting traps and trip wires in doorways while Tokoyami set up the bomb area, using crates and debris to cover up some of the windows and making the room darker. The rest of the crates were spent in adding shapes in the darkness, giving him some cover. After the 5 minutes were up, Bakugo stormed into the building, Aoyama trailing behind with a pout after being yelled at. Izuku would only imagine that he had said something along the lines of, "Stay out of my way, you extra," and felt a twinge of sympathy for the French blonde. After the first few traps, an enraged Bakugo took to blowing every doorway up, spiraling to the top. Yaoyorozu encountered Aoyama, who had gone a different way to avoid Bakugo, and despite her best efforts, the mirror to deflect his beam was a really good idea. They ended up fighting to a stalemate before Yaoyorozu got a lucky shot and downed him. Bakugo, in the meantime, had made it up to the 5th floor where Tokoyami was waiting in the darkness. Bakugo completely ignored the bomb and ran around, trying to find the bird boy. After his quirk reared its head, a sentient quirk called Dark Shadow, really cool, in Izuku's opinion, Bakugo wasted no time in blasting it to bits. There was no audio, but Izuku could see the quirk shrinking back from the light, and before long, Bakugo had blasted the boy into SBMson, subduing the villains and winning his team the match by touching the bomb before Yaoyorozu could get back to the site. Who was the MVP this round? Ida spoke up this time. I believe the MVP was Bakugo. He managed to get through the various traps and subdue the villain guarding the bomb. Even if Aoyama had not managed to stall Yaoyorozu, he would have been able to win his team the match by capturing the bomb. All Might smiled and nodded, agreeing with the boy, before announcing the next match. Jiraiya and Shiro as villains, versus Koda and Sato as heroes. Both Jiraiya and Shiro seemed to want to stay in the bomb room, setting up some tape over the windows to prevent easy entry. They situated themselves on the 5th floor, like the last group, knowing neither of the heroes could climb walls, at least not easily. Koda called to some birds, who went and scouted out where the bomb was located, before the 2 tall students ran into the building, quickly climbing to the 5th floor. As soon as they entered, Jiraiya, an earphone jack in the wall, held up a finger to Shiro, positioned on the other side of the door, waiting to ambush them. Every time the hero team would reach a new floor, Jiraiya would hold up another finger, signaling to her partner where they were. When they finally reached the 5th floor, the hero pair slowed, approaching the door, not realizing the villains were in similar positions on the other side of the wall. Jiraiya held up a hand, waiting for them to make a move. Sato downed a small container of sugar, powering up, before ramming into the doorway. Shiro immediately shot out tape, but the boy was going so fast that it missed, whizzing past. Koda, however, didn't see it in time and ran right into it, tripping and getting all tangled up. With one hero out of the way, Shiro launched another set of tape from his elbows, snaring the boy jacked up on sugar. Sato struggled against the tape, but Jiraiya took the opportunity to run up and wrap the capture tape around his wrists, and All Might announced the villains as the winners. The MVP this time was Jiraiya, Yaoyorozu said with a smile. She always knew where the enemy was and relayed that information to her partner, allowing for an ambush and preventing the hero team from securing the bomb, or even just catching them off guard. Ojiro and Shoji as the villains, versus Kaminari and Kirishima as the heroes. Izuku sat forward excitedly. Both of his new friends were going to be able to fight together against 2 people with mutant quirks, or was Shoji's transformation? He'd have to ask later, who seemed like pretty good fighters. Ojiro and Shoji opted for a similar strategy as Jiraiya and Shiro, but while Shoji stayed in the bomb room for recon, Ojiro started heading downstairs. When the heroes entered the building, they quickly encountered the tailed boy, who had followed his partner's instructions to their location. His tail swung to take them out, but Kirishima jumped in front, crossing his hardened arms and taking the brunt of the blow. Kaminari took out a short metal rod from a holster under his jacket, and Izuku could see the electricity arcing down it occasionally. It looks like he took my advice from the entrance exam and started using metal as a conductor, Izuku thought with a grin. Ojiro darted backwards, trying to stay out of reach of the electrically charged boy, but Kirishima was there at every turn, preventing him from running. After dealing more hits to Kirishima, pushing him back a few times, his tail got a little too close and Kaminari shot forward, hitting him with the short metal pole. Ojiro went rigid for a few seconds, convulsing slightly before his eyes rolled back into his head and he toppled forward. He seemed dazed but not completely out. Still, it was enough for the boys to wrap him up in capture tape, the announcement of his defeat ringing out. Shoji flexed his arms when he heard his partner go down, but resolutely stood as the pair of heroes approached. They did something similar to Koda and Sato, with Kirishima barreling in, getting himself wrapped in Shoji's arms and tossed to the side, but Kaminari was not far behind, yellow electricity arcing off of him and his pole. The two engaged in a careful dance, where Kaminari would try and zap the multi-limbed boy and Shoji would try and grab his clothes to get a grip on him that wasn't likely to knock him out. Kirishima slowly climbed to his feet, shaking his head from the impact. Izuku noticed the cracks and dent in the wall and winced in sympathy, that had to have hurt, before running at Shoji once more. This time, however, Shoji swung Kirishima around and into Kami's waiting taser. The force of the impact threw them both back, and Kirishima, already disoriented from before, dropped like a stone. If he wasn't so worried, that turn of phrase might have been funny, Izuku thought, and Kaminari just collapsed under his partner's weight. Shoji rushed forward and snapped capture tape around the electric boy, knowing he wouldn't charge up again with his teammate on top of him, and the villains were declared the winners. I think the MVP this round was Shoji. He took out both heroes practically on his own. Yaoyorozu nodded at Ida's comments. The plan to use Kaminari's quirk against him was very good, and definitely won them the match. Last one, Azui and Todoroki as the villains, versus Ida and Uraraka and the heroes. While they went out into ground beta, Izuku took the time to go to his friends. Kirishima had been taken off to Recovery Girl by Shoji, and Ojiro had come to when the round ended, so Izuku could only really talk to Kaminari. "You did really well." Kaminari sighed, looking at his hands. "I dunno, Mito, I accidentally hit Kiri and cost us the match. That doesn't seem very good to me." Izuku frowned and placed his hands in his friend's. "You weren't expecting it. But you guys faced Ojiro and won. He definitely has fighting experience, and you guys managed to take him down. Plus, your use of the metal rod as a conductor? Super smart." Kaminari grinned wryly. "That was your idea, Mito. But yeah, it would be nice to be as good at fighting as Ojiro. It took two of us to take him down." Izuku sat next to his friend. "I think you did great. Plus, it's the second day, we're not supposed to be the best yet. Then hey, maybe we can ask Ojiro to teach us some martial arts. That would be good for all of our fighting styles and quirks, don't you think?" Kaminari smiled for real this time, no underlying feelings at all. "Yeah, that's a great idea. Next time, we'll kick their butts." They were interrupted by sharp gasps from the rest of the class. The match had just started and the building was encased in ice. Izuku quickly looked at the cameras to try and figure out what had happened, aside from Todoroki freezing the entire building. Azui looked a little sick, shivering uncontrollably, and Ida and Uraraka were trying to get into the building but to no avail. Eventually, they managed to chip away at the ice enough to get inside, but the time was quickly called and All Might announced that the villains won. Azui was quickly warmed up and Todoroki was unanimously declared the MVP, since no one else had really done anything. Izuku looked at him with a mix of admiration and worry. He was so powerful, but something in his uncaring attitude didn't sit right with Izuku. With that momentous finish, the battle trials were over and All Might dismissed them back to class. Next they had math, if Izuku remembered correctly, but he kept eyeing Todoroki. There was something wrong there, and he was going to figure out what. The rest of the second school day up until lunch was pretty normal. They had a free PRD during the third block, but Izuku used it to do homework, much like the rest of the class. Math with ectoplasm. His cloning quirk was so cool. Izuku couldn't wait to see it in action, had shown that UA was not playing around. They already had homework assigned on the first day, and while yes, it was mostly review to make sure people remembered things, their teacher wasn't pulling any punches. According to All Might, Aizawa-sensei would be reviewing the battle trials with them after lunch, and Izuku was pretty excited. They hadn't talked much after each person's match, only declaring the MVP and moving on with little criticism. Speaking of battle trials, Izuku was keen to try out some of the things he had discussed with Kirishima and Kaminari before, now that he had had time to think about it and had seen their quirks in combat again. After he finished his homework, he grabbed a notebook and began scribbling some of his ideas before they left his head. They didn't seem to mind his analysis before, so hopefully they wouldn't mind him offering suggestions. Finally, after an English class with present Mike, they were dismissed for lunch and he grabbed his notebook and pencil along with him, eager to ask more questions and try and test things out. "So Midobro, you were super awesome in the battle trials." Kirishima scratched the back of his head sheepishly. "I thought we were doing okay until Shoji just overpowered us." "Oh no, you guys did great. You were in the infirmary when I told Kaminari, but dash. Ah man." Izuku blinked at the blonde in between them. "I am sorry, did I say something wrong?" He gave a sigh and shot him a wry grin. "You called me Kami earlier, but I guess it didn't stick." He stopped in shock for a moment before going beet red. "Oh, sorry, I didn't realize. Are you sure you don't mind?" The electric boy chuckled. "I've called you Mito since day one. If I minded I'd be a huge hypocrite." Izuku nodded haltingly. "Art, so, as I said to Keikimi," the blonde shot him a thumbs up and a grin, "just like earlier, you two took on Ojiro and won. Considering you don't really have any combat experience aside from throwing punches with wild abandon, you guys did super well. Plus, in that whole fight, you worked together like you've known each other all your lives, making up for each other's weaknesses and playing into each other's strengths. Shuji came up with a good strategy to take you both out, but you guys did really well. Kirishima grinned sheepishly. Well, if you say so, but what do you think we could have done better? Izuku's eyes lit up and he opened his notebook. So this is just things in general, but I think we could all do better if we knew exactly how your quirks worked. For example, Kirishima, I wasn't close enough to really see, but does your arm harden into the same structure when you harden it, or is it different every time? Because if it's different, you could probably neutralize enemies by getting close and then hardening your hands around them like HNDCFFS, but more literal. Oh, but we probably should really work on close quarters combat because then you're really close to the enemy. He tapped a note on the page before rounding on Kaminari. What metal was the pole you used made out of? Did I think aluminum? Yeah, that sounds right. He pursed his lips and scribbled a note. Not the most conductive metal, but it's a good one. If you decide to use other metal weapons in the future as a way to conduct electricity, like maybe some metal knuckles in fingerless gloves, he scribbled again, then I would see if they could give you silver or copper. They aren't as sturdy as aluminum, but they conduct much better and it could help you with rationing your power. I still want to go back to the battery idea from earlier, though. If you could store your power, you could potentially use it in bigger bursts and maybe it wouldn't short-circuit you. Or you could use the batteries to power other weapons or tech. Yeah, that's true, you could. He trailed off and the three of them turned to face the fourth person who had come up and injected themselves into the conversation without them noticing. She smiled and continued, you have some really fun ideas, hero course. We should make babies together. Izuku sputtered, blush creeping back in full force. He managed to strangle out. She blinked once before smiling again, holding out a hand. Hatsum May, future CEO of Hatsum Industries. You should stop by the support lab sometime so I can show off all my babies. He slowly started to connect the dots as he shook her hand nervously, noting the grease stains on her uniform, or lack of one. She was in a black tank top and what looked to be the lower half of the gym uniform, the top part tied around her waist. Support lab, inventor, babies. Oh, you mean your inventions? She nodded eagerly. Yeah. I mean it though, you have some pretty neat ideas. I'd be happy to help you test them out. Izuku glanced back at the other two, who had managed to somewhat recover from their shock. Well, we were planning on testing a few things. Great. She didn't let him finish. See you after school, hero course. Oh, and you too as well, I guess. With that, she bounded off, leaving the three boys in a stupor as they tried to process what had just happened. Wait, she calls her inventions babies, right? She doesn't want to make actual babies with Mito, right? Kirishima was the first to recover. Yeah, I'm pretty sure anyway. We're still 14 after all. And I guess this works? We were already planning on testing, and I guess a support course student would be able to help with that. Yeah, Izuku nodded slowly. Plus, she probably has a lot of the equipment that I would want to try and get to test things anyway, so this actually makes it easier? Kaminari sighed and kept walking, stepping into the cafeteria. When had they gotten there? Well, I'm starved. All this thinking is making my brain hurt. Kirishima guffawed. Thinking? Hey! Mina ended up joining them for lunch and almost fell out of her chair laughing when they told her about their previous encounter. Kaminari took the opportunity to complain viciously and call her a bad friend, but he totally joined in when she started poking fun at Izuku's reaction to her "let's make babies" comment, but that was totally justified. The only crushes he got were new quirks that he wanted to analyze. It's not his fault he didn't talk to many girls. When he pointed that out, Mina just said that he seemed fine talking to her, but he just shrugged. She felt more like a big sister than anything, so she was really easy to talk to. She cooed and squealed at that, declaring she would be the best big sister ever. They spent the rest of lunch talking about the battle trials again, Mina still raving about how he could deadlift her. It's really not that big of a deal. Yeah, but you weren't even using your quirk. Kaminari choked on his food. That was without a quirk. Dude, how strong are you? Kirishima whistled. That's crazy, you must have been working for years to get that buff. He scratched the back of his head. I only really trained for 10 months. Mina threw her hands up with a disgruntled groan before slamming them back down on the table. This is six. What do you mean? She sighed and slouched. I can't call you green bean now. You're too strong to be a bean. Kaminari grinned. Nah, you still can. I mean, I won't stop. Neither will I. Izuku put a hand to his chest in mock betrayal. And here I thought I had friends for the first time since preschool. The air stilled and they all slowly looked at him. What? What did I say? Oh God, this is where they scoff. Friends? Yeah, right, who would want to be friends with a Deku? Mito, you haven't had friends since preschool? He blinked at Mina's hiss. Oh, no, not really. People thought I was weak and weird. No one really wanted to hang out with the the quirky kid. Kaminari and Kirishima glanced at each other at that slip, Mina barreling on. Who wouldn't want to be friends with a cute and sweet guy like you? That's it, time for me to come into the big sister role. Tell me who hurt you and I'll have a nice chat. He waved his hands to try and stop her. No, Mina, really it's not that bad. Plus, I have you guys now, and that's all I could ask for really. He folded his hands in his lap and frowned at them. You really are different than everyone else. It's nice. This time, Mina joined in on the glance and they came to a silent agreement. No one was going to hurt their green light again, and if they had to fight the world, they would do it. He had already shown a lack of self-confidence, but they would be mad if anyone contributed to it. First though, they had to get him distracted out of this mood. So, Dr. Mito, now that you've seen my quirk in action, any other tips to add? He looked up, dull eyes lighting up, and he smiled softly. Yeah. Based on what I saw, you can control your acidity and viscosity, which we already knew, but it looks like you have a limit on both, or at the very least acidity. That means your body probably is very acidic on its own, but I'd need a sample to really see that, and you have a limit to how much acidity you can use before the stuff you secrete becomes more and more basic until it's basically just water. I don't know if it's the same for viscosity, though, we'd need to run more tests. But it shouldn't be too hard to increase your limit, and it feels like a lot. Like, so much so that if you poured all your acidity into something small, you could melt through anything and incredibly fast. I also don't know how solid you can get your acid, since you keep it pretty liquidy for the most part, but anything too solid will have a hard time getting out of you, so perhaps that's for the best. The bubblegum-colored girl grinned and Kirishima shot her a thumbs up under the table. Dr. Mito strikes again. I'll have to do some testing when I get back from dance. Still, Mito, it's really crazy that you can break down quirks like this. I'm super impressed. If you get any faster at this, you might be able to do this in real time in a fight, figuring out a way to beat your opponents in no time. Yeah. Kaminari shot a fist in the air. Keep using your crazy brain, Mito. But, maybe use it to help me with math too. Izuku and Kirishima laughed, Mina quickly demanding he help his big sister, too. He agreed and they wandered back to class, food eaten. He really had friends. It was a nice feeling, but a nagging voice in his brain that sounded a lot like Bakugo told him it wouldn't last. Critiquing the battle trials boiled down to a lot of work on your quirk, or work on close combat. That one was a bit more common than the first one, since a lot of people relied a lot on their quirks. Still, it took up all of 5th PRD, and then midnight came in for modern hero art history. It was day 2, and she was already assigning them an essay? The topic didn't seem too bad, at least, but after class ended, Kaminari and Mina wept comically, clutching each other. Despite not having met before school, the two became fast friends. They were practically inseparable at this point, and the thought made Izuku laugh a bit. Are you laughing at our pain, Mito? How could you? No, I just thought of a joke. Honest. They briefly disentangled themselves and Mina looked excited as she said, Well, tell us. Izuku blushed. It really isn't that funny. It made you laugh, Kaminari countered, so let us be the judge of that. Fine. What do you call Kaminari without Mina? They immediately grinned, but their brows were furrowed. What? Carry. They blinked and Kirishima popped a fist on his other palm. Oh ha, because dash. Izuku slapped a hand over his mouth, still watching the other two with a poorly concealed grin. No, let them figure it out. He dropped his hand when he felt Kirishima grin behind it, and they both watched as the two turned to confer with each other before Mina groaned, but she was smiling. Ka Mina re. If you take out Mina, it just becomes Carrie. That's it, when I'm gone, we have to call you Carrie. But Mina, he pointed out, how would that work if you aren't there to see it? Kirishima and Izuku just laughed from the sidelines as she pouted. True. Then tell you what, if I ever call you that, it'll be because we are no longer friends. He gasped in shock, offended. No. Mina, you said we'd be friends forever. She placed a hand to her brow as she grabbed her backpack and started heading out the door. Alas, what need do you have of me when you have Kiri and Mito? I shall take my leave, oh Carrie. No. He fell to the ground dramatically as she left with a giggle. Right? Kirishima grinned. If you're done, I think we have an appointment with support. Kaminari shot off the floor instantly, brushing himself off and grinning at Izuku. That we do. Mito still has to help that girl make babies, right? Izuku grabbed his backpack and hurried out the door, ignoring the blush that was creeping up his cheeks. Knocking on the door to the support lab proved unnecessary, as Hatsum pulled the door open before they could, dragging Izuku inside. The other two could only follow after, chuckling all the while. Hi again, Hero Course. You said you wanted to test some things to do with electricity, right? Here, use this. She shoved a doodad in his hands and he blinked, but she had already turned back around to root around in a bin beside what appeared to be her workbench. She pulled out a long wire that split into two, ending in a black clamp and a red clamp, and then another wire with only one clamp. She tossed them at Kaminari before opening a drawer and pulling out a sheet of... Holy sheet, why did she have electrodes? Yellow hair is the one with the electricity quirk, right? Izuku nodded, before realizing she wasn't looking at him and was setting up a laptop. Yeah, that's Kaminari. Yo. So. She turned around with a flourish, hitting the enter key as she did so, facing the group with a smile. What do you want to test? Izuku looked at Kaminari, who just shrugged, wires swinging a little. I guess we wanted to test the natural flow in his body? It seems to go through his brain, which would be bad, and I kinda want to know if he runs on alternating or direct current. Testing if he can take in electricity would also add merit to the battery idea. If we ended up not wanting to, as you said, use the batteries to power weapons of other tech. Hatsum, what did you hand me? She grinned. Call me May, Hero Course. You have a heavy-duty battery in your hands. But I can check the currents and things super easily, I just need these. She flapped around the sheet of electrodes. How are you going to do that? She grinned in response before plugging one end of the wires, not the end with the clamps, into her laptop, then dragging Kaminari over to sit in the chair. She pulled an alcohol wipe out of nowhere and wiped his palm, his forehead, and the back of his neck. He shuddered and looked at the other two, but they couldn't stop this now. May had already started and they weren't sure it was wise to get her to stop. Plus, it's not like she would hurt him, right? She whipped out a syringe filled with something a pale blue and they all recoiled, but she just squirted some gel on the underside of an electrode before slapping it onto his hand. She repeated this for both his forehead and neck before finally clamping onto each of the little metal protrusions. Just keep doing what you're doing. She bounced back to the laptop and pressed the spacebar, watching eagerly as little lines started moving across the screen. She tapped a few buttons and the jagged lines zoomed out to see something resembling a regular sin graph, curving up and down in a methodical manner. Looks like you have a natural current of around 7 volts. Let me just... She tapped a few more buttons, isolating one of the 3 streams. I'm not getting anything special from your head, so I don't think you really have to worry about the brain thing. May whirled back around, grin never falling. Tell me everything about your quirk, generator. Kaminari gulped at the nickname and the 3 of them shared a glance. They walked away from school a few hours later, Kaminari looking a little dazed. May had already started on support gear to add to his costume, including the gloves Izuku had suggested to him earlier, she must have overheard, as well as some caltrips. You might not be able to shoot out lightning, she'd said, but your electricity will travel farther if it has somewhere to go, so toss these out and you'll get a nice current. She had also taken the battery from Izuku and moved it into the blonde boy's hands, telling him to take this with you and come back tomorrow with some extra charge, so they could fully test the battery theories. May had said there should be no reason why he wouldn't be able to take an extra power, but it wasn't something they had tested before and they didn't want him to just drain power from the building. Aizawa-sensei would not be pleased, and Majima-sensei would probably ban May from the lab after hours, so they had opted to wait until they had the battery with some power in it instead. So, May is... Kirishima trailed off with a quiet laugh. "That eccentric." "That's one way to put it," Kaminari muttered. "It was really nice of her to help us test things out." Izuku smiled. "Plus, since she's one of the people in charge of our costumes, you guys will be way better equipped faster than the others. I don't think anyone has made anything other than minor changes to their costumes." They approached the train station where they would split and Kirishima suddenly jumped up. "Oh, guys, don't forget the permission slips for that field trip Sensei was talking about. Wouldn't want to leave someone behind." Kaminari shot the other two a thumbs up, running to catch his. "See you guys later." Izuku smiled at his two friends, his phone a few numbers heavier than it had been a week ago. Yeah, he could get used to this. The next day had them all holding their breath at Aizawa-sensei's ominous alert. "You have to pick a class president." Immediately, the class was in uproar, everyone thinking that it was finally something normal, and also that they wanted to be the class president. Izuku wasn't sure he was on the same page. He watched Aizawa curl up in his sleeping bag and really wished he could do the same. "Everyone," Ida chopped through the air, "we must do this in an orderly fashion." "Well," Kaminari chuckled, "should we use a second system then? Since everyone wants to be it." Mineta blinked. What?" The electric boy grinned. "A second system. Sure, anyone can try and put themselves on the ballot, but they have to be seconded to actually make it up there. That way they have at least one vote off the bat that isn't from themselves, you know." Yaoyorozu nodded. "It seems like a good idea. I saw we try it." Ida nodded, going to the front of the room and picking up chalk. "Very well, then raise your hand if you would like to be president." Almost every hand shot up. Ida pushed up his glasses. "By seat order. Aoyama, would anyone like to second Aoyama?" Mina got seconded by Kaminari, Azui and Ida both got seconded, Kaminari got seconded by Mina, returning the favor, Yaoyorozu got seconded as well, and Izuku? Izuku didn't even try to run and 3 different people seconded him. Dr. Mito for president. Woo! He fell into his seat, trying to hide as Kaken growled he hadn't gotten seconded. Ida nodded at the comprehensive list. "Very well. Now, these 6 people are your candidates. We shall now vote on these 6 people." Yaoyorozu passed out papers to everyone and they all took out papers. Izuku was really hoping that he didn't get it. Ida tallied up the votes and Izuku honestly was incredibly nervous. The votes ended up like this. Yaoyorozu, 9. Ashido, 0. Kaminari, 0. Mina and Kaminari didn't seem too upset, cheering at their 0 votes. They didn't even vote for themselves, and Yaoyorozu looked incredibly flattered by her landslide, almost majority, vote. Ida looked a little peeved, but bowed out gracefully as Yaoyorozu took the podium. She looked expectantly at Izuku and he flushed. "Ooh. Vice Rep Mito. Get up there, green bean." He hesitantly slid out of his seat to slink to the front. "Not sure I'm the best for this." Yaoyorozu giggled. "The people have spoken, Midoriya. You'll do fine." He nodded slowly and stood beside her, fidgeting as she gave her short and sweet acceptance speech. "We'll also be looking at officer positions for both Ida and Tsu, who the class seemed to like, but please, feel free to come to us with any ideas you might have." With that, they had to go off to class, but it seemed like no time before it was lunch and he could round on his friends. "Okay, why the heck did you guys vote for me? I'm going to be terrible." Kaminari snorted. "Yeah right, you're one of the smartest people here. With Yaoyorozu's leadership and your brains, this class is gonna do great." Mina cheered. "Yeah. I voted for you too. How did I even get 5 votes? Azui tapped him. "I voted for you, Karo. I am rather blunt, and I thought you would make a good rep." You had good insights during the battle trials, and your plan was pretty good. He flushed again. Oh, thank you, Azui. Call me Tsu. She wandered off to lunch before he could reply, and Kirishima slung an arm around his shoulders. I voted for you too, so that's 4. You're gonna be a great vice rep, Midobro. Hagakure bounded up beside them. Oh, that makes me number 5, Mr. Hero. I just think you're neat. He hid his face in his arms as the group around him laughed and let himself be led to the cafeteria, since he couldn't see. You guys, I'm socially anxious. Yeah, that's why you're the vice rep. He groaned as they got in line for food, deciding he could get some comfort food in Katsudon for the suffering his friends were putting him through. Eating slowly, he pulled out his phone to research class officer positions. He had never paid much attention to student government, since Aldra didn't really have it in the first place, and no matter what, he knew he wasn't getting elected, even as a joke, so he hadn't really seen a need to know about it. Now that he was the vice representative of his class through some miracle of friendship, he knew he wanted to be informed. Kaminari had said that he was elected for his brains, so he might as well put them to use. Treasurer manages the budget. Would they need a treasurer? Were they going to be collecting money? They'd need someone responsible, so they didn't make off with the money, and someone good at math, so they could balance the books without many mistakes. Maybe Azui Sue? Her no-nonsense attitude made her look really responsible. Historian, takes pictures and records things that happen, often works with yearbook and newspaper committees, publicizes class events. Probably best for someone social who likes taking pictures and has a large network of connections, or can at least make one. Secretary, keeps meeting minutes, attendance, and keeps the calendar and webpage, if they have one. Someone who's good with time, If the class was big or really active, there were other jobs too, like sergeant at arms, who maintains order and decorum. His train of thought was cut off when the alarms blazed overhead and several people in the cafeteria screamed. Izuku panicked. What was going on? A third year yelled, "It's a level 3 alarm. That means there's an intruder on campus." He looked nervously at Kirishima, Kaminari, and Mina, before they all grabbed each other's hands and squeezed their way through the crowd. "We have to get back to class," Kirishima yelled over the din, "before we get crushed." Izuku looked around nervously, trying to figure out a good path or method of getting through the crowd that didn't involve getting hurt. Sure, Mina or Kami could use their quirks and people would back off really quickly, but it would also hurt people, so that was a no-go. The crowd pushed them to the side, and Izuku found himself squished against the window, giving him a perfect view of the outside commotion that was the press. He saw Aizawa and Mike-sensei trying to corral them out, but he breathed a sigh of relief. It's just the press. His yell was lost to the general crowd, but his 3 friends heard him, as did Ida and Uraraka, also in the crowd. Izuku blinked at the 2 of them, remembering their quirks, and pushed towards them. "Ida, Uraraka, we need to calm everyone down, since it's just the press. Can you float above the crowd?" The girl shook her head. "I would be too sick to yell." Ida chopped a hand through the open air around his head. "I shall go." In an instant, Ida was spinning above the heads of the crowd until he landed near the exit sign. "Everyone," he bellowed, "please calm down. It is just the press. This is not an attitude befitting of UA students." The crowd slowed to a stop and people muttered, "Just the press? Oh, nothing to be concerned about then." The crush of the crowd lessened and they all breathed a sigh of relief. The group of 5, counting Uraraka now, made their way over to where Ida was still floating on the ceiling, and Uraraka put her fingers together, muttering release. Kirishima helped Izuku get the taller boy to the ground. "An excellent plan, Midoriya. Thank you for your help." He shook his hands in front of him, feeling himself fluster. No, Ida. Without you this wouldn't have been possible, I swear. I just came up with the idea. You guys were the one to carry it out." Mina shoved him lightly with a grin. "Come on, Green Bean, give yourself some credit." He blushed, ducking his head as they all walked back to the classroom. "Round cheeks. Glasses. Where the F did you go?" Ida immediately hounded Kakin about his language, while Uraraka just giggled and griped about how he abandoned them. Izuku felt a twinge of envy with how easily they seemed to get along with the explosive boy, but put it aside. He had friends now, and good ones. He didn't need Kaken or his approval. The rest of the class trickled in, some people calling Ida, exit sign Ida, and laughing about how he handled the situation. Soon, everyone was there, and Aizawa-sensei walked in looking exhausted. As you are probably all aware by now, the press managed to get past the barrier. We're still looking into how, but it's been dealt with and we're sorry for the scare. Blah blah, technical things, finish up your elections for the remainder of lunch and don't bother me unless someone is dying. Hey, wow, Izuku thought as the man curled up. In his sleeping bag, he was really annoyed by the press. He stumbled to the front with Yaoyorozu, who smiled at him. She cleared her throat. As I said before lunch, we're looking to fill officer positions now. Mina raised her hand. What are the positions? I thought it was just rep and vice rep. Izuku perked up. Oh, I did some research during lunch. There are a couple that are pretty standard for a class presidency, like secretary, historian, and treasurer, but then there are others like sergeant at arms and peace officer for if you have a really big or active class. Yaoyorozu nodded. Indeed. I don't think we will be dealing with money, so we won't need a treasurer, but the others are very important to the functionality of the class. The secretary keeps track of meeting minutes and the calendar to make sure everyone knows what events are coming up and so we can keep track of people's ideas. The historian keeps a record of the goings-on throughout the year. Oh, I can do that. I love taking pictures. She smiled at Mina. They also talk to the yearbook and newspaper to publicize events. Are you still up to the task? Mina nodded eagerly. You can count on me, Rep. Yaoyorozu nodded, turning back to the class. All in favor? Most of the class raised their hands. Any opposed? Not a one. Then Ishido is our historian. Izuku spoke up. I think Ida should be the sergeant at arms. He was really good at getting the school into order during the alarm. Ida bowed. I would be honored to accept this position. The class voted and it was unanimous. Ida bowed again, this time to the class. Thank you for putting your faith in me. Ooh. Exit sign Ida. Kaminari fist pumped the air. Tsu ended up becoming the secretary, volunteering for the position, and they all figured that was a pretty good start for class leadership. If they needed more, they could add more. The rest of the day went pretty normally, but the reps and vice reps had an after-school meeting with the other first years, so Izuku waved goodbye to his friends and walked with Yaoyorozu to the meeting place. The Class 1B rep extended a hand to Yaoyorozu. Kendo Itsuka, Class B's rep, nice to meet you. Yaoyorozu Momo, Class A, likewise. The ginger girl turned to Midoriya and he quickly stuttered out his own introduction, shaking her hand and the hand of her vice, Shota Nirenjiki. As the meeting started, everyone introduced themselves, going around by letter, from A all the way down to K, with the management folks, and Izuku's head was swimming with names. No one really stuck out to him, but it was just the first meeting to get to know each other, so it wasn't actually that big of a deal. No one had to plan anything for a while, and class officers were often class-specific. There were very few school or grade-wide activities, but the staff apparently liked all student council reps per grade to know each other at the very least. With that short meeting out of the way, Izuku was free to walk home, and found himself walking beside Yaoyorozu for a good portion. He was content to walk in silence, but it seemed she had a question on her mind. Midoriya, if you don't mind me asking, why do Ishido and Kaminari call you Dr. Mido? He flushed, looking away. Oh, it's silly. I spent a long time breaking down quirks when I was little and learning how they worked, so when I met them, I was able to break down theirs and they thought it was cool, I guess. Her eyes twinkled. How interesting. If you don't mind, what do you think of mine? He hummed. Well, creation is really cool. Items come from your skin, and I'm assuming they get the energy required from somewhere within you to give you a limit. I'm not sure if it's direct energy to matter, or if it's taking your own matter and just alchemizing it, but that seems more likely, or you'd probably feel really hot when creating things. In that case, since creating something large like the motorized scooter you made for the quirk apprehension test didn't change your physical appearance to the naked eye, it probably draws on one component of your body that's fairly dense. Hopefully not something like bone or muscle, which are usually pretty dense on their own, but maybe something like fat stores? They aren't incredibly dense on their own, but that is where a lot of calories are stored, so if nothing else, you'll likely burn your fat stores for the conversion energy. He paused and turned to her. I imagine you also have to know a bit about what you're making, right? She smiled and clapped her hands together. That was incredible. I don't think I told anyone anything other than the fact that I can create things as of yet, but you made some very accurate deductions. I use my lipid storage to create things, so the more I eat the more I can make, and I need to know the molecular composition of the things I make. Izuku blinked and nodded. That sounds pretty hard, but you seem to have a really good knowledge base already. I imagine you could make something made of crystal, with perhaps a diamond structure, and it would be really hard. Maybe for a weapon if you needed one? Or just, a gun. Most people don't expect guns in the age of quirks. She chuckled. No, they don't. Thank you for your help, Midoriya. Oh no, Yaoyoroza dash. Please, call me Momo or Yamamo at least. I very much enjoyed our conversation, and we're going to be working together for the foreseeable future. He blushed. That was the third girl in a week that insisted he call them by their first name, or some variation. What was it with high school and girls wanting to skip formalities? Alright, Yamamo, I guess I'll see you tomorrow for the field trip, then? She smiled. I look forward to it, Midoriya. He nodded. The field trip, that would be fun. Ida fully realized his role as the sergeant-at-arms, gathering the whole class into lines of 2 by seat order. To get on the bus in an orderly fashion. Uraraka was quick to console him when they all realized the structure of the bus was not conducive to his line structure, but after deflating momentarily, he straightened up and chopped the air, back to normal already. Izuku sat next to Kirishima and Kaminari, the electric boy sitting next to Mina on one of the long benches. Uraraka sat with Tsu and some of the other girls, chatting the whole way to their location. Midoriya, Karo. He looked up at Tsu, blinking. Yes sir, Tsu? I always say how I feel. You seem very close to Kirishima and Kaminari. Did you know each other before coming to Yuo? His eyes widened. Oh no, we didn't. Yeah, Kirishima cheered. We both met Midobro at the entrance exam. Saw this manly dude and knew I had to befriend him, you know? Uraraka giggled. A match made in heaven, since you're like ketchup, mustard, and relish. Mina doubled over laughing. Oh, that's good. The Condiment Crew. I didn't think of that one. Hagakure giggled. Nah, I still like the traffic light trio better. It just fits. The 3 boys blinked at each other. Wait, traffic light trio? Mina whipped out her phone, pulling up the picture from the second day and passing her phone. Look, if you orient the picture this way, you have Kiri on top as the red light, Kami in the middle as the yellow light, and Mito on the bottom as the green light. And it totally fits. Kirishima scratched his head. It does. Yeah. Get Mito talking about something he cares about and he's off, no stopping. He's the green light and he can only go, go, go. Ajru nodded from further down the bus. And Kirishima, you are certainly a good stop measure. All hardened, no one would want to run into you, it hurts. Good at stopping people, so red light, makes sense? Yeah, Jiru snorted, and get Sparky into idiot mode and he sure is slow. Izuku frowned. I think there's a better comparison. Kami all lit up with his quirk is like a warning. You want to start slowing down or you're going to be forced to stop. Yeah, Kaminari pouted, and I'm getting better at not going into idiot mode. I'm working on it, you know. Kirishima nodded. See Midobro, you want to run. See Kamibro, you want to slow the heck down. See me, you are gonna stop. I like it. Traffic light trio. Bakugo sked at the back of the bus. It's shitty. Tsu turned to face him, face impartial. You are incredibly rude for no discernible reason. Mineta cackled from the front of the bus. Yeah, Bakugo, you'll never be popular with the ladies with an attitude like that. Shut it, grape face, you know nothing about the interests of ladies. Unless you've finally grown self-aware enough to realize that what they want is to be as far away from you as possible. The whole class erupted into rioting and Aizawa sat up with a red eyes glare. hair flaring and making them muffle their laughter, but the entire class couldn't help giggling. Looking between the dumb face of Mineta and Bakugo, who was picking his nails indifferently. Holy crap, Kirishima breathed with a face-splitting grin, Bakubro really drinks his respect women juice. Shut the f up, shitty hair, I'm just not gross, it's not hard. Jairu gazed at the explosive blonde with a raised eyebrow. Same hat. He turned incredulously to face her, raising his own eyebrow and looking her up and down. He grunted, same hat. Izuku was so confused. Kaminari was too. What the f was that? What does that mean? Sue put her finger on her chin. I think I have an idea. Same hat, Karo. The rest of the class looked so confused, but Jairu and Sue exchanged a nod and Bakugo just rolled his eyes and went back to scrolling through his phone. What on earth could possibly be connecting those three people, and what did it have to do with the fact that Bakugo didn't leer at women? Before he could continue his thoughts, he was violently shaken out of them by the bus coming to a stop and Aizawa-sensei immediately forcing them off the bus, muttering something about not wanting to have to listen to any more inane teenage conversation. Izuku blinked in the light, looking up at the big dome building in wonder. Yo, is this Universal Studios Japan? The class tittered and laughed at the joke, and even Izuku chuckled. The building was labeled the USJ, even if it clearly wasn't the amusement park. Aizawa rolled his eyes and sank into his scarf, grumbling something unintelligible before straightening with a sigh and leading them into the building. Uraraka bounced up and down as soon as she saw the hero standing before them. It's the space hero. 13. The hero chuckled and waved. Hello. Welcome to the unforeseen simulation joint, students. Aizawa leaned in with a frown. Where is All Might? They winced and held up 3 fingers. Aizawa let out a long sigh. Can't be helped if he's an idiot. Let's just get on with it. Right? As I was saying, welcome to the unforeseen simulation joint, or the USJ for short. I am 13, as some of you may know, and I specialize in rescue, the theme of this facility. But while my quirk, Black Hole, can be used to SCK up debris, it can also be used to kill. The most was instantly somber, but they continued. Your quirks can also be used for great good, but you have to understand how dangerous they all have the potential to be. Any one of you could do something terrible, but that's why you're here, to learn control and to become great heroes. The hair on the back of his neck stood up and Izuku blinked, looking around as the lights flickered. He immediately tensed at the purple fog swirling around the fountain in the central plaza. Sensei dash. I see it. 13, stay with the kids. Kirishima blinked. Is this part of the exercise? Aizawa-sensei fully switched into Eraserhead the instant people began pouring out of the purple mist. No, these are villains. Evacuate now. Sensei, doesn't UA have intruder alarms? Why aren't they going off? Izuku bit his lip. An EMP or signal disabling quirk would work just fine. The lights flickered before I noticed the portal mist, so it could be either, but probably a signal blocker, since the lights came back on. If someone could get outside, power cycle a phone, they could probably contact someone. Yamamo nodded. You're the fastest. Unfortunately, I cannot let you escape, students. The purple mist formed a man at the top of the stairs and Izuku looked around, immediately fearful. 13 extended their arms to give the students some cover, but Aizawa had already thrown himself down the stairs to confront the villain in the plaza while Izuku was muttering, so it was them alone with one pro-hero and what was definitely a villain. Die! Bakugo launched himself at the mist villain, floating in the air with the help of Uraraka, and the smartly dressed man clicked his tongue before purple mist enveloped the startled boy and he disappeared. I forgot, you might be students, but you are still UA's golden eggs, and it wouldn't be wise to underestimate you. Well, my purpose still holds. I am here to scatter and slaughter you. The mist spread out too quick for Izuku to catch and before he knew it, he was falling through the air, only to smack into a building with a groan. He wearily hauled himself to his feet, seeing Kuda and Siro nearby as villains and thugs started to converge on them, calling out taunts. He swallowed. Izuku just hoped everyone else was okay. Kyoka huffed and shoved her wet hair out of her face, flicking the rainwater off, not that it mattered. She must have been sent to the downpour zone, since it didn't look like the rain was letting up anytime soon, but at least it made for good splashes, allowing her to hear everything that tried to get close. She heard a quiet, "Drew?" and whirled around to find a very pink girl. "Uraraka? You got sent here too?" She nodded, brushing her bangs out of her face. They probably both looked like drowned rats, and Kyoko was not excited to see what all this water would do to her leather jacket, but they had far more pressing concerns than their costumes. "There are a bunch of thugs around here, but I've been trying to find the exit and see if anyone else dropped with us. 6 zones, right? So I guess there's gotta be 3 or 4 of us in every location, unless the numbers got super skewed. Haven't heard anyone so far, but the rain is both a blessing and a curse on that front." Uraraka nodded and opened her mouth to speak when a horrible roar shook the whole dome. It almost sounded anguished. The 2 girls exchanged glances and ran off in the direction of the roar. Mina was not super happy about the grape being with her, but Aoyama made up for it with his fun and sparkly attitude. She really liked the kid, which was good because the guy sat right in front of her, and she had been looking forward to getting to know him more, but she didn't imagine it would be on top of a mountain surrounded by evil, grinning villains. Sure, they weren't great at being villains, since they were being taken out by 2 beautiful hero students and a screaming baby man, but it was still freaky, and there were definitely some close calls. Mina was spreading a low acidity, low viscosity substance everywhere. Sure, it was more likely to be annoying and hinder their vision than actually hurt them, but she knew how potent her acid could be. Still, Aoyama looked like he was about to be sick, and Mineta was a mess of tears, snot, and now blood as he just kept throwing ball at the villains. There were only a few not restrained or knocked out, so she grabbed one and let a potent acid sizzle his wrist. "What the F dash, don't you want to be a hero? Talk, mister. Why the hell are you guys here attacking our class? Otherwise you'll get more where that came from." Aoyama came up beside her and managed to muster up the strength to look intimidating. "Monsieur, I would do what the lady says. I have seen her dissolve a man's ball, and you would not want that, we?" The villain paled and immediately started talking. Neither of them noticed Mineta shudder at the reminder. Idru felt kind of useless. Sure, Midobro had been all about getting his confidence up and saying his quirk was cool and versatile, but here were Todoroki and Yaoyorozu, the 2 recommendation students, completely wiping out every single villain they came across. Todoroki froze their feet to the ground, and before the fire all around them could melt them out, Yaoyorozu shot them with a net and tied them up. Idru felt like he really didn't need to be there. After the 10th villain, Todoroki was looking a little bad. He seemed to be sweating, which made sense, but he was constantly making ice, wasn't he? So why did he look so hot? Yaoyorozu noticed too and sat him down, putting a hand to his forehead, before she recoiled in shock. "Todoroki, you're freezing." He brushed it off even as his breath came out in short puffs. "I'm fine. There's fire everywhere, I'll warm up in no time." She refused to continue until he was at least a little warmer, and forced him to sit down while she fussed over him, rubbing his arms. He looked mildly annoyed, honestly. Idru felt something behind him and immediately whirled around, clamping his hands down on his attacker's wrists, and he hardened them, almost as an afterthought. The villain shrieked and tried to pull back, and Idru saw his classmates stand up in alarm in his peripherals, but he was just looking at his hands. Midoriya was right. Yaoyorozu quickly knocked the villain out and gave him a confused look. He held up the limp wrists of the villain where his hands were still hardened. HNDCFFS, literally. "I guess I do harden differently every time, that's pretty neat." Kirishima? He blinked and released his hands. Sheepishly. "Sorry, caught in the moment, we should get out of here." Todoroki nodded. "They're after All Might, so they must have something to believe that they can defeat him. We should go." Idru looked back at his hands and frowned. He hoped Midobro was doing okay. Katsuki was not feeling super great in general. I mean, mostly he was super incredibly that Misty F had just decided to yeet him into a different part of the USJ, the landslide zone or whatever. Gloves and Octo-Arms were both here too, which was whatever. Arms was probably strong, but Gloves was only good for stealth, and Katsuki was not about that life. He was the nuke that was going to explode the villains to hell, and there was nothing subtle or stealthy about that. So when villains came out of the woodworks, talking about taking down All Might, the number FANG1, Katsuki did what he did best, and exploded. Arms said something in warning, but Katsuki was busy cackling and exploding the fuckers that thought they could kill the number one hero. Yeah, FING right. He breathed deeply as the last one fell and finally heard what the hell Arms was saying. Landslide with the noise. Landslide? No sheet, that was the zone they were in. Katsuki was smarter than Arms seemed to think he was. He rolled his eyes and was about to yell at him to F off, but then his eyes widened and he heard and felt the rumbling. That landslide. He grabbed gloves and started to run. Denki was not having a great time. He was completely surrounded by water, which was a great conductor of electricity, with two of his classmates, Tsu and Satu, and they were on a boat that was surrounded by, again, water and worse, villains. This day was not going super well, honestly. Sheet, this is bad. Electricity and water do not mix. Tsu put a finger to her chin. You're right. Do not worry, I will fish you back out. Wait, what? He didn't have time to do more than scream before he was hurtling back towards the water, villains laughing about betrayals and sacrifices, and he felt the energy inside him building up before he tucked himself into a ball to minimize the surface area that hit the water. He came back to on the shore, shaking himself out of his daze. He looked at Tsu with reproach, but she just shrugged and patted him on the arm. Sata looked like he was coming down from a sugar crash, and they were all wet, but the villains at least weren't coming to bother them. His gaze turned to where Aizawa-sensei was fighting this big hulking beast thing, and he heard Izuku cry out from the other side of the plaza. He watched Shiro send tape to get their teacher before he and Kuda sprinted up the stairs to where Ajuru was trying to stabilize 13. Across the entire plaza, students came out from the various zones and a villain covered in hands scratched his neck. I wasn't done with Eraserhead, how dare you take him from me? I guess this means you're offering yourselves up. He chuckled, lowering his hand from his neck. Okay then brats, let's play. Denki gulped. Tenya was rooted to his spot as he watched all of his classmates get Isigi into purple mist, leaving only him, Ajuru, and 13. Ah, I missed a few. Let me fix that. Oh no you don't, villain. The tailed boy rounded on Tenya as 13 uncapped their finger. Sergeant at arms or whatever. Ida. You heard the reps, you have to go. You're the only one who can get help. Tenya hesitated for a moment before nodding and taking off for the doors at a dead sprint. 13 screamed, but before he could even look back, Ajuru screamed as well. I've got this, get help. As soon as he was out of the doors, he tore his phone out of his pocket. No signal, but if Midoriya was correct, turning it off and on again would restore its connection to the grid. He was still running for UA, but each second it took for the phone to reboot felt like a lifetime and a mile had passed. Finally, it was on again. He quickly unlocked it and punched in the number for UA. It rang twice. This is Ida Tenya, of Class 1A. We are under attack at the USJ. Izuku felt way more connected to Kuda and Shiro after this. The ruins zone had not been a bad place to land, in all honesty, especially not for the other two. For Kuda, this zone naturally had birds all over it, giving them plenty of intel for other people in the zone, and Shiro was a regular Spider-Man, even though most of the buildings were in ruins, hence the name of the zone. In no time, they had taken out all the thugs in the zone and found the exit to the central plaza. Just in time to see their teacher slammed into the pavement by a bird-looking muscular monster. He felt something crawl up his throat, but he managed to swallow it down before it got all the way out and turned to the other two, no doubt pale. Shiro, can you? The black-haired boy nodded and started running for the stairs, shooting one piece of tape to the arch at the top and the other to their downed teacher, dragging Aizawa-sensei with him as he shot up to where Ajuru was waiting. The mist man appeared at the side of the main villain guy, the one covered in hands. Shigaraki Tamura. All Might is not here, perhaps it is best if we leave. Kurogyari, did you kill 13? They are incapacitated, but for being a rescue hero, they fought well enough for a student to escape. Kurogyari, if you weren't our exit, I would turn you to dust right now. The young adult, because he sounded young, started scratching his neck and turned to face the direction Zero had gone. I wasn't done with Eraserhead. How dare you take him from me? I guess this means you're offering yourselves up. He chuckled, lowering his hand from his neck. Okay then brats, let's play. Kurogyari bowed back slightly, letting Shigaraki take control of the situation. Maybe if I kill some kids, All Might will show up? With a speed that rivaled Ida's, the villain shot forward to where Satu, Kaminari, and Tsu were standing, stock still, and Izuku let out a cry. No! Kaminari also screamed and the smell of ozone floated through the air as Shigaraki flinched back, growling. You brat! How dare you shock me? Nomu! It was at that moment that Todoroki came sliding out of the conflagration zone on a bridge of ice and Izuku let out a sigh of relief as the ice spread to the bird creature. Still, not one to sit around, he ran out as well. Kuda, he called back, help Zero with the teachers. The tall and shy boy nodded, running off for the stairs. Please stop attacking my classmates, Todoroki spoke matter-of-factly, but it just made the villain snarl. Stop ruining things, hero brats. I'll kill you. Hey hands F dash. He whirled around again as Bakugo came running from the landslide zone, carrying what was probably Hagakure while Shuji came running right after, long legs loping. Eat this, shitter. Red eyes widened behind a hand, which was frankly disgusting. Was that real? As the ground rumbled and he stumbled and scrambled out the way of the oncoming landslide. As if sensing a threat to its master, the Nomu rushed forward to take the hit, getting itself buried under the rubble in the process. Wait, wasn't it frozen? Izuku's head while back around to where the Nomu had just been to find its feet still in the ice. But then, how had it run over there? Nomu, stop fing around. The Nomu rose from the rubble and rocks, looking no worse for wear. No, that wasn't quite right. Cuts were healing all over its torso. Healing? Shigaraki chuckled. Nomu will take anything you throw at it and just get back up again, good as new. Now you can see why we're going to destroy the symbol of peace. As if on cue, a large boom shook the Uze and a booming, familiar voice rang out. I am here. He wasn't smiling. Izuku sat numbly on the edge of the ambulance, wrapped in the shock blanket. He hadn't been really hurt much, only breaking one of his arms, like he had at the entrance exam, in that final fight. No one else knew about All Might's time limit, so he had to protect him when the villains went in for one last attack. Sure, their Nomu, the multi-quirk beast, had been plus ultra blasted out of the USJ, but the hand villain apparently had a disintegration quirk, Izuku had found out later. Aizawa-sensei's elbow would probably always have a scar. Other than their 3 teachers, no one had to go to the hospital, and All Might more so to make sure he wasn't actively dying. His time limit had probably been shortened, though, since he was already at his limit when he got to the USJ. Every single person in the class thanked Ida for getting help, because there was no way they would have been able to beat the Nomu, Shigaraki, and Kurogyari on their own. His quick timing and call to UA had probably saved a lot of them injury and maybe even death. Izuku didn't really want to think about it. Kaminari a hug, blubbering about how worried he had been when the villain had gone for him, and the electric boy patted him, still dazed from all the electricity he had used that day, but assuring his friend he was fine. Recovery girl tooted over his broken arm, but just kissed him and gave him some gummies and made him promise to get some rest over the next few days. He was quick to agree. The class all watched their teachers get wheeled away in ambulances. Zero had managed to tape 13 back together from where they had been subjected to their own quirk, but everyone was suspected to make a full recovery. He walked over to their class representative. Yamamo. Yes, Midoriya? We should probably let the class talk about this. Together. Like, therapy. This was bad. She nodded slowly. Yes, I agree. This is not something we would normally be expected to go through at our age. She laughed, sounding almost desperate. We're first years, even if we're hero students. This wasn't supposed to happen. Her breath shook and her head fell into her hands. Izuku sat beside her, offering nothing more than his presence as they both sobbed openly. Field trips were supposed to be fun, but this one had only ended in disaster. They had the next day off, but on Monday they were all back to school, and it was quiet. There wasn't the usual boisterous laughter from Cammy and Mina. The almost goth kids weren't talking about bands in the back. Even Bakugo wasn't yelling. Ida and Uraraka sitting in their seats. Everyone was there 5 minutes before class was supposed to start, and it was dead quiet. Izuku glanced back past Mineta to look at Yamamo. She nodded and stood up, going to the front of the room, and Izuku slid out after her, fiddling with his thumbs. She took a deep breath, noting that every eye was on her. We should talk about it. Bakugo leaned back in his chair and scoffed. Talk? The F will that do? She frowned. Something tells me not all of us would be comfortable with therapy, even if we all need it after a traumatic event like that, so this gives us an avenue to talk about it and get our feelings out there in a comfortable environment. He rolled his eyes. What, you want us to sit in a circle and hold hands? Izuku stumbled over his words, maybe not the holding hands part, but sitting in a circle? Tsu nodded. I think it is a good idea, Karo. Kirishima stood up. Okay, let's arrange the desks in a circle. Ida moved his desk and then walked over to Bakugo, swinging his arms about listening to authority and manhandling the blonde boy's desk into the slowly forming circle. Yamamo smiled gratefully and they both went to move their own desks. Soon they were all sitting in a circle, but it was back to being quiet. Yamamo cleared her throat. Since I am your class representative, and this was our idea, I suppose I can start. She took a shuddering breath and looked down at her hands. I was We aren't prepared for things like this, and we had to fight actual villains. I was lucky to be with Kirishima and Todoroki, but if I had been by myself, I might have died. The only thing that kept the panic at bay was, well, I think that I had gone past the point of panic into calm, if that makes sense. Kirishima spoke up next, looking confused. Ah, man, you looked totally in control. Class rep, I never would have guessed. I just spent the entire time feeling useless. She shook her head, eyes wide. No, you saved us, remember? With your handcuffs. If you hadn't been there, it would have been terrible. He scratched his head, but smiled. Tokoyami shifted in his seat. I would like to apologize to Jairu and Uraraka. I lost control of Dark Shadow in the downpour zone, and put you both at risk by giving in to the darkness. Jairu snorted, twirling an ear jack. Dude, we just led the villains to you and you took them out. You were fine once we got out of there, which was also easy, since we just had to lure you. She paused, looking away. It was scary, but you would never hurt us on purpose, you know? Uraraka nodded. You saved us. Bakugo rolled his eyes. Can we not do this whole, you saved us, thing and just admit that without the fuckers we all got sent with things would have gone to shit? Shuji nodded. You're welcome. Literally shut the F-octopus. You caused an avalanche by being reckless. And I took out every single villain and then down that bird fucker besides. We all lived, get off my D about it. Hagakure giggled. Thanks for carrying me out, Prince Charming. Gloves, I will kill you. I should have done more than run away. They all stilled and looked to Ida, who was staring down at his desk, glasses hiding his eyes. I could have helped, I should have. I heard 13 get attacked, but I just kept running like a coward. Bakugo clicked his tongue. Hate to break it to you, Glasses, but listen up, because I'm not gonna say it again. If you hadn't run, we would probably all be dust right now. Literally, hands was freaky as hell. Ida looked up sharply, the glare on his glasses clearing to reveal shining eyes. Bakugo dash. Shut up, oh my god. Bakugo is correct, Ida, you saved our lives. Everyone in the room stiffened and turned to the door where Aizawa-sensei was leaning heavily, arm and head completely wrapped in bandages. Sensei. He rolled his eyes, which they could barely see, and sighed. Stop being so loud, honestly. Aizawa-sensei, Kaminari sputtered, how are you out of the hospital? It was illogical to stay in bed. The whole class exchanged a glance. Regardless, their teacher continued, none of you should have had to deal with that. You're all first years, and our security will be upgraded. We take safety very seriously, and none of you should have been put in a position where you had to fight for your lives. He bowed and everyone stiffened, but said nothing. He straightened up, letting out a pained breath. Remind me to never do that again. Anyway, continue with your discount therapy session. You can do that for the remainder of homeroom. I didn't have any plans anyway. He stalked over to his desk and shimmied into his sleeping bag, seemingly immediately unconscious. They looked at each other before they burst out laughing. They spent the rest of homeroom chatting, still in a circle, feeling much lighter than they had been since the attack, and Izuku relaxed. No one was perfect, not after going through that, but they all had each other, and they all knew it. Everyone was fine. They could see everyone was fine. It was a benefit of the circle setup that they could see every other classmate, constantly reassuring themselves that everyone was in good health. As homeroom drew to a close, they put the desks back the way they were supposed to be, preparing for their morning classes, when Aizawa spoke up again. Oh yeah, by the way, we're still having the sports festival in 2 weeks, so be ready for that. So soon after the attack? Is that wise? Ida chopped the air, like usual. I agree, but something about putting on a strong front or whatever. Plus, security is going to be excessive, so anyone dumb enough to try and attack the sports festival will, in fact, die. He said it so deadpan that they almost didn't catch the implication of murder, but by the time they realized, he was already out of the room and Mike was there to teach them English. 2 weeks, huh? Izuku was looking forward to it. Izuku opened the door and blinked at the crowd of students that had gathered there. Whoa, Uraraka said. What the heck are all of these guys doing here? There's here to make a Hifing challenge, Bakugo growled, pushing past her and glaring balefully at the crowd. Bunch of extras want to check out the class that took on villains and won. Bakugo! Ida chopped at the air. Do not call our fellow students extras. Wow, a voice drawled from the crowd. I guess the rumors were true. The hero course really is full of stuck-up people. A tall purple-haired boy elbowed his way to the front and Izuku was astounded he was still standing with how tired he looked. You know, he continued, if someone from another course does well enough in the sports festival, we might replace you. Better watch out. Wow, your voice is hot. The boy blinked, forcibly shaken out of his attitude, and a faint blush rose up his cheeks. What? What? The students of 1A parted a bit to reveal Denki, frozen with an almost dreamy expression on his face that was slowly getting more and more tense. Izuku could almost hear the internal screaming. Denki nodded to himself and turned to Izuku, still smiling brightly, as he yelled back into the classroom. Hey Kiri, can you open the window for me? Yeah bro, you feelin' a little hot? No biggie. Denki nodded again and walked back into the classroom, everyone still frozen and waiting to see how this would play out. Whoa, Kami bro, no, what are you doing? Let me jump, Kiri, I have nothing left to live for. Bro, what happened? I told a cute boy his voice was hot. To his face. I don't see why that means you have to jump out the window. Izuku smiled up at the boy in question. Sorry about that, he didn't take his meds this morning and his brain-to-mouth filter is gone. Seemingly trying to ignore the actual words that came out of the electric boy, the tall boy blinked again. Aren't you on the 3rd floor? Izuku frowned, casting a single glance back at his 2 friends, one of which was trying to jump out the window, and the other who was stopping the first from jumping out the window. Yeah, but Kiri is still stronger than Kami right now, so unless he gets in a lucky shot, plus Aizawa will probably pull him back. I will not. If he jumps, he has to live with the consequences. Izuku sighed at the words of his teacher. Okay, maybe I should go help. Kami, we're going to lunch. No. Let me die. Unless you have the ability to time travel in your ridiculous quirk, this is the only solution. He rolled his eyes and looked back to the crowd of confused and amused students. Sorry we messed up your declaration of war, but I need to stop my friend from auto-defenestrating. Kaminari Denki, we are going to lunch and you're going to back away from the window, or so help me, I will get May. No, she's still harassing me about the battery-powered laser gun. You don't want her to get that, right Mito? Then we're going to lunch. I will carry you if I have to. That's not fair. You can't be that small and that buff. You shouldn't be able to carry me at all, Mito. Then walk like a normal person and I won't have to. Kami bro, let's just go to lunch. My life is over and my friends aren't supportive of me. You mean, we don't want you to jump out the window for having a panic attack? Yeah bro, in that case, I guess we aren't. Shinso Hitoshi, along with the rest of the gathered crowd, was so confused even as the red head, the yellow head, and the green head walked out, pushing past the crowd to head in the direction of the cafeteria. Sorry again. The green one called back. Yeah, definitely confused. Cammy groaned into his arms, not even caring that May was currently hooking up various devices to him and completely ignoring his food. Kiri patted him on the shoulder. It's okay, bro, we all go through crisis at different times. Why am I such a disaster? Why did neither of you remind me to take my meds this morning? Now I can never talk to that guy again. He was coming to challenge us because he wants to beat us and get into the hero course, and oh god, what if he transfers into our class? I should just quit school and go live in the mountains. I'll be a goat farmer. I think it's goat herder. Thanks, May, I'll be a goat herder. Izuku sighed. Cammy, it's really not that bad. People do things like that all the time. Mito, tell me honestly, when was the last time you embarrassed yourself that badly? Meeting May. The girl sorted. Nope, that was all on me. Try again hero course. Also, hand me that. He handed the tool to her without looking, thinking. Then, maybe when I didn't realize Mina was there and I rambled about her quirk? Mina burst out laughing. Okay, I will admit, your horrified face was really funny, but I don't see how that's embarrassing, it was just neat. Right? Cammy groaned. Mito is terrible at this. Kiri, what about you? Bold of you to assume I've ever been embarrassed in my life. Kaminari slammed his head back on the table. This is, my life is over. Mina patted him from across the table. Don't worry, I'll help you get the boy. His head shot up and he fixed her with a wide-eyed glare. No. Don't you dare. She giggled. Just saying, I think I make a pretty good matchmaker. Izuku winced. Mina. She chuckled. They fine. But on the subject, what about you two? Any crushes? May didn't look up from her device. I'm going to assume you forgot me because you know I'm not interested in people. You got it, girlfriend. Generator, give me 200 volts. Kirishima scratched the back of his head with a hum. I dunno, Mina. I mean, yeah, there are some pretty manly guys in the class, I guess, but haven't really felt the zing, you know? Cammy groaned. You want a zing? I can give you a zing, just say the word. Mina hummed, putting her chin in her palm and resting her elbow on the table. There are some cute boys, you're right. Anyone make you smile when you see them smile? I mean, not really. Plus, a lot of the guys either don't smile or don't show their mouths. The table bar May winced. Good point. She whirled to him. What about you, Green Bean? Anyone caught your eye? Izuku felt his face growing hot and he immediately waved his hands rapidly. No, I'm not really looking at anyone like that. Honest. Plus, who would? He trailed off with a mutter and the other four all frowned. Kirishima leaned forward. Okay, different question. Who has the manliest quirk? Izuku blinked. The manliest quirk? Yeah. Which quirk do you pay attention to the most? What do you get drawn to? He hummed, looking up to think. Why did people look up to help them think? I dunno, a lot of the quirks are really cool. But is there one you just can't stop staring at or thinking about? Mina nodded. Yeah. What does Dr. Mito want to diagnose? Oh, well that's easy, half hot, half cold. I've only ever seen the ice side, of course, but it's really pretty and Todoroki has such good control. But even then, like we saw in the battle trials, he also has a lot of power, so the small stuff is even more impressive. I bet his fire would be just as pretty, but the ice is really beautiful. He trailed off to see them all grinning. He blinked. What? May crowed in triumph. The generator-powered laser gun. The sports festival will be awesome. Generator, come to the labs after school. I'm no longer allowed to test things in the cafeteria. Wait, no longer? What the heck did you build on my arm? She patted the device that was now cocooning Kaminari's arm and crooned. The generator-powered laser baby. Investors will love it. Kaminari shook his arm, trying to dislodge it, but to no avail. May, get it off. She just cackled. Kirishima, Mina, and Izuku looked at each other, then shrugged and went back to their food. Guys, help. I like your new bracelet, Kami. Mina, please, help me. The pink girl just grinned and took another bite. Kaminari groaned, falling into his seat like a puddle. Betrayers. Fiends. Woe is me, for I am friendless carry. Mina snorted and rice came out of her nose. You can't run forever, generator. I dunno, May, I think I can. Izuku hummed and went back to his notebook, scribbling away observations on Kirishima's quirk as May chased Kaminari around the school courtyard. It was after school, where they all agreed to hang out. Well, the three of them agreed, Mina going to dance, and May came out of the building like a cackling witch, and the weather was really nice, so they decided to go outside for their testing today. May was keen to strap another device to Kaminari for the free power he could provide while Kiri and Izuku looked at the various properties of Harden. So, I was doing some research and I found what's called the Mohs hardness scale. I asked Yamamo to make some of the testers for it, from hardness 4 to 10. Kirishima hefted up one of the 7 rocks. Is that what these are? Neat. Izuku hummed. So the easiest thing to do would be to test the hardness of different parts of your body to not only get a baseline, but also to see if anywhere is harder. Also, the result on May's machine will be ready in like 15 minutes, so we'll get a better idea of your composition. Sounds good. Scratch me up. Izuku took the lightest rock, the fluorite, or its equivalent, and hovered over Kirishima's arm. Grabbing the hardened arm solidly in one hand, he pressed the mineral to his arm and slid it down as if to scratch it. The rock left behind a residue, and wiping it away revealed a perfectly whole arm. Okay, so you're stronger than a 4. He tested the next one, apatite, to the same result. That means that you're harder than bone. Feldspar, hardness 6, was also scratched instead of scratching him. Quartz actually broke off some small chunks. Topaz left some yellow-brown dust on his arm. Finally, with number 9, corundum, Kirishima got scratched. Okay, that's really cool. That means your hardness is somewhere between an 8 and a 9 on the hardness scale, which is really cool. Kirishima let the quirk fall away and flexed with a grin. That sounds really cool. Time to test other regions? Izuku nodded, eager, and they got to work. No one area was noticeably harder or softer than his arms, with the one exception being his face, somewhere between a 7 and an 8, but Izuku wasn't quite done testing. Can you harden your whole body? Kirishima scratched the back of his head. I mean, yeah, I can, but I mostly just use my quirk on one limb or another. I can't hold the whole body thing for long. Why? Izuku grinned. I want to see if your overall hardness drops when you harden your whole body versus a specific part. If it does, that means you'll want to focus on increasing your hardness in general, so if you don't know where you're going to get hit or if you're about to take a big hit, you'll be okay. On the other hand, if your hardness doesn't decrease at all, then that means you should focus on maintaining it all over your body for longer, so you get a longer time in general. Kirishima nodded. Makes sense. I can only hold it for about 10 seconds now, so be fast, yeah. Izuku nodded, hovering over his arm with the topaz. Kirishima suddenly looked like he was made of flesh-covered rocks, and Izuku scratched the topaz against his arm. Moment of truth, he delicately wiped it off to see if Kirishima had gotten scratched. He hadn't. Kirishima, you maintain hardness. They both cheered, drawing the attention of Kaminari and May, who paused their chase. Wait, what's going on? Kirishima grinned at their third group member. I have a goal. I stay the same hardness even if all of me is hard. That means I just gotta up my time. Kaminari grinned back and flashed them a thumbs up. Radude, you got to learn something that doesn't make you a target. As if on cue, May immediately tackled him to the ground and he screamed. I'm not ready to be a father. There was a ding and Izuku perked up. Oh, that's the analysis machine thing. He immediately slid over, reading the screen with hungry eyes. Ah yes. I was right. When you harden, your skin floods with dense keratin proteins in a coiled helix. He whipped out his phone to one of the few tabs he had open. Things to eat to increase your keratin levels are eggs, onions, salmon, sweet potatoes, sunflower seeds, mangoes, garlic, kale, beef liver, and carrots. He looked up with a grin. Most of those things are super doable. Kirishima fist pumped the air. Hell yeah, dude. I'm gonna be the manliest hero ever. This is super cool, Midobro. He flushed. Oh, it's nothing really. I'm just happy to help. Still, knowing I gotta spread my hardening out over my whole body to increase my time is super helpful. Izuku blinked, spreading out his quirk over his whole body. Zoning out entirely, he sat a bit straighter, feeling one for all coiling inside of him, seemingly eager to be used. He used to just reduce the percentage in one of his limbs, but what if he spread it out all the way? First he got the regular 7% in his arm, feeling it settle in like a warmth. Then he imagined feeling that all over his body. Whoa, Mido! Opened his eyes and felt it fade away with a snap. What happened? You started glowing green, dude. Izuku blinked, then furrowed his brow. Glowing green? Kirishima grinned. Yeah. You had lightning all over the place, but it wasn't like Kamibro's, since touching it just felt kinda warm. What did you do? Izuku blushed, looking away. Well, I tried putting my quirk everywhere. Like you do with your hardening. Yo, Kamibro. Mido took inspiration from my quirk too. That would be cooler if you hadn't left me to die. Stop being dramatic, generator. I'm testing a grabby hand. If you just filled up all the batteries I gave you, we wouldn't be here. Now, 750 volts, please. Kirishima snorted, turning back to Izuku. Cool that I could help. Can you do anything with it? Izuku scratched his head, frowning. Since you were able to knock me out of it so easily, I don't know. I guess I should just try again. At the encouraging nod from his friend, Izuku closed his eyes again and took a breath. He took the warmth from his core and let it spread at a nice 7% power, and this time, with Kirishima not immediately distracting him, he could feel the tension in his muscles. He opened his eyes slowly, even them straining, and he winced. He barely saw the green sparks Kirishima was talking about before the strain became too much and he released it. Ah man, what happened? He frowned, bringing his hand to his chin. I don't know. It was like I was a rubber band pulled really tight. Kirishima nodded. I get that. It's hard to move when I have a full body harden going on. Kaminari, sitting on the ground several feet away, having given up, spoke up next. Maybe try less power or something. You're using the bruising level of power, which is probably not the greatest, so maybe less power will ease up the tension. Izuku nodded. Right. I think I'll just start at 1% and then go until it starts to get uncomfortable. Having gotten a pretty decent feel of one for all last time, he opted to not close his eyes and started at 1% of his power, spreading a gentle warmth throughout his whole body. He slowly ramped it up. At 6% he felt the tension starting to get the better of him, so he dialed it back to 5%. He clenched and unclenched his fist experimentally. It held. You got it. Now see if you can move or if you're like me, huh? Izuku smiled and slowly stood up. It held. Kaminari hooped, raising his hands in the air. Green light is a go, people. Izuku laughed, but then gasped in despair as it slipped away. Mei shook her head. It's a new gadget, just do it again. Failure is the mark of progress. As if on cue, the grabby hand thing she had attached to Kami's arms started to spark and he shrieked, waving it around. Get it off, get it off, get it off. Mei rolled her eyes. It's fine, we have at least 20 seconds before it explodes. That is not reassuring. Kirishima chuckled, but Izuku was back to focusing. The inspiration he had taken from, he needed to practice maintaining his new usage of his quirk so he could use it more, hopefully while moving. After holding it for a full minute, he tried to move. Everyone had since sat down to watch his own progress on his quirk, and they all cheered when he took a step, and then another, and then he was running. It felt so good. He spent the next 10 minutes running with one for all active, laughing the entire time. Tag, you're it? Kaminari looked mildly offended, but immediately leaped up to give chase. No fair, You're way faster than us normally, and now you have the green glow power. Kiri, help. He stopped. May, are the repairs done on that grabby hand? She cackled and tossed it to him. Go, generator, test my baby in a real situation. Go forth and tag. He grinned and slipped the repaired device on, clicking the hands menacingly. I'm coming to get ya, Mido. Izuku grinned in challenge and dodged as the hand shot out to its full 20-foot range. Your aim will be worse the farther out it goes, Kami. Then I'll just need practice. Not one to miss out on the fun, Kirishima bolted after him, trying to tackle the shorter boy into the grass while Kaminari tried to use the grabby hand, which he was slowly getting better at aiming while moving, to corral them together so that at least one of them would catch him. May merely watched, calling out tips to Kaminari and writing down notes, eyes zooming in on it every so often and humming to herself in glee, when suddenly Izuku felt a metal hand brush him. He stopped, stumbling a little at the direct change of speed and slowly turned back to face the other two. Yes. Kaminari fist pumped the air, device retracting like a whip. I finally tagged you. Now you're it. Izuku grinned and let the green lightning crackle over him again. I'll give you a 10-second head start. Kaminari paled and immediately took off in the other direction, Kirishima following close behind. Izuku counted down from 10 before taking off at a run. They stood no chance. Are you sure this is a good idea? Kaminari snorted at Izuku's question. Never, you have all the brain cells in this relationship, but I know for a fact it will be funny as sheet. Izuku gave a side glance to Kirishima. Kiri? I say do it, this does sound pretty funny. Izuku sighed, and walked over to where Bakugo was talking to, yelling at, but friendly Ida and Uraraka and eyed Kami, who gave him a thumbs up from behind his phone. Bakugo noticed him. The hell do you want, shitty Deku? Well, Bakugo, I was wondering if you dash. He cut himself off as the boy's head slowly turned to face him with the most incredulous look on his face. He blinked and continued, pretending not to notice. Anyway, Bakugo, I was wondering if dash. What the F dash? It was almost a whisper, and there was no heat behind the words. Izuku blinked again. What? Why did you call me that? He blinked again. Name? Yes. Well, you always said you don't like being called Kaken, so dash. No. And no. No. Never call me that again. Okay, Katsuki dash. No. He sounded strangled and his eyes were incredibly wide. Then what do I call you? Bakugo grit his teeth. What you've always called me, nerd. Izuku blinked and frowned. After a pause, Bakugo forced it out through clenched teeth. Call me Kaken. Oh, okay, Kaken. He smiled and walked off, leaving Uraraka about to laugh and Ida confused. Bakugo just looked lost. Kaminari pressed the button on his phone and burst out laughing. Oh my god, that was priceless, he really didn't like you calling him anything else. Izuku smiled, ducking his head. I feel bad, we tricked him. Kirishima patted him on the back with a grin of his own. Nah, he spoke from the heart and showed his true feelings, Midobro. Plus, Kaminari snickered, now I have prime blackmail material. Izuku chuckled, casting glances at the still shell-shocked blonde. Yeah, maybe, don't bring this up ever. You recorded it, that should be enough. Mina bounded into the classroom. Recorded what? Kaminari grinned and moved his phone in her face and she blinked before putting in the headphones. As she watched, her grin grew wider and she kept glancing at Bakugo, who was back to his regular self, likely because Uraraka was making fun of him. Ida seemed to be reprimanding her, but she just kept going. Izuku wondered how she wasn't getting exploded in all honesty, since he definitely would be. Mina burst out laughing, handing the phone back to Kaminari and wiping a tear from her eye. Oh my god, thank you so much, I needed that. Izuku waved his hands rapidly. You can't tell him or he will kill me. Kaminari snorted and patted him. I'll go down with you, Mido, don't worry, we'll both be dead if this gets out. Kirishima grinned. Plus, I'll defend you guys. I'm unbreakable. He pounded two hardened fists together. Izuku sighed. Thank you both for your votes of confidence. No Izuku, he won't kill you. Don't worry Izuku, we won't tell him. Real helpful guys. Kaminari snorted again, raising his voice to a falsetto. No Izuku, he won't kill you. Don't worry Izuku, we won't tell him. His voice dropped back to normal. There, feel better now? Izuku giggled. Yeah, thanks Kami. Anytime my dude. Yo, Jiru said, he's almost here. Everyone scrambled to their seats just as Aizawa walked in. He nodded. Good, you're getting better. On to business. Lunch found Izuku buried in his notebook. He didn't have a name for his full-body ability yet, and he had been experimenting with it in heroics class earlier, so he was writing down all of his observations and completely ignoring the conversation that was going on around him. That meant he didn't notice when Monoma of Class 1B came up to their table. Class A, consorting with support students? You'd really do anything to get ahead. May snorted. Oh please, I came to them when I heard Greenie talking, they couldn't get rid of me if they tried. Monoma scoffed. I can assure you, Class B has far superior heroics candidates than 1A ever could. Without looking up from her gadget, May retorted. Do you have a generator? What? A generator, she shot a thumb at Kaminari, someone that can give me electricity to power my stuff. The blonde student puffed up. I'll do you one better, I can copy the quirks of any one of those Class A schmucks. Sensing an opportunity, Mina perked up. Copy huh? Hey, Dr. Mito, what do you think of a copy quirk? Izuku blinked and looked up from his notebook at her before breaking out into a grin. A copy quirk? Oh, that's so cool. Copy quirks are so incredibly versatile, since they can mimic any quirk ever. Maybe not mutation, since that would actively change your body. There are a couple of different ways to activate copy quirks, depending on the quirk, but I bet the best and most accurate would be touch, since quirks are a product of DNA and that gives you direct access to the person's DNA. He hummed, taking a breath. If it was touch-based, I wonder if the DNA has to be active or if you could store hair from people with useful and versatile quirks so you're ready for any situation. The only downside of a copy quirk, other than the fact that it's super rare, is that you generally have to have people you can copy, but if you didn't need live cells, hair could completely negate that downside and they would be one of the most powerful heroes ever, good for every situation. They'd probably be really smart too, to keep all that in their head and know what would be best for every situation. He blinked at her with a smile. But what brought this up? He finally noticed Monoma as the boy sputtered beside their table, eyes wide. Oh, hello? You really think that? Think what? What you said about copy quirks? Izuku blinked, confused, but nodded. I mean yeah, I like pretty much every quirk, so the idea of a copy quirk always appealed to me. Why? Monoma pursed his lips, considering before he nodded. Okay, not all of Class 1A is terrible. You win this round. He walked away and Mina giggled. Dr. Mito strikes again. He was so confused. What did I do? That was Monoma, from Class 1B, right? Kirishima chuckled and patted the boy. He has a copy quirk. Izuku went beet red and shrieked. You just let me ramble about his quirk while he was right there and I didn't know? Mina patted him on the shoulder. Think of it this way, Dr. Mito. You just made him rethink his otherwise extremely negative opinion of class single-handedly. Yeah, Kaminari cheered. You just made a friend, maybe? Or at least like an acquaintance. Izuku covered his face with his hands, feeling the heat from his seemingly perpetually red cheeks. Guys, warn me next time. But you get flustered if you know you're talking about someone who can hear you. Yes, that's why you should tell me so I don't have to go through the mortifying ordeal of being known after spilling my guts and creeping them out. Mina rolled her eyes. It's not creepy, it's cool. How many times do I have to tell you, Izuku? His blush came back in full force. Emina. She snorted. Now you have something else to blush about, eh? Kirishima cheered. Good call, Mina. Don't worry, Izuku. You can call me Ijiru if you want. Don't leave me out. I already called you Izuku earlier today. You can totally call me Denki. He sighed, blush dying down. We'll see. I haven't ever really called anyone by their given names before Mina and Tsu. Kaminari grinned wickedly. And Kaken? The blush came back and Izuku squeaked, burying his face back into his hands. The entire table of 5 laughed, but Izuku didn't feel like he was being laughed at, like when he was in middle school. He smiled around his hands and glanced at his friends. If this was friendship, he could more than deal with a little bit of teasing. Izuku was nervous, but for a very good reason. The sports festival was finally here, and the stadium was absolutely full of people cheering and yelling. It was a little overwhelming, especially knowing that the crowd had pro heroes in it too, looking to scout out the students if they did well. Plus, All Might had pulled him aside before it began. This is your chance to tell the world I am here. Yeah, no pressure or anything. Since he had only had his quirk for so long, he really didn't know how on earth he was supposed to measure up to his other classmates who had been working with their quirks for years. Sure, he had his new ability that Denki called going green, and Izuku hadn't managed to come up with a better name for yet. He also had his low-power bruising shots if he felt he could afford to sacrifice a little mobility in exchange for pain and power. But up against someone like Todoroki, Bakugo, or Yamamo, his party tricks and extra speed and strength really weren't going to help him much. Present Mike announced their class as they came onto the field, and the cheers were thundering. Classes B through K didn't get nearly as much fanfare, much to some of their grumbling, but it was fine. Hey, Idru nudged them both. Look, it's cute boy. Denki let out a strangled cry, but he did glance in the direction of the general studies class, where the purple-haired boy was standing, looking tired and bored. Say it a little louder, why don't you? Oh hi, it's Dash. Denki jabbed him in the side with an electrically charged finger, and Idru didn't harden himself in time, so he cut off with a choked laugh as he doubled over, running from the furiously red boy. Izuku grinned and tried to contain his laughter. Denki, I thought you were the yellow light, not the red light. The electric boy just looked betrayed. Please welcome the student representative, Bakugo Katsuki of class 1. Izuku tensed, wondering what the blonde would say. I'm gonna be number 1, so either lay down and surrender or give me a good challenge. Class collectively winced as everyone else booed. Ida looked apoplectic and Uraraka was laughing sheepishly. Well, Midnight flicked her whip. With that rousing speech out of the way, let's see what the wheel decides our first obstacle to be. The screen behind her displayed a wheel, and Izuku didn't have time to read all of the options before it was spinning, landing on and highlighting one. Obstacle course. Out that door is our 5-kilometer obstacle course. Once the buzzer sounds, the course will begin. Anything goes as long as you stay on the track. Plus Ultra. The crowd cheered and everyone tensed, ready to run through the narrow doors. Well, green light, Idru clapped him on the shoulder. Time to live up to the name. Present Mike called the start and Izuku lit up, darting forward and slipping through people like a fish in water. He's going green. Izuku chuckled at Denki's cry from behind him, and he tensed, hearing the crackle of ice speeding towards him. He looked down and just barely managed to jump. Man, he thought that was really smart of Todoroki to slow down the competition, but looking back revealed all of 1A to be wise to his tricks. When he landed from the jump, which had been greater than it would have been if he hadn't gone green, it was sticking, he skidded a little bit on the slick ice. Todoroki and Bakugo were already pulling ahead, one sliding on ice with all the grace of a professional ice skater, and the other using his explosions to propel himself forward. Izuku was one of the next to break out from the herd at the narrow entryway to the course. And some of our hero students are the first to break away from the pack, coming up on the Robo Inferno of Death. Please stop adding of death to the obstacle names. Ah, you're no fun, Eraser. Good. The first obstacle was pretty dangerous looking, filled with more of the robots from the entrance exams and several zero-pointers. Izuku faltered in his step, but he saw that there was technically a path through them even if you didn't destroy any of the robots. And then Todoroki froze 2 zero-pointers in an instant. Izuku's breath caught in his throat and his eyes widened, completely not hearing any of the exclamations from Mike, just looking at how the ice caught the sunlight and sparkled. 2 monstrous machines caught and suspended. Then they creaked. Immediately, Izuku blinked, alarmed. They weren't stable, and people were trying to get under them. It came crashing down and everyone faltered, but then Idru and a boy who looked to be made of metal burst from the hulls of the robots, calling out about how dangerous it would have been for anyone else. Izuku breathed a sigh of relief and he began to leap through the debris. His eyes caught on a thin piece of metal that had come off of one of the robots and he grabbed it impulsively. Mei was getting to his head. Speaking of Mei, she cackled as she swung herself over the next obstacle, appropriately named the fall. Trusting his balance, he took a deep breath, let the green energy spark over him again, and took off, sliding down the wires and leaping from platform to platform. Last was the biggest obstacle yet, a minefield. Bakugo and Todoroki were about a third of the way across, seemingly more keen on fighting each other than making real progress, but Izuku wasn't about to complain. He just needed to find a way to get across, and fast. Based on the other people around him who were getting flung back in pink explosions, even green, he wouldn't be fast enough to just outrun the blasts. Plus, that would clear a path for other people, and despite how much Izuku loved to help people, this was still a competition. He looked down at the sheet of metal in his hands, then back at the mine field. Denki and Ei were going to kill him for this. He felt his entire world ending when Midnight announced that first place was worth 10 million points. This was it, this was where he died. Hero course. This is perfect. He blinked as pink swarmed his vision and suddenly, Mei was there. If we can get Generator, that will be even better. Oh, Generator, join our team. Denki chuckled. Sure, Iger and I were on our way over anyway. That makes 4, right? Izuku's vision blurred and he was instantly sobbing. Why you G guys really want to team up with me? Mei snorted. If you think 10 million points is a deterrent, you don't know me very well, hero course. Iger clapped him on the back. Yeah man, we're the traffic light trio. We gotta stick together. It's totally not manly to leave a bro hanging. Izuku sniffed and wiped his eyes, ignoring the puddles on the ground. Okay, then we need a plan. Who's going to be the rider? Mei was ignoring the conversation entirely, checking on her various babies to see what might work best. Denki perked up. I was gonna say you since you're the smallest, but you're also probably the strongest, quirk or no, plus you're fast. Ichiro nodded. Denki, bro, you wanna be the rider? Izuku grinned, putting a hand on his shoulder. Yeah. Plus, Mei, you have that grabby hand you were working on? She looked up, pupils focusing on him. Of course. Generator, catch. Denki caught the offered tech and slid it on, clicking the hand together a few times with a grin. Oh yeah, we're in business now, baby. Mei, what else do you got? None of my outright weapons got approved, but I have a shielding baby, hoverboot babies, and a jetpack baby that might be helpful. Does the shielding one block electricity? She tapped Iger. Based it on manly man over here, so it's at least gonna help. Iger grinned. Naturally a bit resistant, we tested. Izuku nodded. Then I'll carry and wear the armor. If we need a big discharge, we should be okay. Denki, can you maintain a field around you? To discourage any wandering hands? Yeah, no problem. Iger, you block attacks from one side, Mei from the other. Mei, how can we best use the hover boots and jetpack? She grinned. I thought you'd never ask. Izuku rolled his shoulders, adjusting his grip on Denki's legs where he was flanked by Mei and Iger. They were just going to be running interference, since Izuku really didn't need any help carrying Denki, even if it was for 10 whole minutes. Surprisingly, Bakugo only had 3 members in his group including himself. Uraraka and Siro were supporting him, which seemed like an odd combination. Todoroki had Ida, Yamamo, and Tokoyami supporting him. Hagakure was being held up by Ojiro, Satu, and Kuda. Shuji had his arms in a tent behind him, hiding whoever his team members were from sight, but the board listed him as Team Azui, so that was at least 1 team member. Surprisingly, the purple-haired boy had 3 team members of his own. He was being supported by a green-haired girl from Class 1B, who was talking to both Mina and Aoyama animatedly. Mina would occasionally glance at their group and giggle, but the purple boy just looked flabbergasted. A look at the scoreboard revealed his name was probably Shinso. Izuku would have to keep an eye on him. Hitoshi was completely confused. The pink girl, Ashido Mina, had come bounding up to him and demanded to be on his team. "Do I know you?" She grinned, bouncing on her feet. "I'm Denki's friend." He raised an eyebrow to let her know that he had no idea who the hell Denki was. "Electric boy? Called your voice hot?" Suddenly he was looking anywhere but her, grimacing. "Great, probably someone trying to threaten him or something. So why do you want to be on my team?" She snorted. "Because I want front row seats to his face when he sees you. Plus I want you to get to the tournament round so you can fight him and he's forced to confront his butt. What do you say?" He eyed her. He was originally planning on brainwashing people into being his teammates, since he was the only Gen Ed kid out here and had no friends anyway, but here was a hero student, class 1A no less, volunteering to be on his team. On one hand, he would have to rely on other people and, God forbid, talk to them, but on the other hand, he might not have to brainwash anyone, keeping his quirk a secret for the tournament round. If he made it that far. Sure, whatever. Great. She beamed. "I'll go get us 2 more teammates. Wait right here, cute boy." God, he changed his mind, but she was already bounding off. "Aoyama, babe, come join my fabulous team." Oh God. Next she went up to another random girl and they were just jabbering away before the 3 of them trickled back over. "Welcome to the team, guys." The new girl grinned, revealing sharp teeth. "Hey, Setsuna Togake, nice to meet you guys. My quirk is called Lizard Tail Splitter." Detached her hand and floated it away before doing jazz hands and it flew back, reattaching itself. The blonde boy flicked his hair back. "Bonjour. Je suis Aoyama Yuga, and I can't help but sparkle. I have a magnifique naval laser." He jutted out his midriff, highlighting his belt and its shiny lens. The pink girl giggled. "Ashido Mina, quirk, acid. Pleasure to be working with you guys." Hitoshi blinked and sighed. His turn. "Shinso Hitoshi. Who's the rider and who's the main horse?" If they noticed his dodge of quirk, they didn't comment on it. "I can be the main horse," Setsuna grinned. "I'm pretty buff. Might detach my hands every once in a while to nab a headband, but you can count on me." Aoyama flicked his hair again. What was with this guy? "'Twould be easier to aim if I was not on top, oui? I shall also be a horse." Ashido grinned at him. "Okay, Shinso, then you can be the rider and I can be the other flank. With mid to long range quirks, me and Aoyama will be good guards. We're counting on you." "Well, that was easy." "Sure," he drawled. "If that's what you hero course kids want to do, who am I to stop you? Let's kick some butt." Both of the girls cheered and the French man laughed daintily. Maybe this would be okay. And we're back, folks, for the cavalry battle extraordinaire. We see many fine teams, including some interclass team UPIS. Eraser, how is it looking out there? Like a cavalry battle. Excellent commentary as usual. Midnight, take it away. Midnight flicked her whip with a sharp crack. "Alright, everyone, I want good clean fun. You can't attack people directly, and you must wear all headbands at neck level or higher. You have 10 minutes, and go." At the sound of the whip crack, she used that a lot, it seemed like every team lunged for them with the 10 million points. Izuku was already green when it started and he dashed to the side, completely avoiding all the teams that had decided to rush them. Bakugo screamed something about cowards, but Izuku was really not listening, focusing on avoiding teams and listening for callouts from Mei or Denki. "Todoroki incoming." Izuku's eyes flicked to Todoroki's team, Ida giving them high mobility as Dark Shadow flung out to grab at their headband. Idra hardened his arm and battered the quirk away as Izuku turned, and they sped past, Izuku managing to keep up with Ida's speed. Bakugo has detached from his team. Is this allowed? As long as he doesn't touch the ground, it's legal. Izuku glanced over and immediately saw the value of Bakugo's team composition. Uraraka could make him weigh less, if not weightless, and he could use explosions to fling himself around to get up in people's faces and steal their headbands. Then, Siro could hook him with tape and reel him back in, giving Uraraka a break and getting him out of danger quickly. Mei! I see it, hero course. We'll have to watch out when we take to the air. A mechanical hand flung out and grabbed the headband off of a two-person group, a green praying mantis-looking boy and a blonde girl with horns. A surprise attack from Team Monoma leaves Team Bakugo headbandless. Will they be able to recover? He heard Bakugo raging on the other side of the field. Left. Izuku flung them to the side as the crackle of ice swept through where they had just been. Idru wrenched his foot from the ice and ran back to them. That could have been bad, he yelled. Thanks, May. No problem, manly man. Hero course. At 5 minutes, we're going up. Izuku glanced at the clock, shocked that over 4 minutes had already passed, and nodded to himself. He had gotten in a lot of practice sustaining green mode for a while, but he was starting to feel the strain and wanted to stay fresh for those last few minutes that would no doubt be hectic. That makes half your time gone, kiddies. I want to see your youth. He pressed the button on the jetpack and heard the hover boots power on, one on Idru and one on May as the two grabbed onto him tightly. Up, and away. They hovered at about 15 feet above the arena, out of range of almost everyone. Sue flung her tongue out from Shuji's back, but Denki shocked her before she could get too close and she recoiled. Izuku heard explosions and imperceptibly tightened his grip on Denki's legs. Denki grinned above him. Thanks for stopping in. He launched the grabby hand at Bakugo and swung him, letting the zero gravity and momentum aid him. Come again soon. Bakugo screamed out expletives as tape shot out to reel him back in. Generator. 1000 volts for the jetpack, please. He leaned back and smacked the top of the jetpack, which May had outfitted with the same thing you would usually find on a battery, and for a moment, Izuku smelled ozone. Good for another 2 minutes, hero course. Who is this dark horse in Team Shinsu? With 2 Class 1A students and 1 Class 1B, how do they know this Gen Ed student? Sometimes you have to team up with people you don't know. No stories about their rousing friendship? Oh, and it looks like Team Bakugo and Todoroki are locked in a fierce battle since the 10 million are in the air and out of reach. They'll have to come down soon. The jetpack started sputtering as the timer counted down from a minute and May cackled. Alright, manly man, hover boots time. Let's give Hero Course a speed boost. Idra grinned. Aye. As they slid to the ground, Izuku lit up green again, finding he could go just as fast with a lower percentage, 3%, letting him last for those last 60 seconds. Recipro burst. All 4 of their eyes locked onto Todoroki's team where Ito was zooming towards them. Izuku wasn't going to be fast enough to get them out of the way, and they were on May's side, not Idru's. Izuku felt his shoulders tingle as Denki lit up with a shriek, and it caused Todoroki's hand to spasm a little, jerking it down to grab at not the 10 million. Headband. Izuku reached out to grab at their headbands and locked eyes with Todoroki. There was a flash of fire that made them both flinch. 10, 9, 8, 7 dash. Ida's engine stalled, but all eyes were on them, still the keepers of the 10 million points. People converged, Bakugo flinging himself through the air, hands outstretched. A disembodied hand was close, Idru trying to bat it away. And time. The cavalry battle is over. Bakugo fell to the ground, screaming into the dirt, and a lot of other people sighed. Midnight stepped back up to the screen. In first place, keeping the 10 million points, is Team Kaminari. The crowd cheered and May cackled while the 3 of them exchanged grins and high fives. In second place, Team Todoroki. Izuku looked at Todoroki and smiled, but the boy was staring at his left hand and frowning. In third place, Team Bakugo. Bakugo screamed again from the dirt and Uraraka and Siro high-fived. And finally, Team, oh, this is a twist. Team Shinso. The 4 teams gathered at the front. Since Bakugo's team only had 3 members, Midnight hummed, the 5th place team will be able to send 1 member to the finals. Team Monoma, who would you like to send? Izuku looked over at the copy quirk user. He had 3 people with him, Shota, the vice rep of Class B, a boy with light brown hair and a cocky grin, and a serious-looking boy with dark brown hair. After a bit of debate, Monoma stepped forward. I will go. Everyone else in the team looked satisfied with that, patting him on the back and walking off the field. Izuku waved at him with a smile and Monoma blinked before waving back. Midnight purred. So, sportsmanship like sending in your fearless leader. If you didn't move on, don't worry, we're going to have a short 30-minute break in which you can play the games outside the stadium to win fabulous prizes. Mike, tell them what they can win. Yeah. All school merch is not only available for sale but also able to be won at some of our fun booths, trivia, weight guessing, dunk the sidekick, darts, and more. Try your luck and win big. Other stalls are not sponsored by UA, but you can find hero merch both for prizes and for sale. And don't forget the delicious food. You don't want to miss out, folks. See you all back here in 30 minutes. Yeah. Midnight smiled. The 16 of you will need to be ready in half an hour, but the matchups will be posted in about 15. The first contestants will be given a 5-minute warning to be ready. See you soon, kiddos. Denki stretched. And May is already gone. I dunno about you guys, but I am hungry. Wanna see how many of the snack stalls we can hit? Midoriya. Izuku blinked and turned to face an impassive Todoroki. Yes. I need to talk to you. His dual-colored eyes slid to the other two. Alone. Mina bounded over. Hey guys, you made it. Izuku swallowed, not quite sure what Todoroki wanted, but he smiled at his friends. You guys go on ahead, I'll find you guys. Okay, Ijiro grinned. Don't hold him up too long, Todoroki. They wandered off the field, Mina immediately telling Denki something that made him flush, and Izuku looked back to Todoroki. You wanted to talk? Baleful eyes swept the students still loitering. Not here. He walked off, Izuku having no choice but to follow. After winding through some of the tunnels into a pretty empty part of the stadium, Todoroki leaned against the wall, crossing his arms. Not sure what to do, Izuku perched against the opposite wall, already nervous for a talk that might be literally nothing. You made me use my fire. He blinked. What? Todoroki looked at his left hand, just like he had done after the cavalry battle, and his eyes were shadowed by his bangs. In the cavalry battle, for a moment, you had this aura that overrode my control and made me use my fire. Isn't that a good thing? I mean, you don't normally use your fire, but I know it probably helps you regulate temperature when you use a lot of ice dash. Midoriya. Sorry, he squeaked. Todoroki clenched his fists. I swore I would never use my fire. You made me break that oath. Izuku almost apologized again, but then he paused. Todoroki, I know it's not my place, but why not? Todoroki narrowed his eyes, inspected him. After a long pause filled with nervous fidgeting, he spoke, looking away. Have you heard of quirk marriages? Izuku nodded slowly. They were outlawed, seen as a form of eugenics. The penalty for arranging a quirk marriage is 10 years in prison minimum. My mother has an ice quirk, the perfect balance to my father's fire quirk. Izuku's heart sank and his breath caught in his throat, dreading what Todoroki was about to say next. She was bought like cattle so that my father could have the perfect child, the perfect balance of fire and ice, so that he could finally surpass All Might as the number one. He scoffed. Old man knew he could never do it on his own, so he wanted his child to do it for him. He paused and Izuku was silent, not exactly sure what to do about Todoroki admitting to his father committing a felony. In every memory that I have of my mother, she is never smiling. The last time I saw her, she said she couldn't stand to look at me and poured boiling water on the side that reminded her of him. He covered his scar with his hand and Izuku's breath hitched. So I made a promise that I would be the number one hero with only my mother's ice, never using my father's fire to spite him and prove him insignificant. He looked up, heterochromatic eyes meeting green. And today, I broke that promise because of something as inconsequential as fear. Todoroki. I will beat you, he continued as if Izuku hadn't said anything, because for some reason, All Might has his eye on you. I will prove my father wrong by winning this tournament here and now. Todoroki walked away and Izuku sank to the ground, eyes unfocused. How on earth was he supposed to respond to that? He walked out of the stadium and quickly spotted Mina, Denki, and Ijiro. He put on a smile and joined them, immediately being handed some yakitori and getting roped into the conversation, but other than comments here and there, his mind was elsewhere. They walked back into the stadium with 7 minutes to spare and looked over the matchups that were on the screen. The first battle was between Uraraka and Todoroki, then Mei vs. Ida, Izuku vs. Setsuna, Mina vs. Tokoyami, Yamamo vs. Aoyama, Idru vs. Bakugo, Denki vs. Minoma, and finally, Shinso vs. Shiro. Izuku took a deep breath as they took to the stands, the 5-minute warning going off. Todoroki and Uraraka were already gone, preparing for their match. The third round of the sports festival was about to begin. The first fight was Uraraka versus Todoroki. Uraraka looked incredibly determined, whereas Todoroki just looked completely normal, like he always did. Our first fight of the third round is our second-place winner of the first 2 rounds, the Ice Prince, Todoroki Shudo. The crowd cheered uproariously, and Mike continued. Versus someone you can't help but root for, Uraraka Ochako. You are supposed to be unbiased. What do you mean, Eraser? That was totally unbiased. No bias here. Midnight snorted and raised her whip. Fighters. Rules are simple. You win by knockout, ring out, or your opponent saying they give up or can't continue. Are you both ready? The both nodded, eyes never leaving each other. Then let's get started. She cracked her whip down and Todoroki leaned forward with his right side, sending ice spiraling to Uraraka, but she had already pressed her fingers together and floated herself. She quickly released, letting her momentum and sending her hurtling for him, hand outstretched to tap him. And Uraraka uses her anti-gravity quirk to dodge Todoroki's first strike. Can he recover before she uses it on him? He just did. Eraser, what are you feeding these kids? Their reaction times are incredible. They came like that. In addition, it would be illogical to let yourself get distracted or underestimate your opponents. Always assume the worst is going to happen and you'll either be right or pleasantly surprised. I think that's the longest string of words we've heard from you today. Thank you for your wisdom, oh great one. This is why you had to drag me here. And another skillful dodge by our gravity girl, but she's looking a little queasy, and Todoroki is not letting her get close. If she tags him, she can float him out of the ring. It's smart for him to keep her at a distance. She's a powerful force and he knows it. If we get this level of commentary every battle, this will be the most you have spoken in public since graduating high school. And the more you point it out, the less likely it is to continue. And it looks like Todoroki finally caught Uraraka's feet in an iceberg. Can she escape or is this the end? Midnight raised her whip. Uraraka is unable to continue. Todoroki is the winner. The crowd went wild and Todoroki stepped forward, beginning to melt the ice that was practically consuming the arena. Uraraka was high up, her lower legs completely caught in ice, just past her knees. She was broken out and walked off the field by Todoroki, since she was shivering badly and still looked nauseated. Izuku hoped she felt better. Kaken muttered further down the row. She put up a good fight against Icy Hot. He looked at the class when he felt their stares. What? Jairu twirled an ear jack with a raised eyebrow. Bakugo, was that a compliment? Off ears. The class burst into laughter, taking that as a yes, and Izuku smiled softly to himself. Bakugo was making genuine friends who he respected. It was a miracle. Stepping up to the ring is a hero course student, Ida Tenya, and our one support student to make it this far, Hatsum Dash. Hatsum May, that's right, sorry Mike, but this is my show now. Don't worry, I'll return it to you once we're done. Izuku winced at seeing Ida decked out in support gear, anything she hadn't used in the cavalry battle and more, and knew exactly what May was about to do. His battle might be next, but he had at least 10 minutes before he even needed to think about going to the waiting room. Still, protocol dictated that he head to his waiting room now, so he found himself pacing around the room, trying to remember everything he could about Setsuna. He knew she was in Class 1B, and that she got in on recommendations, but other than that, he thought back to the cavalry battle. She had been on the team with Mina, and he'd seen her detach her hands to grab at headbands, so she could at least detach and probably reattach her hands, if not other parts of her body. He got so lost in planning that when Mick's voice came back on, signifying that May had relinquished the sound system and therefore probably given up, having done her advertising, he jumped a little before heading out. He passed a disgruntled Ida and tried to offer him a smile before stepping back out into the arena. He squinted in the bright light as Mike introduced them to the crowd's cheers. In one corner, we have our favorite lizard girl, Setsuna Togake of Class 1B. And in the other corner, our undefeated first place, Midoriya Izuku of Class 1A. A battle of the hero classes, who will win? Midnight grinned. Good clean match, eh? Give them a show, kiddies. Fight. Izuku lit up green, darting forward to try and catch her off guard, but he just went through her. He literally went through her. Her body had split apart, flying a few feet away in all different directions, letting him pass through harmlessly. He whirled around to face her as she reformed with a grin. Mr. Undefeated First Place, huh? We'll have to change that. She darted forward, suddenly on the offensive, and her hand flew faster than she did, curling into a fist and barely missing his head as he pushed one for all to 5%, dodging out of the way. Ah, come on. I knew Mina's classmates would be cool, but you're just too fast, dude. He said, avoiding her hand still. I think your quirk is really cool. Since Present Mike called you a lizard, if a part of your body got destroyed or was otherwise unable to reattach, would it regrow, like a lizard's tail? She snorted. You're asking about my quirk in the middle of our match? Monoma was right, you are a little crazy. Izuku flushed. He said that? Nah, he just said you had a love and knowledge of quirks, which to me means crazy. But yeah, I can regrow parts, but it SCKS and takes a lot of time and energy, so I avoid that. He nodded to himself. Then, is that also why you have sharp teeth? Yep. She grinned, showing them off. Just the fangs for the most part, but all my teeth are a little pointy. You're pretty funny, Midoriya. Thanks. He darted forward, grabbing at her arm to try and throw her, but she just detached her arm and stepped back several feet. Can you feel your detached limbs? Yeah. Then I'm really sorry. Her eyes widened and he took her left arm and snapped the upper part before setting it on the ground. Her eyes watered as she bit back a scream and the arm limped back to her, reattaching but still being at a bad angle. Smart, she gasped. I'm down an arm. She grinned and the lower half of her arm detached. But not all of it. She went in for a punch again, but it was a feint, and she caught him in the ribs with her right hand before gripping his arms and starting to push him back towards the edge of the arena. Izuku dug in his feet, not able to get a good grip on the hands and only the hands that were pushing with the full force of her body behind them, but he delivered a boosted pinch to both hands, making her swear and loosen her grip. He slipped out and rammed into her, sending her staggering back and hissing at how it jostled her arm. I'm really sorry. She grinned even as he pushed her further. You're one weird guy, Midoriya. It's a fight, why are you apologizing? He picked her up and tossed her out. She turned to land on her good side, but her attempts to keep herself in bounds were unsuccessful and the crowd went wild as Midnight called the match. Izuku hurried over to her, wringing his hands. Are you okay? Can I take you to Recovery Girl? Oh geez. She laughed, hauling herself to her feet and extending her right hand for a handshake. Sure, us greenies gotta look out for each other and all that. Recovery Girl clucked her tongue as they arrived, but gave Setsuna a kiss before turning to him. It was a clean break. If you have to break someone's arm, that's the way to do it, but don't make a habit of it. He nodded rapidly, bowed, to Setsuna's laugh, and hurried out, wanting to see if he could catch the match. Between Tokoyami and Mina. If he had to guess, Tokoyami would probably win, if only because Dark Shadow couldn't be hurt by her acid, but she was pretty slick, pardon the pun. The crowd cheered just as he reached the 1A viewing box. Denki. Who won? The electric boy grinned. Hey Zuku. Nice win. But anyway, Tokoyami won. It took him a while to catch her, but once he did, ring out. He sighed. Man, I figured, but still, it would have been cool if she had won. Dark Shadow is really powerful, though, and Tokoyami is nothing to scoff at either. Drew chuckled. True, and you get to fight him next. I have a plan. Denki doubled over laughing. Well, duh, you're Dr. Mito. The man with a plan. Izuku rolled his eyes and sat down as the next match was announced. Our sparkling Frenchman Aoyama Yuga, in one corner, versus the Queen of Creation, Yaoyorozu Momo. Who will take victory between our 1A competitors? Midnight called for the start and Momo brought out a circular shield and a long pole. Upon closer inspection, not only was the shield concave or curling away from her, but it was mirrored. These two have fought before in training, and it was a close battle. I wonder how much they've learned from that fight. This is the kind of commentary and backstory we need. A rematch. Will the outcome remain the same, or will the underdog rise to the challenge? Who knows? Not me. I don't actually know the outcome of that fight. Yaoyorozu won barely. Will our dazzling blonde be able to take his revenge? As it turned out, Momo had learned from that battle, and every time Aoyama shot at her, she captured it with her curved shield and sent it right back to him, getting closer to hitting with every shot. Izuku could only imagine how difficult it would be to aim that, but she was actively getting better all the time, until finally, a shot hit him. Multiplied by the mirrored surface, it hit him like a sack of bricks and hurled him out of the arena. She didn't even use her staff for more than playing keep away, and so she would have enough distance to catch the beams. The queen has not been overthrown. Yaoyorozu Momo is our winner. We are halfway through round 1, folks, that's right, for more matched for round 1. Izuku looked up to realize Aijuru had already gone, since he was walking onto the field with a huge grin. The king of manliness dash. Please stop giving people royal titles. The manliest man, Kirishima Aijuru, a rock-solid friend, or so I've heard, versus the human bomb, Bakugo Katsuki. Time to answer the age-old question of the unstoppable force versus the immovable object. Midnight called for the start and Aijuru crossed his arms in front of his face as Bakugo lunged, palms popping. Izuku already knew how this would go. Aijuru would last a long time, since they had been practicing, but he wouldn't last long enough for Bakugo to overexert himself, and even if he did, Bakugo embodied plus Ultra 2. The fullest if it meant winning. 5 minutes later, a powerful explosion sent Aijuru out of the ring, passed out. The next battle was between two blondes, Denki and Monoma, the Class 1B kid that Izuku had embarrassed himself in front of the other day, who apparently talked about him to at least Setsuna. Honestly, Izuku wasn't sure how this one would go. Sure, Denki was a human taser and discouraged getting touched for a copy, but Monoma had no doubt come prepared with some of his classmates' quirks, so he'd have to see what the boy had before he could make an actual decision. Class B's own copy machine versus the generator of Class A. Another battle of the hero classes. How will this turn out? Fight! Denki lunged forward, body lit up yellow as lightning arced across his skin, and Monoma laughed and yelled something at him before Denki slammed into an invisible wall. Denki recoiled a little, reeling from the impact, when Monoma punched forward. A second air displacement, stronger than the first, followed the punch after a split-second delay, and Denki found himself stumbling backwards again. Monoma slammed his hands to the ground, causing the concrete to ripple, but Denki found his feet and jumped forward, extending a hand that crackled. Monoma's eyes widened and he tried to slide back, but Denki connected and he jolted before he managed to get away. His hair was rising a little from his head, filled with static, but he righted himself and grinned. Izuku could actually hear the yell this time. You fool! Now I have a copy of your quirk. See how it feels when it's turned against you. Izuku essayed in a breath as Monoma released all the electricity at once, Denki backing up to avoid the brunt of it, and when it cleared, Monoma was out, thumbs up and expression empty. Monoma is unable to continue. Kaminari moves on. The crowd cheered and Izuku watched Denki walk over with a wince before sending a small shock through Monoma, causing the other boy to start and come back to awareness. His eyes narrowed and he immediately started to ask questions, or so Izuku assumed, since they walked off the field together with Denki grinning wryly. It was the expression he always had when Izuku was asking anyone a bunch of questions. Our final match of round 1, the Package Master, Shirohanta of the Hero Course, versus our last non-hero competitor, The surprise 4th place in the cavalry battle, Shinsu Hitoshi. Shinso said something to Shiro right before Midnight called for the start, and the next thing Izuku knew, Shiro was walking out of bounds. That was awesome. Izuku couldn't wait to figure out what the hell had just happened, because it already looked really cool. He would really have to track the purple-haired boy down later, because that seemed really useful, whatever it was. Was it mind control, body control, suggestion, or maybe even something like Midnight's quirk? Now that was fast. But now we're in round 2 of round 3 match. What? Goodness, wrap your heads around all those numbers. First up, we have the Frosty Todoroki versus Speedy Ida. Will Ida be fast enough to dodge the winter chill? Let's find out. Midnight called for the start and it was over in an instant, a huge glacier covering half the arena and casting a shadow over the viewing booths. He seems like Todoroki didn't want to risk it and completely froze his opponent before he could move. Todoroki moves on after what might be the shortest match in history. The crowd called out to Ida, telling him not to mind, and Izuku's heart went out to the boy. First he was used as an advertisement for Mei, then he was frozen solid without a real chance to even try. It didn't seem like Todoroki to use such overwhelming power, and this time he barely melted Ida before walking off, alone. I hope our second round fighters are making their way down, but we will need a few minutes to clear the ice from the arena, so hang tight. Oh right, he should probably go. He passed Todoroki in the hallway. Hey, congrats on your... The boy brushed past him, eyes simmering with anger, but Izuku knew it wasn't directed at him. It wasn't directed at Ida, either, but it still made Izuku flinch at its intensity. Todoroki didn't even seem to notice him. He stepped out into the arena as Mike called to introduce the next match, taking a few deep breaths and running back over his plan. Sure, it was simple, but that also meant it was adaptable in case things went wrong. In one corner, our green legend Midoriya vs. the Raven of the Night, Tokoyami. Izuku powered up one for all to the creaking 6%, and as soon as Midnight started the match, he lunged forward, ducking and weaving around Dark Shadow before the bird-like creature could react and grabbed Tokoyami around the waist, heaving him backwards. Shadow claws dug into the ground, stopping the boy just before the boundary line. The same trick will not work again, creature of light. Izuku grinned. I dunno, I think I'm faster than you and Dark Shadow. The bird in question cackled. Me and Fumi can beat you. In response, they both lunged again, but when Izuku ducked under Dark Shadow, Tokoyami was no longer where he had been standing. The hairs on the back of his neck prickled and he threw himself to the ground, feeling Dark Shadow fly over him by the wind. He flung himself to his feet and dialed up one for all to 7%. He tackled Tokoyami before he could move again and threw him again, this time aiming a bit more up, and he desperately tried to stop himself again, but it was too late. Tokoyami is out of bounds. Midoriya wins. Tokoyami sighed and bowed. It was a good fight. Dark Shadow poked his head out. You were cool. Fumi wants to be your friend. Dark Shadow. Cease this instant. Izuku giggled. I'd like to be friends with you too. Thanks for the good match. He waved as they walked away and winced. Going up to 7% had been what let him win, but it made him sore all around. He stepped off the arena, heading back through the tunnels to where he would go back to the waiting booth. A wave of heat washed over him and he sighed. It felt nice. Wait a minute. His head shot up and he came face to face with a scowling fire. No, wait, it was Endeavor. So, you will be fighting my Shudo next. Yes, I guess so? He nodded with a sneer. Make sure you give him a good fight. His past 2 opponents have been weak, but you seem strong enough to actually give him a challenge. You'll be a good stepping stone on his path to defeating All Might. Izuku's eye flashed as the man turned away. Okay, this man was a grade A-D-. Not only did he commit a felony, apparently, and was a child abuser who may or may not also be technically guilty of murder, but now he was actively belittling his classmates, who had worked really hard and were 10 times the person he would ever be. Excuse me, Endeavor? He turned back with a raised eyebrow and a glare. I'm not All Might. Clearly Dash. And to do, Shudo isn't you. Endeavor turned to face him more fully with a scowl. What are you getting at, boy? Izuku pursed his lips. When he becomes a great hero, it will have nothing to do with you. He felt the heat flare, but he was already walking away to the stands, ducking into the safety of the public corridors and soon finding himself back in the 1A booth. Yo, dude, nice job. You're going to the semi-finals. Izuku ignored Idru and glanced up at the half-and-half boy who was looking impassively at the field, eyes still having that flare of anger in them. Todoroki. The boy looked at him, impassive. Your dad is a D-. He blinked, even as the rest of their classmates erupted into confusion, and Izuku saw the corner of his lip twist up before his expression flattened again. He is. The class had never been more confused, but Izuku just nodded and plopped down to watch Bakugo finish exploding Momo. Cementos reset the stage and Mike started introducing the next round. Our dark horse of Gen Ed, Shinsu Hitoshi, versus the human taser, Kaminari Denki. Who will win? Hopefully this won't be as short as Shinsu's last match. Shinso smirked and said something that had Denki sputtering and blushing furiously, electricity flicking off of him. He said something back and stilled, but not before Shinso had his own light dusting of pink on his ears and cheeks. He covered his eyes with his hands and muttered something that had Denki turning and walking out of the ring. Ding, another quick one. Shinsu moves on to the semi-finals, which will start after a 15-minute break with Todoroki versus Midoriya. Stay tuned, folks. Todoroki offered him a nod as he stood up to go prepare, and Izuku smiled. He was decidedly not nervous. Definitely not. They faced each other, maybe 30 seconds before the match was about to start, final preparations being made. Earlier. What brought you to that? Conclusion? Conclusion? Right. He came and found me and low-key threatened me because I was fighting you next. I think I made him mad. Todoroki looked troubled. He spoke to you? Izuku chuckled. Yeah, it really hammered home how much of a D he was. I knew before, what with what you told me. The boy nodded. I'm sorry you had to go through that. Izuku shook his hands rapidly. It's nothing really. Plus, he probably hates me now after what I said to him. Todoroki looked curious, but that was when midnight called for the start. I will not hold back. Izuku frowned as he dodged the ice. Wasn't that exactly what Todoroki was doing? He blinked at the sound of cracking and dove out of the way of the top of the iceberg cracking and falling off to where he had been standing. The ice was meant for speed, not strength, to combat him going green. It was smart, but Izuku could use that. He kicked off the most recent ice column and the force of his jumps to climb higher left cracks in the slightly more fragile than usual ice, covering the two pillars he was jumping between with spiderweb cracks. Once he reached the top, he grinned down at a squinting Todoroki. Timber! A sharp stomp sent the entire pillar falling to the ground, Izuku jumping to the other one for the same effect before he rode an ice chunk down to slam a fist into Todoroki's jaw. When he pulled back his hand, hurrying out of his immediate range while the boy recovered, he shook it out, feeling the cold. He frowned and looked closer and saw frost arcing up Todoroki's arms and right side, breath coming out in puffs. What happened to not holding back? Todoroki was confused for half a second before his expression hardened. I will never use his fire. Izuku felt a twinge of annoyance go through him. He opened his mouth to say something, but Todoroki just glared and sent a wave of jagged ice in his direction, forcing him to dodge. You know what I said to your father? He was ignored. I said that when you become a great hero, it won't be because of him. Todoroki blinked in shock. Izuku laughed, running a hand through his hair. Yeah, I know you're going to be a great hero, but it will have nothing to do with him, because you aren't him. Of course I'm not him. Yeah? Then why are you letting him control your life? Todoroki recoiled, but Izuku pressed on, shattering another spike of ice. You are your own person, Todoroki, you aren't him. And it's not his power, it's yours. On that final word he punched Todoroki directly in the stomach, making him double over. Fight me with your fire, because it's yours. You can't be a hero by only using half of your resources, or someone is going to die. He backed up slightly, shards of ice everywhere. The last remaining spike crumbled, and the field was open. The air should have felt cold, but the breaking ice has evened out the area completely, making it just cool over the usual warmth of the day. Todoroki considered him as he recovered, ping his head, before raising his left hand. He watched as flames liked it, arcing lazily up his arm like a cat winding itself around your legs, and Izuku grinned. "You're insane. You could have beaten me, went on to the finals, but instead, you made me stronger." "Why?" Izuku smiled. "Because you're going to be a great hero. All of you. You did more damage to yourself than you did to me, and that didn't sit right. Your ice has always been beautiful, but this." He gestured to the curling fire. "Together, they make something ethereal." Todoroki smiled slightly, furrowing his brow. "You're very odd." Izuku grinned cheekily. "Thanks. Now, like you promised, no holding back." Frost curled up one arm and flames like the other as Izuku pushed himself to 8%, the farthest he had ever gone. It hurt, but the roar of adrenaline beat that back as he dashed forwards, meeting the whirlwind of ice and fire head-on. He knew he was getting hurt, but he just ducked and weaved and socked the other boy in the jaw, cutting off the elements and sending him reeling. He prepared to go in for a grapple, to pick him up and throw him like he had done with his other opponents, but Midnight's voice cut through. "Todoroki is out of bounds." Midoriya moves on. The two boys blinked at each other as the crowd erupted into cheers, and it was like Izuku came back to himself. He in a breath at the prickling all over his torso and half of his face, wincing as he moved. Todoroki looked concerned, but Izuku brushed him off. "I'm fine, nothing recovery girl can't fix." Izuku lit up. "You made your ice faster. It was really cool, even if it did weaken the structural integrity. It was a good plan to catch me. If I hadn't kept my distance, I would have been toast. And that tornado you made? It was so cool. You have to try that again during training sometime, a whirling cone of fire and ice, wow." He trailed off as the blood rushed to his head and he stumbled. Arms grabbed him to hold him upright, but he barely felt it. He gazed up at the worried face he almost sort of didn't recognize and murmured, "Pretty, just like your ice." His vision faded to black. He woke to crisp white sheets and a Tutang recovery girl. "Better hurry, boy, if you want to fight in the finals. You have about 2 minutes to get back to the field. Hopefully your 10-minute power nap was enough." He shot up, noting how he was sore, but otherwise unhurt, and not wearing the top half of his gym uniform. Oh yeah, it had gotten destroyed by Todoroki, who he had called pretty, or maybe that was a dream, but regardless, don't think about it, but there was a new one laid out for him. "Just over a minute, dearie." He quickly scrambled out the door, tugging the uniform top on as he went, and broke into a sprint. The last match had been between Bakugo and Shinso, and he honestly had no idea who he was facing, but he'd find out in a moment. Somehow managing not to trip to the cheers and bright sunlight that immediately assaulted him as soon as he stepped out into the arena, taking his place. "Good of you to join us, Midoriya. Are you both ready?" Still blinking away spots, Izuku nodded. "And the battle you've been waiting for, the finals." In one corner, hero course student Midoriya Izuku, the green lightning, throwing punches and competitors indiscriminately. He's taken first place the past 2 rounds, can he do it again? In the other corner, our dark horse, whose quirk we don't really know about, general education student Shinsu Hitoshi, who really looks like he could use a nap. Will this be the second time in UA history that a Gen Ed student takes the crown, dethroning our short green legend? Let's find out. Izuku perked up. Shinso? That meant Bakugo had lost, and that also meant, "Hey, you have the brainwashing quirk, right?" The tall purple-themed boy tensed. "Yeah, what dash? That's so cool." The boy looked taken aback, but Izuku just kept going. "I imagine that's how you got out Kakin. He's strong, sure, but he can't resist opening his mouth, especially in the face of insults or whatever, so you probably did that. But you have so much potential with a quirk like that. I mean, you're a dream in any hostage situation, since you can just brainwash them into releasing the hostages. Villain takedown, all you need is your quirk. Of course, like Eraserhead, you'll probably need to have enough athletic skills to get close enough to use it, And no hero is a one-trick pony, all that, but dash. Dude, aren't we supposed to be fighting? Izuku blinked and flushed, looking away nervously. Oh yeah, sorry dash. He was overcome with a fog and it was like looking at the world through a foggy glass. He felt like he could curl up and sleep, his power nap not nearly enough, and he heard a deep voice pierce the fog. Turn around and walk out of the ring, Greenie. Obediently, with no thought, he turned to the side and began walking. It was cozy in his head, which felt a little odd. He never thought of his head as a nice place to hang out, since that was where he pushed all the negativity he had heard all his life down, but it was like being wrapped in a down duvet, and honestly, it was pretty nice. Not even Mick's exclamations could knock him out of it. If Shinso told him to sleep, he would no doubt be out before he finished the last syllable. Like jumping into the pool, he was suddenly back in his own body, and the roar of the crowd was deafening. He almost wanted to block out all the noise, but he caught the tail end of Mike. And with that, we have our first-year sports festival winner. This day will go down in history, folks. Give it up for Shinsu Hitoshi. Izuku whirled around with a grin to where the other boy was looking a little uncomfortable, but he was smiling still. Then he caught Izuku's eyes and his expression went carefully blank. Izuku rushed over and he stumbled back, but Izuku was too excited to notice. Oh my god. Shinso, that was so cool. Voice activation, right? Since you said something, I replied, boom, I was gone. I was right, that would be so handy. I don't even think I can tell you all the ways that would be useful. Oh my god, I'd want to study it more, because being in my own head was not like I thought it would be. It felt like hypnosis, or what I think hypnosis would feel like, since I've never had it happen to me, but still dash. Stop. Like he was still controlled, Izuku's mouth snapped shut and he blinked, bewildered. Shinso looked just as confused. You don't hate me? Izuku blinked again. Hate you? Why would I hate you? Because I brainwashed you? Of course you brainwashed me, it was a fight. His eyes glazed over for a moment before he was smacked back. You just responded, even though you know that's how I can activate my quirk. Yeah. You're crazy, all of you in the hero course are crazy, oh my god. Izuku giggled and looked away. Yeah, so I've been told. I think me and the rest of the trio are the worst of it. Shinso almost opened his mouth to ask, then shook his head. Midnight sauntered over. Not to interrupt your lovely chat, but it's time for the awards ceremony. Normally it would be delayed, but since our last two matches were pretty harmless, in the grand scheme of things, everyone is ready to go right now if you two are. Izuku beamed. I'm good. Shinso? The boy shrugged, shoving his hands in his pockets. Midnight smirked. Perfect. She snapped her fingers and Cementos nodded, raising 3 platforms, the center one being the tallest. And now for our awards. Will our third-place finishers please come to the arena? Izuku glanced at the tunnels to see Bakugo scowling as he stalked out and Todoroki striding, unpressed for time. He offered a wave to the heterochromatic boy, who returned it after a moment. They took their places on the platforms and Mike took back over. This year, our awards are being presented by our newest addition to staff. That's right, let's give it up for All Might. With a boom, All Might touched down onto the field about 10 feet away. The wind made them stumble a bit, but none of them fell, and the crowd got even louder. I am here to present the medals. He smiled impossibly wide. For third place, Mike announced, Todoroki Shuto and Bakugo Katsuki. Let's make some noise. All Might placed the 2 medals around each of their necks and gave them both hugs, whispering in their ears. Izuku couldn't believe Bakugo was accepting the hug, but then again, it was All Might, so that might have had something to do with it. The blonde caught him looking and scowled at him, so Izuku looked away. In second place, Midoriya Izuku. All Might smiled at him and placed the heavy silver medal around his neck. Excellent work, young Midoriya. He hugged him and whispered, You made me very proud. Izuku felt like his heart was going to beat out of his chest and his face hurt from the splitting grin he had no doubt he was wearing. And first place, making history, is Shinsu Hitoshi. All Might hung the last medal and boomed, Our victors. The crowd went wild and Izuku smiled. His mom was probably sobbing buckets at home. Izuku! He got pounced on from 3 different directions as Ijuru, Denki, and Mina all came in to give him a hug. Ijuru pulled back, sniffing, and patted him on the shoulder. You did us proud, bro, bring the traffic light trio to victory like that. Mina grinned. Saw you talking to cute boy. His quirk get you excited? Izuku nodded rapidly. Yeah. It's so cool. I hope he makes it into the hero course, like he said he wanted to, because it's a really great quirk for heroics. Denki sighed. Yeah, that would be awesome. The other 3 stared at him with knowing grins and he scowled, looking away. His quirk would be super good, like Zuka said. I was agreeing with that part of the statement. Sure, Mina snickered, poking him in the ribs. That's the part you were agreeing with. He looked her dead in the eye. Nice to meet you, I'm Carrie. She gasped and fell to her knees, immediately begging and pleading to be forgiven, but Denki just grinned at Izuku again. So what the heck happened in your Todoroki fight? He never uses his fire. Ijuru hummed. Maybe he likes it when people yell at him? Izuku flushed and rapidly shook his head. No, that wasn't it, it was just, I don't dash. Midoriya helped me. He stiffened and whirled around, stumbling a little, but 2 hands caught his arms and set him back upright, one hot, one cold. Todoroki, he squeaked, you snuck up on me. He blinked. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to startle you. Are you? He trailed off, looking at Izuku's chest, and the green boy nodded, certain he looked like a strawberry right now. Why yeah, recovery girl patched me up, apparently I was only out for 10 minutes. He chuckled. Good thing too, or I wouldn't have been able to talk to Shinso. Todoroki nodded. I'm glad you're all right. Without another word, peace apparently said, he turned and left. You helped him, huh? He turned back, frowning, feeling his blush fade. Yes? He was hurting himself, just using his ice. Mina nodded, solemn, from where she was still sitting on the floor. Frostbite's nasty, yo. She grinned, all solemnity gone. Tell me, was his fire just as pretty as his ice, just like you thought? Oh God, she still remembered that lunch from 2 weeks ago? Very pretty. Zooks, she was asking about the fire, not the boy. He squeaked and buried his face in his hands. Did I really say that to him? Denki visibly perked up, even though Izuku couldn't see him. Say what? Oh man, what did you say? Izuku was mortified, but he knew they weren't going to stop bugging him about it until either he told them to back off, which he wouldn't, this wasn't really a big deal, or he gave in. I might have called him pretty before I passed out. Denki guffawed. Dude, you called him pretty and then passed out in his arms? Holy shit, that's way worse than telling Shinso his voice is hot. Ijuru chuckled. Sometimes we need our brains to be on autopilot to get past ourselves and say what we really feel. That was pretty manly of you, Zooks. Mina cackled, rolling on the floor. Oh my God. And then when he startled you, he grabbed you, and you looked like a tomato. Oh my God, this is the best. She took a few deep breaths and hauled herself to her feet. Okay, I'm good now, this is fine. I think the teachers are going to start kicking us out soon. We should go home, but we will definitely keep this conversation going over the group chat. Izuku whimpered and hung his face in his hands again. We really don't need to. Denki grinned and started walking away. Oh, he called back, we really do. See you guys later. They all waved goodbye and Izuku smiled, fingering his silver medal. Yeah, home sounded nice. Shudo was trying to avoid his father as long as possible, but when the blonde kid who had lost to Kaminari cornered him, he blinked. You, Monoma hissed, that was his name, right? Jabbing a finger in his face, you stay away from the one good thing 1A has before you corrupt him with your ego and pride. The one good? Oh, you mean Midoriya? Yes. I saw you getting all chummy in your fight, but don't think your quirk is cooler than mine. I can have your quirk any day of the week, so don't get too high on your horse. Shudo blinked. His quirk? Monoma leaned back, talking to himself more than Shudo, looking worried. I can have all the quirks, I'm cool, way cooler than this one, a schmuck. Yeah, way cooler. He looked up, eyes blazing. So stay away from Midoriya if you know what's good for you. Shudo blinked as the blonde walked away, in triumph, and shrugged internally. Stay away from Midoriya? No, he thought, picturing that beaming smile, he didn't think he would. As you might have noticed, Aizawa drawled. Due to his poor performance of not making it to the second round in the sports festival, Mineta has been booted to general studies and we have a new student. Denki looked both mortified and excited as the door opened. This is Shinso Hitoshi, who you all know won the festival. Be nice or I will expel you. Shinso, you're behind Midoriya. Shinsu's face visibly filled with resignation, but he sighed good-naturedly and walked over, completely ignoring the small wave the blonde on the other side of the room sent him. Oh, another note, the purpose of the festival was to secure you internships. Their teacher clicked a button and a hologram displayed a graph of the top 10 people who got the most offers, and as such, agencies put out requests. If you didn't get any, there's a pool that you can choose from. The top was actually Todoroki, with Bakugo next, then Izuku, then Shinso and so on. Come on, Denki complained. Shinso got first and he has the fourth most offers? What BS is this? Todoroki sighed in the back of the room. They saw my name and just sent. Ignoring them, Aizawa continued. In the internships, you will be training under real heroes and officially be out on the field. That means you'll need dash. Hero names. Midnight kicked open the door, waltzing in. Which is where I come in, because Eraser over here is terrible at names. You named a cat Sushi. And you didn't even come up with your hero name, she quipped back, not even looking in his direction, so I'm here to help. Be warned, you can change these, but if you gain a lot of notoriety under the name you pick, it will stick. They passed out whiteboards and markers and Izuku stared down at his, completely unsure. He had no idea what he wanted his hero name to be, not even an inkling. Idru got up first with a grin. I've actually had this one picked out since I was a kid. The sturdy hero, Red Riot. Izuku briefly noted the callback to Crimson Riot before his brain latched onto the red. He looked over at Denki and saw the blonde grinning back. Are we really doing this? He mouthed. Denki grinned and shot him a thumbs up. The boy quickly scrawled something and shot up, racing to the front. The stun gun hero, Yellow Flash. Midnight made an X with her arms. Copyrighted, try again. Denki blinked. Copy? Oh yeah, then the Yellow Shock. Does that work? Midnight nodded as Mina giggled. No way, are you guys really gonna do it? Izuku got up sheepishly, trying to hold back his smile. The hero that never stops, Green Lightning. Yeah, Green Lightning. Just like Mike had called him in that final round, it sounded right. Mina burst out laughing, clutching her sides. Hell yeah, Green Light. The traffic light trio will be unstoppable. Denki and Idru both flashed him a thumbs up. Midnight hummed. Similar names. Are you three planning on being a hero team? They exchanged bewildered glances. A hero team? She chuckled, catching on to their confusion. The Wild Pussycats, for example, are a hero team. They all have cat-themed hero names and have similar outfits, plus they work together quite frequently. You don't have to decide now, of course, but it's something to think about. Not many heroes form teams, but there are certainly benefits to it. The rest of the class slowly picked out their hero names. Mina's Alien Queen got shot down, and Izuku's heart went out to her when Ida got up. Tenya. Midnight frowned. Your given name? Are you sure? He nodded stiffly. Glasses, Bakugo growled. I can tell you're thinking something stupid. Stop it, it's not like you. Everyone turned to him, bewildered. That was the second time he had sort of complimented someone, even if it was a little backhanded. Ida pushed up his glasses, hiding his eyes behind the glare. Then do you propose it? Better name? I dunno, Turbo or some sheet. Engine Boy, Speed Racer, Donkey Man. Donkey Man? Bakugo nodded. 'Cause you kick. Ida blinked several times then wandered back to his seat. I will think more on my hero name. Midnight shifted and smiled uneasily. Right, who do we still have left? Oh, Shinso, you haven't gone. Izuku heard the boy sigh and groan under his breath as he hauled himself to his feet. He was looking away from the class with a bored expression as he flipped up his board for them to see. The sleepy hero, Hypnos. Midnight blinked. Hypnos? Like the Greek god? But that has nothing to do with your quirk. He nodded. Underground, I want to mislead people. But brainwashing and hypnosis are pretty similar, so it still works. Thus, so. Midnight and several students chuckled, and she gave him her approval. Izuku flashed him a smile as he sat down and he rolled his eyes. Todoroki, did you think of one? The boy blinked, then stood up with a light frown. He got to the front and considered his board for a moment, before turning it around. The elemental hero, Equilibrium. Midnight hummed in appreciation. Balanced out, fire and ice. I like it. You pass. Izuku sent the boy a beaming smile as he passed him, causing Todoroki to blink before moving back to his seat. He'll take it. And with that, Midnight cracked her whip and swung her hips. My part is done. Turn in those internship forms to your teacher by the end of the week, kiddos. She sauntered out and people immediately grouped with their friends. Izuku watched Bakugo stalk over and kick Ida's desk, growling something, but Izuku was too busy getting to his own friends to really pay attention. Guys, Ida grinned, you did the color thing too? Denki chuckled. We were inspired. Ida know about Zuku, but I had no idea. Then I heard you with your red, and suddenly it all became clear. Izuku hummed. I really didn't have any clue what I was going to do, but I was reminded of how Mike announced me in my final fight with Shinso, and well, it sounded like a good idea. Denki perked up. Speaking of, yo Shinso, come hang. The boy's head pulled itself off the desk slowly and he squinted across the room at their group. His eyes went from Izuku, to Mina, to Denki, and he shook his head and plopped back down to nap. Mina giggled. Looks like cute boy has had enough of us. Ah man, don't be like that. I promise we'll be quiet really. Izuku snorted. You really can't promise that, Denki. I can try. Shinso turned his head to face them with pursed lips and calculating eyes. Denki grinned and gestured for him to come over, and whatever internal battle Shinso was having seemed to reach its conclusion, because he sighed and got up, bringing his stack of offers with him. What? So, Denki immediately started? Hypnos? I didn't know you knew any Greek gods. Maybe I should have gone with Zeus, eh? But then you wouldn't have gone with the color theme, Izuku pointed out. Denki hummed. True. Right, internships. Who are you guys thinking of going with? Ida pumped a fist into the air. Fourth kind seems really manly. I was thinking of going with him. Does he do a lot of close combat? Ida frowned. No, I don't think so. Oh, right, we were going to get better at that. Shoot, now I have to look at close combat heroes. Do you have Gunhead? Izuku leaned over to check his list. His epithet is the battle hero, I think, so he would be a decent pick, and I think Fury Fighter is in his agency too. Mina, who are you picking? Poison Party. She cheered. They have a similar quirk to mine, and I want to learn how to deal with the stigmatisms and get some tips. The eye problem? She blinked. That wasn't the word I was looking for, was it? He shook his head. Rats, she snapped her finger, but I'll get it. Biases or whatever, that's what I meant. Denki patted her on the shoulder. Yeah, I get it, words are hard, man. Shinso raised an eyebrow. Based on the impression I got from Midoriya, I would have figured you were the smart kids. Denki and Mina burst out laughing, wiping away a few tears. No way, Mina murmured breathlessly. Izuku has all the brain cells in this relationship. We just borrow them for pranks. Shinso nodded slowly. Noted. On a completely unrelated note, I think I hear punk rock girl calling my name. He wandered to the back of the classroom, ignoring the dramatic weeping and miming coming from the two class clowns to join the quiet and calm section of the room, also known as the back corner. Izuku caught Momo's eye and waved with a smile. Ah man, Denki sighed, we didn't even get to hear where he was going. Izuku giggled. Probably someone underground, if they sent in any offers. Where are you going again? Denki grinned. I have an offer from Stormy Weather. She does all this crazy weather manipulation for rescues and stuff, and I thought it would be neat to go to someone who also has experience with electricity and stuff. Izuku's eyes sparkled. Oh, I know her. Yeah, that's a great choice. What about you, Zuku? Izuku looked down at his stack of papers. I dunno, but we have till the end of the week. I have to do a lot of research to find the best fit. Aijuru chuckled. Yeah, that sounds like you. Just remember to get some sleep too, you know? Not manly to let yourself waste away in the name of research. Izuku nodded fervently. Of course. Generator. Denki just sighed and covered his food, bracing himself for Mei to flop onto their table, once again having no actual food with her but various parts of machines instead. Hi Mei. Yeah, I'm doing well, thanks for asking. What about you? Generator. She ignored him. You have no idea how much attention my baby's got. It's all thanks to you. In thanks, I'm willing to go out of my way and add one upgrade to your costume for free. What would you like? Denki blinked. Wait, what? Mei rolled her eyes. I'm making you a baby because I got a lot of offers and investors. Pick something and I'll make it for you. Denki just looked at Izuku. Izuku took the initiative, pulling out his notebook. Well, you already have the staff for a mid-range weapon, and you added in the metal knuckles for the extra short-range punch, so maybe a long-range weapon? Something that could act as a conductor for your electricity so that it doesn't lose power as it goes out, but hopefully something either easy to use or familiar. Mei nodded sagely. Got it, thanks. She bounded off, sweeping the machine parts into her arms and running back out of the cafeteria. What the F dash? Aijuru just grinned. She's pretty fun. Yeah, Mina giggled. She's a riot. Gives a good name for the Pink Squad. Izuku blinked. The Pink Squad. Shinso is an honorary member because he's purple. That explained nothing. Mr. Hero. Izuku jumped as an invisible girl jumped on him, sliding rapidly into the seat next to him. Hagakure. Anyway, Mr. Hero, you're super smart. Can you help me pick an internship offer? I only get to choose from the 40 who always take people, but I know nothing about them. Sure, I guess. Can I see the list? She brandished it and he looked it over, deep in thought. It was a pretty wide selection. You might want to try this agency here. If I'm right, that's where the underground hero ghost works. His quirk isn't well known, but when he holds his breath well, I guess he basically doesn't exist. It's called erase presence. But anyway, he does a lot of stealth and infiltration, and they might pair you up with him, since your quirks are related. Hagakure squealed and he felt her hugging him. Thanks so much, Mr. Hero. You know all the cool and obscure facts. Oh, Mina, are we still on for Saturday? Mina laughed. You know it. See you then. Yeah. Bye traffic lights, bye Mina, bye Mr. Hero. Izuku watched the floating uniform leave. She does know my name, right? Probably. Not helpful, Mina. Izuku heard Bakugo yelling a table over and his ears couldn't help but tune in. But icy hot. You're going with your dad and Hosu, right? He will most likely be there to go after the hero killer, yes. Why? Make sure Glasses doesn't do anything FNG stupid, got that? I don't really understand, but it is noble of you to be concerned for your friend. Literally no one FNG asked you. Oh, Izuku remembered, the hero killer, who had just hospitalized and paralyzed the turbo hero, Ingenium. That was Ida's brother. Now he understood why Bakugo had been unusually passive this morning, and was so adamant about making sure Ida didn't do anything stupid. If Ida was interning in Hosu, the site of his brother's attack, then there was a good chance his reasoning was to get revenge. Not very hero-like, but this was his brother, and anger could make you do terrible things. Bakugo knew that firsthand, and didn't want his friend, for there was no doubt that Ida was his friend, even if just because of constant pestering, to go down the same path and make the same mistakes. He looked down at his offers again, and thought of the one All Might had given him personally. Maybe he could look for something in Hosu? Oh, looking to follow around Todoroki, are we? He jolted. Did I say that out loud? Mina chuckled. Don't worry, Big Sis Mina will help you score the boy. You don't have to follow him to his internship for that. That's not why I wanted T to go to Hosu. Denki snorted. Of course. Don't worry, bro, Idru said solemnly. We support you in your endeavors. Izuku sighed. They wouldn't listen to his completely reasonable excuse, but whatever, internships would probably still go well. Only time would tell. Off the floor, boy. Izuku groaned and picked himself up. He remembered what it felt like to push himself cleaning the beach, and wondered if this was better or worse. Probably better, since it was actually fighting and combat he was being taught instead of just hauling broken machinery, but his body was sore enough that it was screaming this was worse. Gran Torino was a good mentor, in Izuku's opinion. Sure, he saw why All Might was scared of him, but he was actually getting taught. He had gotten a little spooked when he thought the old man was dead, but weeks of pranks from Eiji and Denki and Mina made him smell the ketchup and sausages soon enough, and then he just laughed and helped the man clean up. After pretending to have amnesia, yeah, another staple of pranks, honestly, Gran Torino gave him a grunt of approval. And Toshinori taught you this? Going green. Izuku blushed and shook his head. No, he explained, he had been inspired looking at his friend's quirks. Regulating power from Denki, and distributing it from EI. Gran Torino had laughed. Of course, that fool doesn't know the first thing about teaching. Izuku hated to say anything bad about his mentor, but yeah, he had to admit, the #1 hero was not the greatest at teaching. Sure, he had his moments, but it was clear the man was not used to dealing with children and teenagers beyond giving them encouraging words. He had said it before and he'll say it again, All Might did nothing to teach him how to use one for all. Clench your butt cheeks and yell smash is not a helpful tip. So, Gran Torino had him learning maneuverability and combat in the air. He made it up to 6% consistently, and could push 7% if he needed to, but not for long. 6% was constantly on now, and he barely had to think about keeping it up. By the end of the second day, he could push 9% for about 10 minutes before his bones started creaking. Gran Torino had the quirk Air Jet that let him speed around by expelling air through the holes in his feet, so Izuku got a good taste of how to use his speed to his advantage. He also got a good taste of the floor and the bottom of Gran's boot. Get up, boy, we still have work to do before dinner. If you're good, I'll take you on patrol. Izuku perked up, jumping up with an energy he hadn't had a moment ago. Really? A patrol? Gran snorted. Wouldn't do to have you get used to fighting me. But you still need to land a hit on me before I even think about it, brat. Hope you're ready, dash. In the middle of his last sentence, he leapt forward, but Izuku was long since used to it and dove out the way, coming back up with a roll and a grin. I'll get you this time, Gran. Counting on it. He pushed 8% to grab the old man's foot as he kicked past, but despite it landing, Gran was going too fast, and he slipped out again, leaving Izuku with the boot equivalent of rope burn. He shook out his hand with a frown, grateful for the gloves that protected him from the majority of his high-speed slip-up, and racked his brain. Gran was fast, exceptionally so, to the point that Izuku might be able to match his speed at 10 or 11%, but he wasn't there yet, so no dice there. The area was small, but that just gave Gran more advantages, since he was used to ricocheting around small spaces and turning on a dime. Izuku, on the other hand, had not yet mastered the art of slowing down on the turn and accelerating on the rebound yet. It was a concept he equated to cars and driving, but he didn't know how to do that, so it wasn't super helpful. Looking at physics, the only way to land a hit on Gran Torino would be to map his path, which Izuku had done since day one, and then move with him so the speed difference wouldn't be as great and he could make a successful grab and tackle. Wait for it. He lunged, wrapping his arms around the small old man and falling to the floor with a thud. Does that count as landing a hit? He got kicked in the face. It does. Now let's eat. Oh joy, taiyaki for dinner again. Izuku really had to introduce Gran to frozen dinners. The train shook and the emergency lights flashed on. Attention all passengers, we have encountered an obstacle on the tracks. Please remain calm, we are looking to resolve the issue. The front part of the carriage was torn to shreds as a hero got thrown in, quickly followed by a hulking beast that had Izuku's heart sinking. Gran, he yelled, That's a Nomo. Genetically modified, has multiple quirks. I've fought one before. Gran grunted. Evacuate the citizens. I'll handle this. Before Izuku could protest, Gran was gone, hurtling out of the train after the screeching Nomu, and Izuku gulped and turned to the frightened civilians, grateful he was already wearing his hero costume. I'm going to evacuate you guys, but I need full cooperation. Has anyone already called the first responders? One of the civilians held up their phone where they were already speaking rapidly, and Izuku nodded. I'm Green Lightning and I'm not going to stop until. You're all safe, okay? He peeked out the jagged hole in the train as the hero groaned. There was a roof within easy jumping distance. Okay, I'll be taking you guys 2 at a time. Kid, one woman said, you think you can carry 2 people at a time? Izuku shrugged. I could probably carry 5 to 6, but my arms aren't big enough and it's safer to make sure I have a good grip. He hefted the delirious hero out from under the rubble, not even bowing under the weight. I can take one more. Is anyone in active danger? A Prjnnt woman came forward. I don't want to be any trouble. He smiled. It's all right, ma'am, no trouble at all. Let's get you to safety. He curled an arm around her carefully and lit up to 6% before leaping out of the train, trying to keep the ride as smooth as possible. He gently set her down and carefully leaned the hero up against a wall. I'll be right back. He leapt back, feeling the train rock slightly under the force of his landing, and he winced. Sorry about that. Who's next? In under a minute, his car was evacuated, and the hero was coming back to his senses. I have to go find my mentor, Izuku muttered. Can you stay here with the civilians until help arrives? He nodded. You can count on it. Green light, you said it was? Green lightning, but yeah. Thanks. He waved to them as he leapt across the buildings, desperate to find Gran Torino and help where he could. Turbo? Turbo, where are you? Izuku slid to a halt as Manuel ran around, calling for someone. Wait a minute, wasn't Turbo one of the names Bakugo had suggested for Ida? And wasn't Ida supposed to be in Hosu, the city they were currently in? Oh no. Izuku pushed himself to 8%, running and jumping like his life depended on it. Brat, why are you not on the train? No time, he called back to Gran. I think my classmate is looking for the hero killer. Also, I already evacuated everyone. Wait, don't go after the hero killer, you snot-nosed idiot. Izuku sent an apologetic smile back to the man still dealing with a Nomu and kept going. And this is where you die. He skidded and looked over the edge of the roof to see the glint of silver armor and steel sword. He leapt down directly onto Stain, kicking the sword and the man's face as he did. Midoriya. Green Lightning, we're on duty, Turbo. What are you doing here? This is my fight. Izuku grimaced as Stain righted himself. Your fight? Turbo, you sought out the hero killer and were about to die. This stopped being your fight about 10 minutes ago, if it was ever your fight in the first place. Stain worked his jaw and spat. You, he murmured, are that green kid. Yeah, that's me, now back off. I don't technically have permission to fight you, but if you go after Turbo again. Stain chuckled, voice raspy and harsh. You would break the law to save your friend? Midoriya. Please, this is none of your business. Meddling where they aren't wanted, Izuku snapped, is the essence of being a hero, Ida. He slipped his phone out of one of his pockets and carefully remembered the layout of his screen. Sent to hopefully all of his contacts. Now all he needed to do was wait and hope Gran would get the message and understand what it meant. Interesting, Stain hissed. You have good friends, Ingenium Jr. You didn't even try to save Native, but here is your friend, here to rescue you from your own stupidity. Izuku flinched. Native? He glanced to the slumped form further down the alley he had assumed was a pile of trash and winced. Was he dead, or just paralyzed like Ida? I have no qualms with you, Stain rasped, so if you leave now, I will not kill you. Your fallen friend, however, has to die. Izuku grinned, but it was half snarl. Then I have qualms with you. Excellent, Stain crowed, excellent. Finally, a true hero. You are a worthy opponent, Green Lightning. Oh joy, just what he had always wanted. Meet green lightning, please. Do not put yourself at risk for me. He grit his teeth. Then get up and fight your own battles, but I'm not leaving you or native in the hands of a serial killer. Be useful or shut up. Ida swallowed. His quirk, he paralyzes you after he cuts you. Thanks, dodge the blades then. He lunged to the side, barely avoiding getting sliced open by the jagged blade, praying desperately that someone who had gotten his message was on the way, mostly Gran. Gran could probably run circles around this guy. The sword flashed down and Izuku slid out the way, right into the dagger Stain had drawn. He choked as it slid into his arm. It nicked his abdomen, but the blade was short enough that his arms stopped most of it. His breath grew short. He watched in morbid fascination as red welled up around the exit point and down the tip of the blade, the deep crimson reflecting in the light. He knew in a moment the pain would catch up with him, since it had somehow managed to slide between the bones in his forearm, which could not be good for him. But if he thought it had hurt to get stabbed, the removal of the knife was far worse. It burned, and he could feel it tearing through his muscles. The blade had jagged teeth on it that caught on things and made his breath hitch. He could feel the heat leaving his arm as blood dripped from it, and his own life forces glinted in the light on the blade. He stumbled back as Stain's long tongue gliding over the bloodied blade, and Izuku felt his body go rigid, the outpouring of blood slowing to a crawl as his body came to a stop, reduced to essential functions. It's the ingestion, he breathed, mentally cursing himself for thinking about the quirk in this instance, but on the other hand it was the only thing keeping him from screaming. Clever, little hero, Stain almost purred, and if Izuku could move he was certain he would be throwing up, just like Shigaraki said. Izuku felt the blood drain from his face. That couldn't be healthy, he didn't have a lot of that to spare. Shigaraki had talked to Stain? And about him? Honestly, no thanks. Back away from the brat. A yellow blur came and slammed into the hero killer's face, sending him sprawling. Gran! Izuku cried out, feeling like he could cry. His quirk paralyzes you if he ingests your blood. And you just had to get yourself stabbed. I taught you better than that. Stain and Gran Torino began a careful and fast dance of blades and wind, Airjet keeping Gran out of reach while letting him get in close for a kick. Izuku could see Stain getting more erratic and growly. He was about to pull the same trick he had on Izuku, and he cried out, but a flash of ice sent the serial killer jumping back. Midoriya, you should be more specific in your messages. Izuku could have cried in relief. Todoroki, can you ice over my arm? I'm losing a lot of blood. The boy looked alarmed, but rushed over to comply. Boy, Gran yelled, you were injured and didn't tell me? You were a little busy, Izuku called back, helping me not get stabbed again. Izuku winced as the cold took over, but smiled gratefully at Todoroki. There should also be a puddle of blood below my arm. He paralyzes you by ingesting your blood and would rather not give him any help. Todoroki nodded and looked down before blinking and paling. Midoriya. I'm fine, help Gran. Izuku gave him a reassuring smile, completely not looking at the large puddle. Sure, the blood had dripped slowly, but it was a pretty nasty cut and Stain had damaged it more on his exit. Todoroki hesitated a bit more, but nodded. Are you Gran? Gran Torino. I've got this, kid, get the paralyzed people out. Todoroki immediately hooked his arms under Ida's and starting dragging the boy out of the alley, completely ignoring his protests. A high-powered kick from Gran had Izuku stumbling back. Wait, stumbling? Izuku blinked and stood up straighter. It wears off. I don't know why, but I'm good to move. Then leave. Gran, he yelled, I'm not leaving you to fight a serial killer. I'm your mentor, listen to me. Give me permission to fight. Hell no. Get that hero out of here. Gran cursed and fell to the ground, holding his shoulder. Damn it. Izuku ran up to him, dragging him away. He fought for a moment before Stain's obscenely long tongue liked his sword, rendering him paralyzed. Can I have permission to fight now? Gran cursed. I, Gran Torino, give Green Lightning permission to fight with his goddamn quirk. Don't die, brat. Izuku grinned. No problem, With his arm iced and eyes alert, he ramped it up to 10%, hissing a bit as he felt the strain. Since it wore off on me, it might wear off on you. It's not blood ingested, it's not the site of the wound. Blood type. Stain chuckled darkly. It will not help you, clever hero. Sir, Todoroki ran up. Permission to fight? You seemed fine fighting without it before. But sure, let's just let all the kids fight. Todoroki nodded and ran up beside Izuku. What's the plan? Honestly? Stall for time until more pros get here. He nodded. Very well. Speed or strength? Izuku blinked. Speed. Between the two of us, we should be fast enough. He chose not to mention how lightheaded he was feeling. The next few minutes passed in a blur of green light, ice, and flashes of red. Todoroki was also using his fire, something that lifted Izuku's mood, and soon enough, Stain was struggling up to his neck in ice. Izuku wasted no time in punching him in the throat and then the head at 3% one for all, knocking him out cold. Izuku flopped to the ground, feeling the ice on his arm melting. He had no doubt that if he checked it, it would be running red as well. Great, Gran grumbled, now we get you idiots to an ambulance. That sounded good to Izuku, honestly. He stumbled to his feet, ignoring the way the world spun and slowly dragging himself out of the alleyway where sidekicks and heroes were starting to gather, looking over the paralyzed folks and working on apprehending the hero killer from the ice. He was still knocked out cold in, puns. Izuku was very tired. Was it that he needed sleep, or that he was missing a lot of blood? There were shouts of alarm that made him blink, and suddenly everyone looked much smaller. Sounds drowned out so he could hear ragged breathing and the leathery flap of wings. Hosu was on fire, he could see, with people panicking and heroes running around like little ants, trying to get them all put out. His arm hurt again, and so did his sides. His vision blurred as a water tower came into view and he passed out. Sleeping sounded like a good idea.